Chapter 281, Strange Whirlpool. Chapter 281, Strange Whirlpool. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the nameless island, Wizard Beitan waited patiently outside the volcano. Occasionally, there were some wicked-looking insects that would crawl up beside him, but they were all exterminated by the spells that Wizard Beitan had cast. Fire. A wave of fire element sparkled on Wizard Beitan's body. He had cast another fire-type spell, the scorching flame burning with intensity as it disintegrated two black beetles into ashes. Dong! 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 Right then, it felt as though the whole ground started quaking. What's going on? Wizard Beitan scanned his surroundings. It seemed that there was an earthquake. However, when he looked further, puffs of black smoke started billowing from within the volcano, so he figured out the real reason for the quake. Not good, the volcano is going to erupt. Wizard Beitan had seen a volcano eruption before. Although it was only a view from afar, that kind of horror and shock implanted a huge impression in his mind. This type of volcano eruption was terrifying. Even a 7th level spellcaster would need to deal with it cautiously. If one was inside the volcano, incomparably hot lava would spew out in that instant. Even if it was a 7th level spellcaster, when facing boiling hot lava aided by the horrifying ejection force of the volcano, one would not be able to protect themselves against it too. Wizard Merlin is still inside the volcano. There was a slight reluctance in Wizard Beitan's eyes. Now, the ground quaked even more violently. This signified that the volcano was stirring up a ferocious eruption, and once that happens, the entire island would be in a dire state. No, before the volcano erupts, I must quickly get Wizard Merlin out of there. Wizard Beitan inhaled deeply, then propelled himself into the air, flying toward the volcano which was billowing with black smoke. It's so hot. If I keep on like this when the volcano really erupts, it'll only be a dead end for me. I must leave the volcano as soon as possible. Merlin sensed a gradual emergence of intense danger from the base of the volcano. He knew that the lava was in turbulence, and was about to be expelled from the volcano. By that time, even a 7th level spellcaster would not survive, much less himself. Now, he had to leave as soon as possible. Originally, Merlin thought that he still had time to cut out more lava soil which were embedded in the rock wall. However, the situation had become dire, and he could not care so much anymore. He swiped his dagger against the rock wall with force. Kai! The sharp dagger dislodged lava soil instantly, but it was only half of it. Merlin did not have time to give it another go, so he could only store the harvested lava soil into his ring. Merlin then proceeded to climb toward the volcanic crater hastily. Boom! Finally, the volcano erupted. The terrifying magma spewed out, and Merlin felt as though his entire body was about to be set ablaze. He mustered every ounce of energy in him, let out a loud yell, and fiercely propelled his own body toward the crater of the volcano. Swoosh! Merlin gave his all as he leaped out of the crater. Soon, he noticed Wizard Beitan, who was in mid-air. Wizard Beitan saw Merlin at the crater. Delight appeared on his face. Nonetheless, he heard the roaring sounds of the volcano too and knew that if no action was to be taken, and even if Merlin escaped to the crater, he would still be burned to death by the sweltering lava. In that moment, intense wind elements emerged on Wizard Beitan's body. It was his flying spell. Wizard Merlin, don't move. I'll try my best to get you out of there. Upon finishing his sentence, Wizard Beitan proceeded to cast a wind-type spell. Immediately, a gust of strong wind hoisted Merlin into the air. It then carried him toward the vast sea with great speed. Wizard Beitan's magic power was extremely strong. However, to support Merlin's weight, a staggeringly huge portion of his magic power was drained, and before long, it was completely exhausted. That was also the reason why Wizard Beitan did not bring Merlin along to fly when they were departing from the Violet Flame Island. The magic power in Wizard Beitan's body was not enough to support another person in the air with him. In order to sweep Merlin up into the air, Wizard Beitan could only sacrifice and spend all his magic power. Even with that, it was only roughly sufficient to move Merlin to the sea near the beach. Boom! Wizard Beitan could not support him anymore, so Merlin was hurled straight into the sea. By now, the volcano had completely erupted. The sky was filled with smoke, and the entire small island was shaking slightly. Merlin swam from the sea to the beach gradually. Though he was drenched wet, he still could not hide the delightful expression on his face. After all, he could be considered lucky to have cheated death. If not for Wizard Beitan, there was no way he could have escaped unscathed. Wizard Beitan, it's really all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my fate would have been sealed. Merlin said breathlessly. Wizard Beitan landed on the beach from mid-air. The sight of the volcano, which looked like it was roaring, still struck fear in his heart. He gently shook his head and replied, I think we better leave now, it's too dangerous here. The volcanic eruption was appalling. Even a stronger spellcaster would be stricken with fear. Right, we definitely need to leave here at once. Merlin nodded too. This nameless island was too perilous. Nobody could tell what kind of danger would happen following the volcanic eruption. Their safety would only be ensured by leaving the nameless island as soon as possible. Thus, Merlin quickly sat on the little boat. With Wizard Beitan taking helm, they started departing from the nameless island. The little boat gradually drifted away from the nameless island. From afar, only thick black smoke could be seen from the nameless island, accompanied by growling sounds from the volcanic eruption that was spread by the wind. We finally left, but this sea still remains dangerous. I can't believe that a volcano which hasn't erupted for several decades chose to erupt today. Luckily, I still managed to obtain lava soil, so the journey wasn't futile after all. A smile etched on Merlin's face. Although it was urgent back inside the volcano, and half of the lava soil was not retrieved in time, with the other half of lava soil that he currently possessed, it was already enough for him to cultivate the first stage of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. As soon as he finished cultivating the first stage of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, Merlin's Earth-type defensive spells would then hugely improve. No way, Wizard Merlin. Look, what's that in the water? Just when Merlin was exhaling a long sigh of relief, awaiting his journey back to Fort Udon and finishing the cultivation of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, Beitan seemed to have realized something, and his expressions changed. Merlin's gaze followed Wizard Beitan's and shifted to the sea waters surrounding the little boat. Indeed, the sea waters were initially calm and peaceful, but for no apparent reason, numerous bubbles started appearing. It was just like boiling water, bubbling one after another. At that time, the little boat had already left for quite a distance from the nameless island. However, the surrounding sea waters had air bubbles emerging from the water surface. Be careful, the changes might be due to something in the water. Merlin immediately became vigilant. Such a strange phenomenon must be caused by unknown changes. Otherwise, there would not be a peculiar sighting like this at the vast sea region for no reason. Hum. 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 Along with the bubbles, a huge whirlpool gradually formed on the calm sea. It was a large whirlpool, swirling up huge chunk of seawater, sweeping everything around it into the whirlpool. Even Merlin and Wizard Beitan's little boat was sucked toward the whirlpool by its strong current. Not good. Quick, leave. Merlin reacted instinctively, jumping into the sea instantly, while Wizard Beitan immediately flew into mid-air. Just when he was about to distance himself from the whirlpool, it seemed as though a huge invisible hand emerged from within the whirlpool and captured Wizard Beitan. What in the world is this thing underneath the sea? Wizard Beitan, watch out. Merlin's mind power seemed to have vaguely detected the invisible hand stretching from within the whirlpool. Yet, it did not bring any effects as the giant hand grabbed Wizard Beitan directly in mid-air, forcibly sucking Wizard Beitan into it. Wizard Beitan. Merlin could only watch as Wizard Beitan was swept into the whirlpool. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. It was feared that anything drawn inside such a terrifying whirlpool would only be shred into pieces. Wizard Beitan had been dragged into the whirlpool, so he was most likely doomed. Deep in his heart, Merlin felt grievingly frustrated. He could not believe that having just escaped from a terrorizing volcanic eruption, they met with another accident and that Wizard Beitan had perished in the whirlpool. He had no idea how the whirlpool was formed. It came out of the blue, and its destructive power was too horrifying. It was shocking to how it was able to grasp Wizard Beitan mid-air, sucking him into the whirlpool directly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Huge water column rose into the sky as the giant whirlpool became larger, drawing in everything in the vast sea. Merlin could even make out some big-sized sea beasts getting sucked into the whirlpool one by one, disappearing without a trace. Swoosh! At this moment, Merlin felt an eerie feeling. He felt like he was being watched by some unknown entity. Then, another invisible big hand extended from the whirlpool and directly grabbed Merlin. Oh no! Merlin had just witnessed this invisible big hand drag Wizard Baytun into the whirlpool. It was his turn now. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. Merlin reached out and pointed his finger, and the extremely cold air froze the sea waters in front of him into a layer of thick ice crystals. Even though the chill of the glacial ice finger was great, but when it came to this strange invisible big hand, it had no effect at all. The chill that permeated the air was crushed by the invisible hand. Thereafter, the invisible hand grabbed Merlin fiercely, and he felt like he lost control of his movements. His entire body went stiff and was dragged directly into the huge whirlpool by the invisible hand. Swoosh! Merlin felt a strong pulling force as though it was tearing his body apart. Merlin had no resistance against the huge pulling force and was directly plunged into the sea by the whirlpool. Chapter 282, The Flame Being. Chapter 282, The Flame Being. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was swallowed by the whirlpool but without the strangulation that he imagined, as he was not torn apart by the vortex. Instead, it felt like he had shuttled past an endless distance, and it also seemed as if he was transported to a strange place in the blink of an eye. Even my robe is not wet? Merlin gradually regained consciousness. However, the first thing he felt was that there was not a single drop of water on his robe. Merlin remembered very clearly that the huge whirlpool was full of water columns, and he was sucked into it. How was it possible that there was not even a drop of water on him? It was known that although Merlin had Blue Dolphin's bubble, he was already drawn into the whirlpool before he managed to use it, and he fainted thereafter. As to how he got here, there was no memory of it at all. Wizard Merlin, you're awake too? Just as Merlin was trying to figure things out, he heard a familiar voice. Merlin turned his head and there was immediately a smile on his face. Wizard Baytun, you're all right. The person beside Merlin was Wizard Baytun, who was sucked into the whirlpool earlier. Merlin thought that Wizard Baytun had already been wrung to death by the whirlpool, but did not expect that Wizard Baytun would survive too. However, Wizard Baytun's look was very solemn. With a low voice, he said, Wizard Merlin, though we're not dead, the situation is very unfavorable for us. Can you take a look at what's around you? Seeing such a solemn expression on Wizard Baytun's face, Merlin stood up slowly and began to look around. Merlin saw that they were in a huge transparent bubble, but the bubble seemed to be very solid, without any trace of cracks. Outside the bubble was only pitch darkness, with occasional sightings of seaweed. This indicated that they were at the bottom of the sea. The interior of this huge bubble was magnificent, surrounded by transparent glass, inlaid with innumerable jewels with a hint of white light. It was exactly because of the existence of these unique jewels that the interior of the bubble appeared bright as daylight. What in the world is this place? Merlin was also puzzled, but there was more of a feeling of shock in his heart. In such a deep seabed, he was still able to walk freely, not feeling even the slightest hydraulic pressure inside. This was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. Wizard Baytun indulged for a moment, his eyes showed a hint of surprise, and whispered, if I'm not wrong, this should be a relic in the bottom of the sea. In the vast sea, there are endless hidden secrets buried within. Some spellcasters had been accidentally swallowed into the stomach of Sea Beast. Fortunately, they did not die, but they did get hold of some powerful spell-casting tools in the belly of the Sea Beast. From there on, they leapfrogged to become powerful spellcasters. Some of the spellcasters used Blue Dolphin's bubble to dive into the deep seas, occasionally discovering some dilapidated ancient monuments, and also retrieved some treasures from them. This place, in all likelihood, is an ancient monument left behind by a powerful spellcaster, and it is so well preserved. It has drifted to the bottom of the sea for who knows how many years. Wizard Merlin, if this really is an ancient monument, then we're really lucky. Wizard Baytun's words made Merlin recall some rumors about ancient monuments. Merlin was no stranger to ancient monuments. Back then, it was exactly because he entered an ancient monument that he had found the cultivation method for fiery collapse. However, it was too unusual to leave an ancient monument at the bottom of the sea. In addition, spellcasters generally do not have the power to leave ancient monuments on the seabed. In all likelihood, this huge bubble was an unimaginably powerful alchemy product. It was rumored that back in the Malta Empire, the most glorious era for spellcasters, the alchemy products produced by some powerful spellcasters held magical powers beyond imagination. Perhaps this is a similar alchemy product. The whirlpool on the surface of the sea must have been created by this huge bubble. It's just that why did it bring us here? Merlin did not seem too excited even if he knew that this was an ancient monument. Entering ancient monuments did not guarantee the reward of treasures. On the contrary, ancient monuments were full of dangers. Wizard Baitun, have you tried breaking this layer of bubbles? Merlin looked at the huge bubble outside and asked in a low voice. Break this bubble? I'm afraid that will be difficult. However, if it could really be broken, then we must also be prepared. Once the bubble bursts, we'll bear the horrific pressure of the seabed. Wizard Baitun immediately understood what Merlin meant. The ancient monument should be a lesser priority. The most important thing was to be able to return to the surface of the sea, back to Fort Udon. Wizard Baitun, do you have a blue dolphin's bubble? I am, in fact, preparing a blue dolphin's bubble. Let me get ready. Once the bubble bursts, we'll immediately move inside the blue dolphin's bubble. Wizard Baitun's face gradually became solemn. Merlin nodded, then took a deep breath. He also braced himself to release the blue dolphin's bubble when the time came, thus intense elemental fluctuations immediately appeared on his body. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. Merlin reached out and pointed his finger, a gush of cold air surged out. However, when it touched the bubble layer, it did not have any effect, and it dissipated instantly. It was the first time that Merlin had encountered this situation. This seemingly soft bubble layer was indeed tricky. Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. At this moment, Merlin could not bother that Wizard Baitun was beside him, and he pulled off another Pandora Demon Ability, Fiery Collapse. Suddenly, the blazing fire started burning, and the pale flame exuded a heart-rending high temperature. Wizard Baitun's gaze froze slightly. Watching Merlin cast two types of Pandora Demon abilities in succession, he could not help but changed his expression slightly, feeling appalled deep inside. He knew Pandora Demon abilities. They were an absolute secret whether in Fort Udon or in some spellcasters' organizations, and only the most powerful spellcasters could obtain them. It was considered very lucky to get one Pandora Demon ability, let alone two Pandora Demon abilities. Although Wizard Baitun did not know the true origin of Merlin, he could feel that Merlin was not a simple being, he was definitely not some roaming wizard. At this time, Merlin was concentrating on observing the condition of his fiery collapse. He found that no matter how the flame from fiery collapse burned, there was no change at all to the huge bubble. Subsequently, Merlin did not continue casting fiery collapse. He knew that no matter how he attacked, he could not break the bubble layer. Wizard Baitun, the bubble can't be broken. If we intend to leave, I'm afraid we have to continue further inside. Merlin glanced at Wizard Baitun and then set his gaze on the large door in front. Obviously, if this was an ancient monument, then they must follow the path of the ancient monument, venturing deep inside for any hopes of leaving. Yes, no matter what's inside, we have to give it a try. Maybe it's a blessing and not a curse? Wizard Baitun was full of curiosity about the mysterious monument as the eager look on his face gave this away. Soon, Merlin and Wizard Baitun went straight to the front door. The two looked at each other. They prepared themselves, kept fully vigilant, and then with force, they yanked the door open together. Creak dash. This door did not look heavy, but it required a great force to push it open. Once the door opened, there was a huge and spacious room inside. There was no other decoration in the room. Instead, the walls were engraved with mysterious runes. At last someone came. Oh, there's two. Hee, but you two are too weak. Back then, even a 7th-level spellcaster had been here, but he failed in the end. He was banished into the flame cage and eventually burnt to ashes. Suddenly, there was a voice in the spacious room. Merlin and Wizard Beitan were petrified and frantically searched around for the source of the voice, but after looking for a while, they did not find anyone. "No need to look, I'm right in front of you." The mysterious voice appeared again. Following that, traces of flames appeared and began gathering quickly out of thin air, eventually forming a human figure. The flame being floated in the air, then gently extended his hand. Suddenly, several flames rapidly split up and again formed the same flame being. The situation was very peculiar. "Who are you? What's this place?" Both Merlin and Wizard Beitan looked at each other, forcing a calm look on their faces, and asked, "You can call me Tinder. As for where this is, you'll naturally know when you have passed the 3 levels left by the master." The strange flame being spoke again. 3 levels? What if we don't do it? Wizard Beitan said after a ponder. "Don't do it." The mysterious flame seemed to have laughed. The voice soon became sharper. "It wouldn't matter if you don't do it. Your lives are not that long anyway, just a few hundred years, just wait to die here." After a long time, Merlin slowly opened his mouth and said, "You're the one who pulled us here?" "Yes, every 100 years, I'll pull some spellcasters here. There's almost no one who succeeded, but there are also people like you who refuse to attempt the levels, thus they can only wait silently for their own deaths. Even a master wizard could not force an exit out of here, much less pinpoint the location of this place. Which is why you two shouldn't have any expectations that a powerful spellcaster will come here and save you." The flame being's voice was very awkward. It seemed that he was not speaking at all, and sounded really weird. However, Merlin and Wizard Beitan had understood what the flame being meant. This huge bubble was definitely left behind by a powerful spellcaster. Even a master wizard could not find this place, which also indirectly signified the great power of this monument's owner. "Well, that's about all you could ask, so will you be attempting the levels or not?" The flame being looked a little impatient and asked coldly. Merlin and Wizard Beitan looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. "Do we have a choice? Not attempting means waiting for our deaths." Hearing that Merlin and Wizard Beitan agreed to attempt the 3 levels, the flame being's temperament became clearly more at ease. Initially, there were several flame beings, but these flame beings then quickly merged together, with only 2 of them left, each standing in front of Merlin and Wizard Beitan respectively. Chapter 283, Mirror Image. Chapter 283, Mirror Image. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The flame being divided into 2 figures, each standing in front of Merlin and Wizard Beitan respectively. Actually, Master is still very benevolent. For each obstacle, you're given 3 chances to attempt. If you feel that you're beaten or you admit defeat, then you'll not be in danger. The flame being said slowly. "There's such a rule?" Merlin thought of it carefully. Indeed, if there were 3 chances and one was allowed to admit defeat at any time, the flame being's master was indeed considered benevolent. Back when Merlin entered the ancient tower monument, if he was defeated when facing the guard, he would die. There were no 3 chances at all. If we fail to clear the obstacle after 3 tries, what'll happen? After failing thrice, if you survive the Gate Guardian's attack, you'll be thrown into the flame prison. Maybe there's still a chance to live in the flame prison, but I advise you not to have such a thought. The torture in the flame prison, is not something you can imagine. Every spellcaster who held the good fortune mentality upon entering the flame prison ended remorseful eventually. They would rather die in the hands of the Gate Guardian. This was already the 2nd time Merlin had heard the flame being mention, flame prison. It was certainly not a good place. Since it was a prison, there would only be inhumane torture. After clarifying his doubts, Merlin took a deep breath and said to Wizard Beitan, "Wizard Beitan, which one of us is going first?" Wizard Beitan smiled and said, "My powers are not as strong as yours, so let me go first. You should take a good look at this first obstacle, see what's so powerful about it." After his statement, Wizard Beitan took a step forward and said to the flame being, "Come on, I'll go first." The flame being nodded and said, "There's one more thing I want to remind you. If you've not constructed fire-type spells, even if you've cleared all 3 obstacles, you will not be able to choose the most prized treasure left by the master. You'd only be able to choose from some lower-grade treasures." Merlin nodded thoughtfully. In fact, he had already guessed the reason. The Flame Being's master must be a spellcaster with very prestigious achievements in fire-type spells. The most precious treasure left by him will naturally only be obtained by fire-type wizards. However, both Merlin and Wizard Beitan had constructed fire-type spells. If they were lucky enough to clear all 3 obstacles, they would obtain the most precious treasures in the ancient monument. After the Flame Being finished speaking, he waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, the figure of the Flame Being in front of Wizard Beitan began to twist and change gradually. In the end, the Flame Being had surprisingly transformed into a mirror image of Wizard Beitan, but his expression was a little cold. This. Both Merlin and Wizard Beitan were astonished. The Wizard Beitan, opposite of them, who had transformed from the Flame Being, even had the same body scent as the original. The other Flame Being said quietly, "This is your first obstacle, mirror image opponents. This is to simulate your own real strength, but in terms of spell control, it has almost reached the peak. No matter what methods you use, you must defeat your mirror image. May I remind you that it's best not to use casting tools, because whatever casting tool you have, your mirror image will also have the same. Okay, let's get started." As the voice of the Flame Being fell, suddenly, the mirror image opposite to him made its first move, casting a flying spell. Its speed was upped significantly and it hastily dashed toward Wizard Beitan. At the same time, a sky full of flames descended from above. This was a 4th-level spell, which directly swarmed on Wizard Beitan while the real Wizard Beitan was merely casting a defensive spell. Such stunning speed! The control of the spells has almost reached the peak, and the coordination between each spell and even the position is well calculated. This can't be beaten. Wizard Beitan is in danger. Merlin saw the mirror image opponent of Wizard Beitan, its ever-changing figure, and almost oppressing Wizard Beitan all the time. Thus Merlin knew that Wizard Beitan could not clear the first obstacle. Chak! In the face of the mirror image opponent's violent attack, there was almost no gap for a respite. Like a violent storm, Wizard Beitan defense spells finally could not hold its attack off, and instantly shattered. At this time, Wizard Beitan could no longer resist, and he had to shout frantically, "Surrender, I admit defeat." Following Wizard Beitan's voluntary surrender, his mirror image opponent instantly turned into a blaze of flame and re-entered the Flame Being's body. Too weak, too damn weak. Although you still have 2 chances, it's basically impossible to get through the first obstacle. The Flame Being saw Wizard Beitan's performance and shook his head in disappointment. Wizard Beitan was indeed very powerful. However, in the face of a wizard who was almost exactly like him, and who possessed much higher skill than him in terms of spell manipulation and various combat methods, Wizard Beitan's defeat was reasonable. Even Merlin, who had been watching the entire battle unfold, felt his heart shudder. If his image was also like that, then he would surely not clear the first obstacle too. "All right, it's your turn." The Flame Being's gaze shifted to Merlin. Merlin took a deep breath. There was no escape to this kind of battle. Success or failure would only be known after the battle. Thus, Merlin walked a few steps forward and said, "Let's get started." The Flame Being nodded. A flame quickly flew out from his body. Then, Merlin felt an irresistible invisible force as if his entire body was probed all over. Thereafter, the flame that had floated from the Flame Being's body began to take on a form gradually, faintly changing into Merlin's appearance. Having seen the mirror image of Wizard Beitan earlier, Merlin was no longer surprised, but to look at a person who was exactly the same as him, it was still a strange feeling. "Oh. Not right, hold on." Suddenly, there was a gasp from the Flame Being's voice. It turned out that the flame was actually changing dramatically, but it could never change into the appearance of Merlin. The Flame Being's eyes stared at Merlin for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Turns out that you're powerful, though you're merely a first-level spell caster. At best, you've only constructed 2 second-level spells, yet you have 2 Pandora demon abilities, and even a 6-elemental spell caster. Not only that, your body seems to be far stronger than any average spell caster, almost comparable to some powerful elemental swordsman. It's no surprise that your mirror image expends so much magic power." After the Flame Being had finished, he then separated another part of the flame from the body and incorporated it into the mirror image of Merlin. With the integration of this flame, Merlin's mirror image quickly took shape, and it became exactly the same as Merlin, even with the same breath. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly, and deep down, he was secretly surprised. With only one glance at him, the flame being could understand his situation so thoroughly. The two kinds of Pandora demon abilities naturally referred to fiery collapse and glacial finger, and a strong physique, which was one of Merlin's most well-hidden secrets, was thoroughly exposed by the flame being. However, there were still several aspects that the flame being did not see through. In addition to fiery collapse and glacial finger, Merlin had another Pandora demon ability, a darkness heart, which had been integrated into his spells. Darkness heart was dissimilar to fiery collapse and glacial finger. It had been completely integrated into the spells, so it seemed hidden. Earlier, the flame being only mentioned fiery collapse and glacial finger, which meant it was very likely he had not realized Merlin's darkness heart. As for the mirror image opposite him, it may have also copied fiery collapse and glacial finger, but whether or not darkness heart had been mirrored, Merlin would need to find out. Let's begin. The flame being waved, and Merlin's mirror image immediately cast Wind of Freedom, and his figure immediately became erratic. K.A. Meanwhile, Merlin's first move was to cast Glacial Finger, but it missed because it could not capture the figure of the mirror image. Then, when Merlin was just about to cast Fiery Collapse, he sensed an imminent danger. Wind of Freedom. Merlin did not hesitate for a second and immediately dodged to the side. Swoosh! A chill, like a sharp arrow, flew straight at Merlin, which made him break into a cold sweat. His mirror image's control of spells and Pandora demon abilities in addition to the coordination between both was far superior to Merlin. No way, if it keeps on like this, I'll lose sooner or later. Merlin finally realized how Wizard Baytun felt earlier. Fighting with one's own image was very arduous, with even a feeling of grievance as if one could never defeat the mirror image. In fact, without overwhelming talent or some other slick means, it was near impossible to beat the mirror image. This first obstacle alone had impeded who knew how many spellcasters before them. Going head-on with the mirror image won't work. However, if you want to defeat the mirror image, it's not that there's no chance at all. The opponent has Fiery Collapse and Glacial Finger with mind power equivalent to mine, a third-level mind power. One thing is within my expectation, the opponent indeed doesn't have Darkness Heart. Merlin had now confirmed that the mirror image did not have Darkness Heart. Nobody knew why, but this was the only chance for Merlin. If he desired to fight head-on with the mirror image, Merlin had not yet reached the point of seamless manipulation of spells without any mistakes. However, his mirror image seemed capable of not producing any mistakes, so Merlin simply had no chance of winning if he went head-on. Only by luck or by seizing opportunities could he defeat the mirror image. Darkness Tide. Merlin stopped evading the mirror image's attack, and then cast the second-level spell, Darkness Tide. Suddenly, darkness descended and enveloped the entire room. The bright room immediately became pitch dark. After being enhanced by Darkness Heart, it was easy for Merlin's Darkness Tide to drag any fourth-level spellcaster into a realm of illusion. Merlin's mirror image only had third-level mind power. The opponent had not duplicated Darkness Heart, hence it did not have any resistance to Darkness-type spells. Therefore, when a space of Darkness-type elements enveloped the room, Merlin's mirror image naturally fell into the illusion. Pandora Demon Ability, Glacial Finger. In the darkness, Merlin's voice was heard, and in an instant, Merlin's mirror image was immediately frozen. Layers of ice crystals wrapped Merlin's mirror image. K.A. The ice crystals began to shatter, and Merlin's mirror image was reduced to countless pieces, falling onto the ground. Then glints of star-shaped flames appeared on the ground, which gathered together and floated back into the flame being's body. Congratulations, you've cleared the first obstacle. The flame being's voice was calm, but his eyes were ablaze and focused intently on Merlin. Chapter 284, The Second Obstacle. Chapter 284, The Second Obstacle. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You've passed. Merlin heaved a slight sigh of relief. Him passing the obstacle this time was indeed kind of an opportunistic event. The flame being did not mirror Merlin's Darkness Heart, which allowed Merlin to utilize the enhancing effects of Darkness Heart on Darkness-type spells to pass the first obstacle. This also showed that the simulation ability of the first obstacle was not perfect. At least, Merlin's darkness heart and his enhanced spells could not be replicated. The flame being's eyes were scorching hot as he scanned Merlin intensely. Then he said with a calm voice, "Yes, although you're suspected of ingenuity, this first obstacle was never originally intended for an average spell caster. If I'm not mistaken, your Darkness Tide was only a second-level spell, yet it has such immense power. You must have cultivated Darkness Heart, right? Only Pandora demon abilities that were integrated into spells can't be replicated." Merlin did not answer, assuming that to be the truth. "All right, let's go. You've passed the first obstacle, but there are 2 more obstacles awaiting you next," the flame being said as he stared at Merlin. Meanwhile, Merlin took a glance at Wizard Baytun right next to him. There was no way that the other person could pass the first obstacle. Leaving him there was undoubtedly like sending him to his death. After a moment of thoughts, Merlin looked up and asked the flame being, "If I've passed all 3 obstacles, can you let Wizard Baytun leave?" "Leave? Heh. I can only tell you that there's such hope, but only if you can get through all 3 obstacles." Although the flame being did not answer directly, he had indirectly revealed a trace of information. As long as Merlin passed the 3 obstacles, then it was also possible for Wizard Baytun to leave safely. On that thought, Merlin said to Wizard Baytun, "Wizard Baytun, wait quietly here, don't attempt the obstacles again." Wizard Baytun nodded, a hopeful look appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "Wizard Merlin, go ahead, I believe you can surely pass all 3 obstacles." After a few reminders, Merlin proceeded to follow the flame being, gradually leaving the room. He re-entered the long corridor, and then reached another dimmed stone room. This stone room was very dry and had a foul smell of dust in the air. It seemed that no one had come in for a long time. There were some flame totems in the dry stone room. These flame totems were vivid and looked like they could be ignited. "Well, here's the second obstacle," the flame being proclaimed slowly after he brought Merlin to the stone room. "This is the second obstacle? Where's the guardian?" Merlin searched around for a moment but did not see any guardian. "Guardian? The second obstacle doesn't have a guardian. You only need to remain in this stone room for half an hour. Blazing flames will be ignited from these flame totems. You can use spells or even Pandora demon abilities, but you can't use defensive type casting tools, so you have to take off that 2 robes on you." The flame being simply introduced the rules of this second obstacle, which involved surviving the scorching flames within the room. After seeing the rules of the second obstacle, Merlin's mind was even more certain that the owner of this ancient monument must have very high attainment in fire-type spells. This endurance of burning flames was very likely a test. Although Merlin had constructed fire-type spells and even fire-type Pandora demon abilities, he had no idea if he could withstand the scorching flames. Nevertheless, since he had arrived at the second obstacle, Merlin wanted to attempt it anyway. "Come on, second obstacle, I'm ready," Merlin said to the flame being with a serious expression. The flame being nodded and then swung his hand forcefully, and the door of the stone room was immediately sealed. "Let's begin, flame totems." As the voice of the flame being fell, the temperature of the entire stone chamber rose rapidly. The vivid flame totems on the surrounding walls seemed to have come to life. Streaks of flames began floating out of the flame totems, spreading into the entire stone room. Merlin took a deep breath and immediately cast the second-level Earth-type spell, Earth Veil. He was also ready to unleash Glacial Finger at any moment. Before long, the flames enveloped Merlin and his Earth Veil was pierced instantly when met with these flames. Moreover, Merlin tried to release Frigid Ice, but it was instantly evaporated by the flames before it could condense into ice crystals. The strength of these flames seemed to be more terrifying than Merlin's fiery collapse. Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger. As Merlin unleashed Glacial Finger, the frost could freeze some of the flames, but soon, a large blaze of flames would sweep through and melt the ice crystals completely. Even Glacial Finger has no effect. Merlin inhaled sharply. He did not intend to unravel the secret of the flames at all. He was only a first-level spell caster. How could he comprehend the profound mystery of the flames? Even those 7th-level spell casters would not understand the enigma of the elements. Perhaps only those great wizards would comprehend the mysteries of the elements. This second obstacle, which was set by the spellcaster who left behind this ancient monument, served no effect at all, according to Merlin's perspective. In the beginning, it was able to stop most spellcasters who wanted to pass the obstacle. Merlin had never thought of understanding the secret of the flames. He just wanted to see if spells and Pandora demon abilities could be used to resist the burning flames, but now it seemed that it would not work. He was unable to resist the scorching flames. If he let the flames near his body, he would be incinerated to ashes in an instant. "I surrender." Merlin did not show any hesitance and admitted defeat. He had 3 chances to get through the obstacle, so naturally, he would not want to die in vain. As Merlin's voice fell, suddenly, the surrounding flames quickly dissipated, and the temperature of the entire stone chamber dropped rapidly, returning to normal in no time. "Failed? It's only the first try. You've 2 more chances." The flame being's voice rang again. He seemed to have predicted that Merlin would fail. Merlin frowned, and asked in a deep voice, "The flames of the second obstacle, I'm afraid that's not only a 4th level spell, right? It's even stronger than my fiery collapse." Merlin's fiery collapse was the most powerful spell which could match that of a 4th level spell. Same as glacial finger, but it had no effect on the flames in the stone room. Those flames were even more powerful than fiery collapse, which brought Merlin to his question. "It's no big deal if I reveal it to you. The flames in the second obstacle are completely simulated from the powers of flames from 5th level spells. Your 2 Pandora's demon abilities, no, it should be 3 Pandora demon abilities, won't have any effect." The flame being did not keep it a secret, explaining the flames in the stone room briefly. "What? Simulation of flames from 5th level spells? The usage of casting tools is even prohibited. With spells alone, even with additional Pandora demon abilities, I'm only at the 1st stage. At best, I can only match the peak of 4th level spells. How am I supposed to resist these flames?" When Merlin heard that the flames were all comparable to 5th level spells, he knew that he could not resist it no matter what. Not only him, but he was certain that most spellcasters would not be able to resist it too. On the other hand, the flame being seemed calm as he slowly said, "Your strength is comparable to a 4th level spellcaster, so the flames of the second obstacle are a 5th level spell. If you have the strength of a 3rd level spellcaster, then the flames will only have the power of 4th level spells. Some 4th level spellcasters have Pandora demon abilities, and can even cultivate until the 2nd stage, so this second obstacle will be relatively easy for them. However, spellcasters like that, in all these years, not even one of them have been here. So far, there are only 3 people who were able to get through the second obstacle." 3 people? Merlin's face was solemn, and his emotions gradually calmed down. If the second obstacle was easier than the first obstacle, how could it be called the second obstacle then? Just as the flame being mentioned, this second obstacle was not considered difficult. If there was a 4th level spellcaster who happened to have cultivated a 2nd level defensive type of Pandora demon ability, staying in the room for half an hour would really be a piece of cake. However, such spellcasters were too scarce. The flame being also said that in such a long period of time, he had never seen even one of these spellcasters. There were already 3 people who passed the second obstacle. Although there was only a handful of them, still, 3 of them had gotten through the second obstacle. This also showed that the second obstacle was not completely impossible to pass. If one desired to understand the mystery of the flames, it was virtually impossible. Merlin also believed that the 3 people who had passed the second obstacle definitely did not do so by comprehending the enigma within the flames, but had other methods instead. Merlin thought for a moment and asked the flame being, "Has there been a 7th level spellcaster here? How did they get through the first and second obstacles?" The flame being looked calmly at Merlin and then replied, "Not bad that you can think of this. You're much smarter than those other half-wit spellcasters. Of those who passed the second obstacle, there was indeed one 7th level spellcaster, but the first and second obstacles for 7th level spellcasters were completely different." Though the flame being did not explain clearly, Merlin had faintly guessed that this place could sadly be the same as Bell Space, which also had limits. The limit would be 7th level spellcasters. For the first obstacle, it would be difficult to replicate a 7th level spellcaster, perhaps, it could not be replicated at all. it was because every 7th level spell was constructed personally by the spellcaster and was exclusively unique. Copying that would be way too difficult. Well then, you've asked enough questions. This second obstacle has impeded most spellcasters. If you can't get through it, you can only stay here forever. Look, those skeletons belong to those spellcasters who were previously trapped in this second obstacle. The flame being pointed to a corner outside the stone room, where there were countless skeletons piled up. They looked frightening. They were all spellcasters who were trapped in the second obstacle. Merlin took a glance at the flame being, then took a deep breath and said with a low voice, "Actually, it's not entirely impossible to get through the second obstacle." At this moment, a relaxed smile was displayed on Merlin's face, and his expression seemed to reveal a hint of confidence. Chapter 285, Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth. Chapter 285, Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You look confident. Do you have a way of getting through the second level? The flame being noticed the confident smile on Merlin's face and asked in an unconvinced tone. In the eyes of the flame being, Merlin had no hope of passing the second level whatsoever. A way. Of course, I do. Merlin did not say much, instead, he immediately sat cross-legged in the stone room. The flame being seemed to be very curious too. He did not leave this time around and opted to watch Merlin from the side. Merlin did not seem to bother as his hand turned slightly, and a mass of soft red soil with a fiery red hue appeared in his hands. This was lava soil which Merlin had obtained in his previous narrow escape from the volcano. To get through the second level, Merlin naturally could not withstand the essence of fire that could match a 5th level spell. Passing this level seemed to be impossible for almost everyone. Therefore, one could only take advantage of the odds in order to pass it. Merlin only needed to persevere in the flames for half an hour. It was virtually impossible for him to hold for half an hour in the 5th level spell with Earth Veil, a mere 2nd level spell. However, if he possessed Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth, and thoroughly integrated it into Earth Veil, things would be completely different. At that time, the defensive power of Earth Veil would be elevated innumerably, thus providing hopes of remaining in the ferociously burning flames for half an hour. It's not difficult to cultivate Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth, but it'll take some time. The only thing that Merlin was not lacking now was time. It was also quite safe here. Even great wizards would not possibly target this ancient monument, so it was naturally the safest place at the moment. Hence, Merlin immediately began cultivating Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth. He began to engrave a mysterious fire red imprint, and then forced mind power into the fire red imprint as if Merlin knew spell models in the sea, and had a special connection with this fire red imprint. This was the first step in the cultivation of Pandora Demon Abilities, and the subsequent steps were to slowly begin absorbing lava soil into the imprint, which would require a long time. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. Half a month later, Merlin's entire body trembled. Only a small amount of lava soil was left in his hand, and the fire red imprint on Merlin's body began to slowly dissipate, and eventually disappeared completely. Success! Merlin opened his eyes and felt a peculiar feeling course through his body. He could clearly feel the existence of Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth, indicating that he had succeeded in cultivating Fuse Earth. Earth Veil. Merlin promptly cast the 2nd level Earth-type defensive spell. In an instant, there was a thin khaki-light veil around him, which was Earth Veil. Compared with the previous Earth Veil, Merlin could clearly feel that Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth had been fully integrated with Earth Veil, as he could feel an immensely powerful force radiating from himself. Glacial Finger. Merlin thought for a moment, then decided to cast Glacial Finger onto himself. Traces of cold chill instantly froze Merlin all over. Khak. However, the chill could only freeze the light veil layer on the surface of Merlin's body, and with the fragmentation of the ice crystals, there was no change to Merlin's Earth Veil. Initially, the power of Glacial Finger could rival the peak of 4th level spells, but now, it could not do anything to Earth Veil. This showed that Merlin's Earth Veil had undergone an enhancement thanks to Pandora Demon Ability, Fuse Earth. The strength of its defensive powers could even compare to 5th level spells. The enhancement granted by Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth to spells, was not as powerful as Darkness Heart. However, Darkness Heart could only be integrated into spells when one became a 4th level spellcaster. On another note, there was no such limitation for Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth. As long as it was an Earth-type defensive spell, it could be merged with Fuse Earth and the power of the spell would be significantly improved. Therefore, even though Merlin only released an ordinary Earth Veil, after the enhancement of Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, it would reach the strength of 5th level spells. Feeling the power of this light veil on the surface of his body, Merlin also seemed to understand why it was cited in some ancient literature that in the most glorious era of spellcasters, those truly powerful Pandora Demon abilities could all be integrated into spells. As for those ancient spellcasters, spells released from even the simplest of gestures could have horrible destructive powers. These spells turned out to be reliant on Pandora Demon abilities which could be integrated into their ordinary spells. In fact, those ancient spellcasters did not exclusively study spells but cultivated spells and Pandora Demon abilities together. With the two forces complementing one another, even a 1st level spellcaster could be considered powerful. Does it mean that only spellcasters who integrated Pandora Demon abilities are real spellcasters? A bold thought suddenly flashed across Merlin's mind. The ancient spellcaster system had been passed down for a long time, but the Malta Empire 3,600 years ago was undoubtedly the most glorious era of spellcasters, almost reaching the peak. However, with the abrupt collapse of the Malta Empire 3,600 years ago, many of the spellcasters' heritage seemed to have disappeared, and Pandora Demon abilities had become a rare treasure. Countless alchemy, and even spell construction knowledge had presented a wide gap of inheritance. Many truths had been drowned in the long river of history. The difference between a current spellcaster's strength from the 1st to the 9th levels seemed to be too wide compared to that of the ancient spellcasters vaguely mentioned in ancient literature. Some ancient spellcasters, even if they were only 1st level spellcasters, could kill countless powerful monsters alone, and even conquered the endless vast ocean. However, on the Kurdmansler Islands, when faced with some low-level sea beasts, many spellcasters could not even cope with them, which formed a stark contrast to ancient spellcasters. With the fusion of Pandora Demon abilities into spells, the spellcaster's strength would vary greatly, and it would increase by a few folds. Each spellcaster would be capable of wiping out an army of powerful sea beasts. Therefore, Merlin's mind had produced these bold thoughts. Perhaps the ancient spellcasters cultivated spells together with Pandora Demon abilities, and those were the real spellcasters. This was merely Merlin's speculation. The overnight collapse of Malta Empire 3,600 years ago seemed to have buried countless secrets. To figure out these secrets, one must first figure out what happened to the Malta Empire back then. Merlin took a deep breath and then stood up, pushing aside the flight of thoughts in his mind. The most important thing now was to get through the 2nd level. I want to attempt the level again, Merlin said to the flame being. The flame being floated in mid-air. He noticed that Merlin's eyes looked a bit complicated, and he suddenly said, "Oh, the lucky one, you've constructed another Pandora Demon ability in the past 10 days or so, right? However, the 2nd level is no easy game. Are you sure you want to continue?" Merlin ignored the flame being and answered with a firm tone, "Let's begin." The flame being nodded, then closed the door of the stone room. The flame totems on the surrounding walls seemed to come alive again and began letting out traces of flame. The temperature of the entire stone room got higher and higher, and Merlin took a deep breath. He may be very confident about Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth, but whether or not he could hold on for half an hour, he still had to try to find out. Earth Veil. Merlin stood in the stone room, and instantly a thin layer of khaki light veil appeared on the surface of his body. Kai. 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 The flames kept burning, and Merlin could clearly feel the raging flame constantly consuming his earth veil. The layer of khaki light veil was also reduced little by little, and then the light veil began to lose its stability. Merlin knew that his earth veil could only match 5th level spells, and the flames in the stone room also had the power of 5th level spells. Not to mention that there was a huge amount of flames surrounding him for a long time. Naturally, he would not be able to resist it. However, Merlin did not expect to be able to hold on for half an hour with a single cast of earth veil. Therefore, watching the light veil begin to dissipate completely, he cast Earth Veil once again. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. At this moment, Merlin had also released an enhanced version of Earth Veil, and the defensive capability had seemingly increased as the amount of time before it would begin to dissipate had now stretched out much longer. However, the flame in the stone room was powerful. Its intensity alone made Merlin feel like he could not hold on anymore. Fortunately, it was only half an hour. After half an hour, the flame in the stone room instantly disappeared, and the temperature quickly returned to normal. The flame being had been watching Merlin all along. After seeing the flame disappear, Merlin was still standing in the same place, only his face was slightly faint and pale. There were no damages to him at all. You've actually passed. The flame being was a little moved. This was the 4th spellcaster who had passed the 2nd level in 3,600 years. With elemental crystal stones, Merlin quickly recovered some of his magic power and then looked at the flame being. He smiled as he asked, "This means I passed the 2nd level, right?" "Of course you've passed. Yes, you're the 4th spellcaster who passed the 2nd obstacle, with the last one getting through 3,600 years ago. You really do have great potential. Now you're still a 1st level spellcaster. If you can concentrate your cultivation here for several decades, cultivating until the 4th level, 5th level or even the 6th level, perhaps you have hope of getting through the 3rd level." There was a slight change in the flame being's tone where Merlin sensed it sharply. It seemed that the flame being had a slight expectation of Merlin. It takes decades? And one must cultivate until they become a 5th level or 6th level spellcaster. Merlin's eyes froze slightly, listening to the flame being. It seemed that this 3rd level, which was also the final level, simply could not be overcome with his current strength. Was the 3rd level really so difficult? As if seeing through Merlin's doubts, the flame being sneered. Heh, how can the 3rd level set by Master be easy for an average spellcaster? Before you, 3 people had already reached the 3rd level. However, none of them could pass, and their potential was no lower than yours. There was even one person, who possessed 5 types of Pandora demon abilities, all of which could be integrated into spells, but even such a genius could not pass the last level. In fact, if he could withstand loneliness and focus on cultivating for a few more decades, maybe he could have stood a chance. Unfortunately, he used up all 3 chances eventually and was thrown into the flame prison. There seemed to be a hint of regret in the flame being's expression. Chapter 286, Hitting a Snag. Chapter 286, Hitting a Snag. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 5 types of Pandora demon abilities. Merlin mumbled incessantly to himself in a low voice. After hearing what the flame being had said, Merlin fell silent. 5 types of Pandora demon abilities, all of which could be combined with spells. How powerful was that? At the very least, Merlin would be no match for someone like that, yet even a prodigy like that was unable to clear the 3rd obstacle. Bring me there anyway. Even if I don't complete it, I want to know how the 3rd obstacle is really like. After some consideration, Merlin responded to the flame being. No matter what it was, he wanted to see how difficult the 3rd obstacle was. The flame being nodded. Let's go then. The 3rd obstacle is right ahead. Just wait until you've seen it for yourself, then you'll understand what I mean. With that, the flame being brought Merlin further forward. After passing through a stone room and a lengthy corridor, the flame being brought Merlin to a hall. The hall was supported by broad crystal pillars which flickered with dazzling light. The entire hall was also covered in countless mysterious runes. Other than this peculiar hall, what really caught Merlin's interest was a lifelike statue in the middle of the hall. This statue was attention-grabbing as it was enveloped in a blaze. One would be overcome by a bizarre feeling the longer they looked at it. The flame being was looking at the statue with a complicated expression as well, following which it said in a low voice, "This is the 3rd obstacle. If you can defeat the flame image left by Master, then you'll complete the 3rd obstacle and receive Master's treasure." Flame image? Where? Merlin did not know what a flame image was at all, and surveyed his surroundings, but did not discover anything that was particularly powerful. The flame being pointed at the lifelike statue, and said firmly, "This statue is Master's flame image. It'll only awaken once it's sure that you will challenge it. It's this statue? Merlin was somewhat bewildered and uncertain. Even though the statue did not appear to have any exceptional features, it must, of course, be extraordinary to be the guardian of the third obstacle. Can you tell me about this flame image? Merlin was in no hurry to clear the obstacle and instead posed this question to the flame being. Throughout their exchange on the way here, Merlin had gradually realized that the flame being possessed an independent consciousness. Thus, perhaps he could know more about this flame image from the flame being. The flame being eyed Merlin and said, "Actually, it's not a big deal to let you know. Now that we've reached the third obstacle, there's no need to keep it a secret." After a pause, the flames on the flame being began to intensify, and its voice gradually became more emphatic. Master's flame image possesses tremendous strength. Based on your standards, it's comparable to a 7th level spellcaster. However, it's not a true spellcaster, but only a flame image, so it only knows fire-type spells. Still, these spells embody Master's understanding of flames, so their might is especially powerful. At the third obstacle, no matter who you are, you'll face a flame image. Even a 7th level spellcaster would face a flame image. Previously, there was a 7th level spellcaster who overcame the first 2 obstacles after much trial and tribulation. However, when he faced the flame image at the third obstacle, he attempted to complete it 3 times in a row but had no way of withstanding the attacks of the flame image. He didn't even have the chance to be thrown into flame prison, as he was reduced to ashes by the all-consuming flames cast by the flame image. There were 2 other spellcasters who had made their way to this third obstacle. They were both stopped by the flame image. If they weren't killed, they were thrown into the flame prison. Merlin could not help but steal another glance at the lifelike statue. He did not think that the flame image would be so terrifying, even comparable to a 7th level spellcaster. Furthermore, the fire-type spells it cast surely must have exceptional power. The combined power of which was something an average 7th level spellcaster would not be able to match. Nonetheless, Merlin could not refrain from asking, if a 1st level spellcaster cleared the first 2 obstacles by a fluke, must he also face a flame image which is comparable to a 7th level spellcaster? Or to put it another way, won't it be a piece of cake for an 8th level spellcaster, or someone even stronger, to complete the third obstacle? That's right, the flame image of the third obstacle is unchanging, forever maintaining its strength which is comparable to a 7th level spellcaster. That's why I advise you to concentrate on constructing spells here. When you've become a spellcaster above the 4th level, you might have a slim chance of clearing the third obstacle by relying on the strength of the 2nd stage Pandora Demon ability. The flame being understood Merlin's situation as well. Once he became a 4th level spellcaster, the various Pandora Demon abilities he had on him could be cultivated up till the 2nd stage. In that way, Merlin's capabilities would undergo an immense upgrade. However, only Merlin knew that except for darkness-type spells, he had no other 4th level, or higher, spells. Therefore, if he just stayed here, he had no way of becoming a 4th level spellcaster. Besides, even if he became a 4th level spellcaster through sheer luck, cultivating the 2nd stage of Pandora Demon ability would require precious treasures. How would there be treasures like that here? Thus, Merlin was unable to stay here for long. He needed to leave as soon as possible, only he had to face these 3 obstacles. Without even trying, he knew that he would surely be unable to overcome this last one. With such a powerful flame image, who else, other than 8th or 9th level spellcasters, or great wizards, would be able to clear the obstacle? Merlin even suspected that no one was able to clear this obstacle at all. Perhaps only those 8th or 9th level spellcasters, or those powerful great wizards, would be able to surmount this third obstacle. If it was a present-day 8th or 9th level spellcaster, they may not necessarily clear this obstacle. However, this place only allows entry to 7th level spellcasters at most. So, 8th or 9th level spellcasters, or great wizards, would have no way of coming here at all. In the flame being's words, something was revealed which slightly shocked Merlin. The flame being seemed to hold a disdainful attitude toward contemporary 8th and 9th level spellcasters. This further supported Merlin's previous conjecture that ancient spellcasters must be extremely powerful, far stronger than contemporary wizards could possibly conceive. So, who's your master, really? Surely you can tell me now? Merlin was curious. What sort of spellcaster would leave behind a monument like this, whose mere flame image was so powerful? However, the flame being shook its head slightly, and said in an icy tone, "Once you've cleared the third obstacle, you'll learn about Master." "All right, I've said all that I've to say. Are you going to clear the obstacle, or quietly cultivate here?" "Clear the obstacle? Even if I was a genuine 4th level spellcaster, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat a flame image that's comparable to a 7th level spellcaster. Or was there anyone who was only 4th level who had defeated a 7th level spellcaster?" Merlin spoke with a bitter smile. Even the prodigies of Osmu, at the 4th level, would not be able to defeat a 7th level spellcaster. Even if Merlin became a 4th level spellcaster someday and cultivated all his Pandora demon abilities to the 2nd stage, it was still hard to say if he would be able to defeat a 7th level spellcaster. Moreover, the flame image was no average 7th level spellcaster, but a powerful being that was able to easily kill another 7th level spellcaster. However, the flame being laughed coldly in response. "4th level spellcasters can't defeat 7th level spellcasters? I can only say that you're far too ignorant and uninformed. Have the spellcasters of today's age really fallen to such a stage?" Master had designed the third obstacle in order to locate a prodigy which was on par with him, or even stronger than him. In the past, when Master was a 4th level spellcaster, he vanquished a personal enemy who was a 7th level spellcaster. If you can't even compare to Master, then you have no right to the treasures he has left behind. Looking at the flame being's haughty expression, Merlin was shaken to the core. A 4th level spellcaster, killing a 7th level spellcaster, and it was during the golden age of spellcasters. The one who left behind this monument must be a celebrated individual who lived in the era of the Malta Empire. However, Merlin was unable to clear the third obstacle. All sorts of thoughts and ideas flashed across his mind, but none of them was a feasible plan. "Am I really to die here, trapped?" Merlin mumbled in a low voice. If he did not clear the obstacle, he could still live, but he would be trapped here, in torment every single day until his life ran out and he ended up as dry bones. At the first obstacle, there had been a pile-up of dry bones which used to be spellcasters. Buzz! 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 Just then, the bell space at Merlin's chest began vibrating, emanating a burst of scorching energy. Merlin calculated the time. The mind power duplicate in the bell space must have reached its limits again, so he cleared his head of these messy thoughts, and fused the mind power duplicate within the bell space into his own mind power. Once more, Merlin's mind power underwent a huge increase. Finally, his mind power gradually stopped expanding completely. He had already reached the peak of 3rd level mind power. Such colossal mind power was even enough to construct 2 more 2nd level spells. At the moment, Merlin had only constructed 2 2nd level spells, Darkness Tide and Earth Veil. He needed to construct 4 more 2nd level spells before he could become a 2nd level spellcaster. He needed to construct a total of 6 2nd level spells to advance to a 2nd level spellcaster, but this would require him to reach the stage of 4th level mind power. In the past, when Merlin's mind power had reached a level where he could construct more spells, he would be overjoyed. However, facing the third obstacle now, Merlin's power would not increase by much even if he became a 2nd level spellcaster. It would not be of much help in terms of clearing the third obstacle. Flame Image, 7th level spellcaster. Merlin suddenly had a flash of intuition. He thought of Wizard Leo and recalled that during the great battle with Osmu, Wizard Leo had hunted down a powerful 7th level spellcaster from Osmu over 1,000 miles. He even transcended his own level and killed him with his bare hands. "Oh right, before I left, Wizard Leo gave me the life-saving bracelet." With a jolt in his heart, Merlin immediately lifted his right hand. His gaze landed on his fair wrist, and as expected, he was wearing the ink-black bracelet. Chapter 287, Life-Saving Bracelet. Chapter 287, Life-Saving Bracelet. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Leo had spent 3 days producing this black bracelet, and it had a life-saving function for Merlin. Within the black bracelet, there was a portion of Darkness Eye's strength. Merlin did not understand much about Darkness Eye, but he knew that it was even more terrifying than any of the Pandora demon abilities he possessed. Merlin took the bracelet off to inspect it further. He was still uncertain whether the strength of Darkness Eye in the bracelet would help him surmount the third obstacle. Nonetheless, he did not have a choice now. If he did things the conventional way and kept to his usual methods, he would be unable to clear the third obstacle in this monument. Every obstacle required an unusual strategy, perhaps a method which involved trickery would work. Merlin had cleared the first two obstacles through such trickery. I want to complete the third obstacle. Merlin stood up and yelled out. He knew that the flame being was monitoring the situation here. As expected, as soon as Merlin spoke, a blurred silhouette gradually appeared in the stone room. It was the flame being. You want to complete the third obstacle? The flame being furrowed its brows, a trace of doubt in its voice. That's right, I want to complete the third obstacle. Merlin said, determined. Looking at Merlin's expression, the flame being initially wanted to say something, but it finally shook its head. A peculiar gust of fluctuations emerged around it. Awake, flame image! The flame being chanted an ancient incantation. The statue in the middle of the hall immediately began to glow with rays of white light. Following that, the light transformed into fiery wisps of flame, and the statue instantly came alive. Who wants to complete the obstacle? After the statue came alive, its gaze landed on Merlin. It was different from the guardian of the first obstacle, for this resurrected statue was not stiff nor lacking expression, but was instead like a genuine, powerful spellcaster. Its eyes were filled with a sophisticated intelligence. Under the attentive stare of the flame image, Merlin felt that it saw right through his entire being. He knew that if it really attacked, the flame image could kill him in a single blow. The disparity in strength between them was far too wide. The force surrounding the flame image was much stronger than that of Wizard Husius and other 7th-level spellcasters in the dark magic region. This indicated that the flame image was indeed no average 7th-level spellcaster. You're the one who wants to complete the challenge? The flame image spoke once more. Merlin nodded with a solemn expression, yet a disappointed look washed over the flame image's face as it said in a gruff voice, "How disappointing! In so many years, there are no spellcasters who've been a threat to me. You have great potential, possessing many types of Pandora demon abilities. If you can cultivate until you're at the 4th level or above, perhaps there might be a slim chance that I might feel some pressure. For now, you're too weak. When Master left me behind, he wanted me to select a spellcaster who was not inferior to him. He did not want me to kill people recklessly. You've awakened me, but I'll give you a chance. Surrender voluntarily, and then work on cultivating yourself. Once you've become a 4th-level spellcaster or higher, then come wake me again." With that, the flame image prepared to fall into slumber once more. "I'm here to complete the obstacle. Make your move." Merlin's voice sounded rather calm. He casually raised the bracelet with a dignified expression. A casting tool? Fine then, since you won't give up, I'll show you the real difference between us. The flame image lightly extended one hand, and instantly, the temperature of the entire hall rose up abruptly. Without warning, raging flames appeared all around Merlin. These flames were able to easily turn Merlin, and the 2 robes he was wearing, into ashes. At this moment, Merlin's eyes were fixed on the ink-black bracelet. The magic power of the darkness-type spell model in his body quickly and wildly surged into the bracelet. His success or failure in clearing the 3rd obstacle hinged on the power of the bracelet wizard Leo had given him. Merlin did not have much faith that he would be successful alone. Buzz! 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 Following the infusion of Merlin's mind power, the ink-black bracelet began to vibrate violently. At the same time, an apparition of a giant, blood-red eye gradually formed above the ink-black bracelet. As he looked at this apparition of a crimson eye, Merlin instantly thought of Wizard Leo's darkness eye. He was feeling anxious as he had never truly seen how powerful Wizard Leo's darkness eye was. This? What's this? When the apparition of the blood-red eye appeared, the gaze of the flame image, which had appeared relaxed, suddenly sharpened. Beside it, the flame being focused its stare as an appalled expression grew over its face. Darkness eye, it's actually darkness eye? How can there be anyone who could still cultivate darkness eye now? The flame being mumbled softly. Perhaps in these millennia, throughout the time it had spent in the monument, it had never been as astounded as it was now. Darkness Eye, delude. A cold and detached voice suddenly came from the apparition of the Crimson Eye. At the same time, a beam of black light shone from the apparition, which enveloped the flame image. Ha ha, oh the darkness eye of the legends. The flame image began to laugh maniacally. As soon as the black light enveloped it, frightening fluctuations which were beyond comparison erupted around its body. A wave of mind power, colossal to an extreme, immediately dispelled the hallucinating spell of Darkness Eye. Presently, the flame image was completely submerged in a blaze, looking like a god as it hovered in mid-air. It fixed its gaze onto the apparition of Darkness Eye. Darkness Eye belonging to the great legend of darkness, Oflers. I didn't think that I would still see it. In this instance, Merlin truly witnessed how powerful the flame image was. The sheer force of the formless energy surrounding its body was able to completely suppress Merlin. He dared not move even a muscle now. It seemed like he would be turned into ashes if the flame image had increased its force even by a small margin. This was the true power of the flame image and its terrifying extent. Even if Merlin became a 4th-level spellcaster, he would still be no match for it. Such a powerful flame image, Merlin was no longer able to think of anyone who could overcome this obstacle. However, based on the flame image's grave expression, it seemed that Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye was not that simple. Even the flame image was treating it seriously. Darkness Eye, exterminate. With another cold command, suddenly, the apparition of Darkness Eye became more faint, but the darkness element it had gathered became more frightening. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive beam of black light descended once again, and everywhere the light touched, the flames were extinguished. The entire hall was plunged into complete darkness. It should be known that these were the flames of a 7th-level spell, and it embodied the monument's mysterious master's understanding of flames, so these flames must be scarier than the average 7th-level spell. Even so, under the light radiated by Darkness Eye, these flames were extinguished without any resistance. Sizzle! The black light submerged the flame image, and loose clouds of smoke began to appear. The body of the flame image seemed to be melting. This was the second attack by the apparition of Darkness Eye. Merlin had never witnessed Wizard Leo's full demonstration of Darkness Eye's powers, so he did not know Darkness Eye's true strength. However, as he watched Darkness Eye emitting the black light, Merlin could not help but feel unnerved. Merely looking at the beam of black light was enough to induce an icy sensation all over him. The flame image was not able to withstand the second attack of Darkness Eye. The flames surrounding its body were almost extinguished completely, and half of its body was melting now. Merlin thought of the rumors regarding Wizard Leo's glorious military success, of how he had hunted the 7th-level spellcaster Arceus from Osmu over a long distance and finally killed him. Moreover, Wizard Leo had only paid the price of one arm. Merlin had already encountered a few prodigies of Osmu. Among them, the strongest one was Bluebird, but even she was only a 3rd-level spellcaster. In comparison, a 7th-level spellcaster was on a completely different level, a world of difference from a 3rd-level spellcaster. Arceus, being a 7th-level spellcaster from Osmu, must have been powerful to an extent beyond the comprehension of most spellcasters. Merlin, along with some other spellcasters, had thought that Arceus was only an average spellcaster in Osmu, which was why Wizard Leo, who had a mighty Pandora demon ability, was able to kill him. However, it seemed now that the capability of Darkness Eye far exceeded Merlin's imagination. Most 7th-level spellcasters would be no match for it. Nonetheless, even with such powerful Darkness Eye, Wizard Leo still had to sacrifice an arm to kill Arceus. This was evidence of Arceus' strength too. Perhaps Osmu had signed a pact with the Dark Magic region and other spellcasters' organizations largely due to Wizard Leo's killing of Arceus. These thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind one by one. Darkness Eye. Still, it's not enough, far from it. Essence of fire, burn away. Following the flame image's booming command, its body, which had been half melted, was now burning in licks of turbulent flames once again. These flames were no longer a fiery red but were somewhat akin to the 3rd stage of Merlin's fiery collapse, being almost transparent. The near-transparent flames were even more petrifying. Merlin could not help but retreat further and further. He was unable to intervene in this battle between Darkness Eye and the flame image, for even the slightest fallout from this fight would cause Merlin to be annihilated. The flames released by the flame image were almost transparent and immediately ripped apart the black light filling up the hall. The hall resumed its initial appearance, and there was only the flame image, burning with translucent flames, and the giant apparition of Darkness Eye, facing off in mid-air. Darkness Eye, disintegrate! The huge apparition of Darkness Eye began to tremble violently, and the endless darkness element condensed into a large hand. However, after the formation of the large hand, the apparition, which was already very faint, collapsed in an instant, vanishing in the hall. Chapter 288, Maxim. Chapter 288, Maxim. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the dark magic region, within Wizard Leo's tower, Wizard Leo initially wore a serene expression. Mysterious runes constantly emerged around him one by one and encircled him. Wizard Leo's mastery of runes was better than most, so after he had resolved his grudges with Osmu, he threw himself into the research of runes wholeheartedly. However, Wizard Leo's face flushed red suddenly. In particular, the blood-red third eye on his forehead quickly opened, and drops of fresh blood began flowing from the crimson eye, dripping to the ground. Wizard Leo was shaking fiercely all over. The blood-red third eye began to glow with bursts of red light, only this light was rapidly weakening. It was a frightening sight. What's the matter? To activate the third form of Darkness Eye. What has Merlin encountered? Wizard Leo forced himself to calm his horrified emotions. He immediately knew what had happened. Back then, he had given Merlin a life-saving bracelet, which contained some of Darkness Eye's strength. Nevertheless, not even Merlin knew that once he used the life-saving bracelet, Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye would react instantly. Furthermore, Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye evidently seemed to be suffering from serious damage now as it was dripping blood. This did not even happen when he was hunting Arceus. Wizard Leo's face shifted irregularly. He knew clearly how powerful the Darkness Eye he had obtained was. Wizard Leo had always claimed that he had refined Darkness Eye through trial and error, which was why he was able to cultivate it. However, in truth, Wizard Leo understood very well that he was merely a 6th-level spellcaster. So how would he be able to rectify Darkness Eye completely? Besides his fortunate encounters, the more significant reason for his success in cultivating Darkness Eye was that the one he obtained was the complete version. It was the true Darkness Eye. Wizard Leo had previously realized something about Darkness Eye. Abyss Fort's Darkness Eye only had 2 forms, Delude and Exterminate. Conversely, Darkness Eye that Wizard Leo possessed had no less than 7 forms. At the moment, he was only able to cultivate up until the 3rd form, and every time he utilized that, he had to do it forcibly. The Darkness-type spell model in his body would even become unstable after he used it. This meant that Wizard Leo had not fully mastered the 3rd form of Darkness Eye, to say nothing of the 4th, 5th, or even the 7th form. Wizard Leo was also astounded by the 7 forms of Darkness Eye. He knew that his Darkness Eye was possibly the genuine, complete Darkness Eye. Certainly, not even ordinary great wizards would be able to create something like this. It was just that no matter how he searched, he was unable to find a single trace of Darkness Eye's origins. Now that his Darkness Eye had undergone such a transformation, it must be Merlin using the life-saving bracelet which Wizard Leo had given him. In addition, Darkness Eye was forced to utilize its 3rd form. It was clear that Merlin had run into an overwhelming danger. Merlin, come back alive! Wizard Leo mumbled softly to himself. There was nothing he could do right now. The life-saving bracelet he gave Merlin only contained up to the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. If the 3rd form of Darkness Eye could not help Merlin to escape the danger he was in, then it was useless even if Wizard Leo went there himself. Bang! The apparition of Darkness Eye withdrew in a flash, leaving only a shapeless giant hand behind. The air whistled as the hand clawed at the flame image. When the large hand formed, the flame image turned extremely solemn. The white flames around its body flared up into the ceiling and rapidly turned into a violent storm of fire, which crashed ferociously into the large hand. Boom! A gigantic crash rang out. The giant hand, which the apparition of Darkness Eye had transformed into, slowed down slightly for a moment upon encountering the white flames. Thereafter, it immediately extinguished the flames by smacking it, its blows landing directly on the flame image. Instantly, the body of the flame image began to crumble inch by inch. Its gaze was still fixed upon Merlin, and it let out a long sigh. The third form of darkness it's merely the third form. I lost. I expected nothing less from the Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, O'Flares, throughout his lifetime. As soon as it spoke, the figure of the flame image disintegrated into sparks of fire, which vanished within the hall. I've overcome the obstacle? Merlin was somewhat in disbelief. It had been more than 3,000 years, and no one had been able to clear the third obstacle, yet he had completed it. Although it was through a form of trickery, he overcame it, nonetheless. Snap! With a sharp crack, the bracelet on Merlin's hand fell apart, breaking into fragments to the ground. The life-saving bracelet which Wizard Leo had given him could only be used once. It appeared that the life-saving bracelet would no longer be of any use now. The flame being slowly approached Merlin, looking at him with a complicated expression. Although you didn't rely on your own strength to clear the third obstacle, Master didn't say that one could not use casting tools when he was designing the third obstacle. So, you've passed the third obstacle. I really didn't think that, even now, darkness would still be cultivated by someone, and until the third form at that. The words of the flame being and the flame image seemed to indicate their familiarity with darkness yet Merlin did not know much about it. He only knew that darkness was something complex, more powerful than any Pandora demon ability he had on him. Otherwise, Wizard Leo would not be able to utilize darkness to kill a 7th level spellcaster in Osmu. Therefore, Merlin asked the flame being, are all of you familiar with darkness What are its origins, really? Which wizard created it? The flame being glanced at Merlin. It might be due to Merlin's success in clearing the third obstacle that its tone was mellower now as it calmly said, we're more than just familiar with it. Master had personally seen the great legend of darkness, Wizard O'Flares. More than 3,000 years ago, when Master was a nameless nobody, the legend of darkness Wizard O'Flares was one of the strongest spellcasters alive, and received the title of Great Legend. Darkness was created by Wizard O'Flares and has 7 forms altogether. With Darkness the great legend of darkness Wizard O'Flares had slain many genuine gods. From the flame being's tone of voice, it seemed to revere the great legend of darkness, Wizard O'Flares. Gods? Like the god of light? It was the first time Merlin had heard of gods. Ever since he became a spellcaster, he did not believe in any gods. As for the god of light publicized by the Church of Light, from Merlin's perspective, he guessed that it might be no more than just a relatively powerful spellcaster and that there was no such god. However, now that the flame being had mentioned gods, Merlin's interest was instantly piqued. God of light? The flame being shook its head helplessly. These are tales from 3,600 years ago. It's too complicated to explain everything. All that I know is left in Master's message. Once you obtain Master's treasure, you'll learn of everything. Merlin was burning with eagerness. He was now sure that the Master the flame being spoke of was no average great wizard, and was even a powerful spellcaster from the era of the Malta Empire. He was full of anticipation about the treasure left behind by such a powerful spellcaster. Moreover, he might learn of some secret information regarding the Malta Empire's era 3,600 years ago. Merlin became even more impatient. Come on, since you've cleared the 3 obstacles, I'll bring you to Master's treasure. As soon as the flame being spoke, it led Merlin away from the hall into a narrow passage. After the passage, they arrived at a room which appeared to be very plain. The room was connected to the hall. Based on its furnishings, it must be where the flame being's master used to rest. Around the room were relatively smaller spaces, in which strange and bizarre items were placed, all covered in dust. Evidently, it had been a long time since anyone came in here. The flame being looked at the plain room and a nostalgic expression appeared on its face. It said softly, it's been more than 3,000 years, and Master had left us for more than 3,000 years too. In the end, someone was able to clear the 3 obstacles. My mission is complete. Merlin felt that the flame being's tone of voice sounded rather strange, but did not say anything. He merely followed behind the flame being quietly. The flame being brought Merlin to a stone wall, following which it reached out a hand and quickly drew a few runes. The runes immediately sank into the stone wall. Rumble! Rumble. The stone wall began to rise gradually. Although only a small crack was formed, Merlin could feel a wave of scorching energy coming from that crack. After the stone wall opened completely, Merlin finally saw what really lay behind it. It was a room covered in narrow lines of runes. The mysterious characters were densely packed together, unceasingly flickering with light. In the middle of the room was nothing else but a wooden rack with 4 legs. On the wooden rack was a delicate, transparent bell jar. Inside the bell jar was a weak ball of flame, about the size of a baby's fist. Even though this tiny ball of flame did not appear to have much power, Merlin was able to feel an unbearable burning heat from where he stood. Furthermore, it was not just Merlin's body which felt the heat. Even the spell models of Fireball and Furious Flame in Merlin's awareness seemed to have become erratic. This was something that had never happened to Merlin. Even the flame sprite he met back then in the ancient monument did not have the ability to destabilize his spell models. What in the world is this? Merlin questioned the flame being. The flame being looked at the tiny ball of flame within the bell jar with an indiscernible expression, saying in a low voice, "This is the treasure left behind by Master E. his flame Maxim." As soon as it spoke, the body of the flame being began fading away, following which it turned into wisps of fire which burrowed into the bell jar. Slowly, it merged with the ball of flame within the bell jar. There was only a deep sigh left behind. It's been over 3,000 years, my mission is finally completed. I was a trace of consciousness belonging to this flame Maxim left behind by Master. I received Master's orders to search for a spellcaster who could clear the 3 obstacles and inherit Master's flame Maxim. Now I've finally found you. Go ahead, accept Master's flame Maxim. Chapter 289, The Legend Nicola. Chapter 289, The Legend Nicola. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The flame being had vanished, leaving behind only Merlin in the mysterious room. The interior of the room was packed densely with runes, and they seemed to cover the entire room. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that these runes were centered around the transparent bell jar. The ball of flame in the size of a baby's fist was a focal point, spread out in all directions. Moreover, from these runes, Merlin sensed an overwhelming suppressing force. This indicated that the runes were used to suppress this ball of flame. Merlin mumbled to himself for a moment as his eyes darted around. So, this was the flame Maxim. Back then, he had obtained some clues from the Never-Ending Book, which said that if one gathered the 3 volumes of the Never-Ending Book, one would obtain a Maxim. From that point onward, Merlin knew that a Maxim was something precious that would even drive great wizards wild. Now, a flame Maxim was right before him. Merlin did not know what risks he might be taking by accepting this flame Maxim, but no matter how dangerous it was, he had to try. Otherwise, would it not be a waste of his painstaking efforts in completing the 3 obstacles? With this decision, Merlin began to slowly approach the transparent bell jar. With every step he took toward the bell jar, he felt a scorching force which was increasingly stronger. It was merely a small ball of flame, yet its burning force seemed to be mightier than Merlin's fiery collapse. Merlin's expression gradually turned somber. Phew! Finally, Merlin was standing before the bell jar, and fixed his eyes on the near-transparent flame in it. It was such a tiny ball of flame, yet it emanated incomparable scorching energy. This was under the suppression of the bell jar and densely packed runes. Standing before the bell jar, Merlin was hesitant to lift the bell jar even after inspecting it for the longest time. There was a sudden realization that dawned on him: the flame being did not tell him how to obtain this flame Maxim. Now that the flame being had disappeared, Merlin had no idea how did he have to go about things to retrieve the flame Maxim. After Merlin pondered for a moment, he gritted his teeth, reached out with a hand and gripped the bell jar. Rumble! Before Merlin could lift the bell jar, he felt a violent tremor. At the same moment, the dense lines of runes covering the room began flickering wildly, after which they sped toward Merlin. These mysterious runes, over tens of thousands of them, each flew into Merlin's body. Merlin immediately felt a burning force as if he was entirely submerged in a sea of flames. There was an unpleasant sensation which could not be described. "You've finally come." Suddenly, a deep, weathered voice was heard, booming in Merlin's mind. The very scene before Merlin's eyes changed as well as if he was in an unfamiliar and spacious void. In this space, raging flames were burning all around. "You've finally come. The lucky one who qualifies to inherit my maxim. You shall learn everything about me." The voice from nowhere spoke once again. Soon, the sweeping flames gradually converged into a giant-like figure, standing tall in the space. The figure was covered entirely in flames, and Merlin was unable to distinguish its appearance. What a beautiful time it was! Spellcasters had reached their peak, and great wizards were emerging everywhere. There were even legends, and the greatest of them all, arcane wizards, were born. It was the most glorious age of spellcasters. Under the leadership of great legendary wizards, we banished countless gods. Other than the strongest of them all, the god of light, who bitterly resisted, there were no gods left in this world. Potions, alchemy, runology, Pandora demon ability, even this demon-like power was developed to its fullest. The world was no longer able to satisfy powerful spellcasters, so under the guidance of great legendary wizards, we opened a series of portals to different dimensions, visiting them one after another. There were familiar dimensions which had just been formed, and some dimensions which were controlled by foreign gods. However, not one dimension was able to resist us. In this golden age of spellcasters, traces of spellcasters were left behind in innumerable unfamiliar dimensions. We were practically the only masters in many of these dimensions. Legendary wizards were born, one after the other. Even I, with the help of a great legendary wizard, finally consolidated my own flame maxim. I became a true legendary wizard, one who was a match for powerful gods. I, the great legend, Nicola, under the leadership of the great legend of flames, invaded one dimension after another. We thought that we were the masters of millions of dimensions. We were the true supreme beings, unsurpassed by any. We banished gods and conquered dimensions. What a glorious era of spellcasters! However, disaster struck. We accessed an inconceivably colossal dimension. We thought that it was filled with an endless flow of resources and riches, but we didn't expect that there were actual demons, demons which were immeasurably more terrifying than gods. In that frightening dimension, a warship, larger than the sky, was piloted, possessing the terrifying power to vanquish even space itself. Countless wizards perished, and even those with the title of Great Legend fell, even the supreme legend of flames perished. I was a coward. I got scared. As innumerable spellcasters battled with the demons of that and other dimensions, I shrunk back and returned to the glorious land, the Great Malta Empire. From then on, the name Nicola the Legend would forever be ridiculed by wizards. Who knew how much time had passed? I thought that I could live on in peace. Even if spellcasters were fighting tens of thousands of demons in this dimension and other dimensions, we would still enjoy peace in the glorious land, the Great Malta Empire. Until finally one day, a voice thundered through our entire land, and through the tens of thousands of dimensions. It was the voice of the supreme arcane wizards who were most honored by all spellcasters. In a serious tone, the arcane wizards called upon all spellcasters to lend their strength, to leave the glorious land, and carry out a final battle against the demons of all dimensions in order to protect the last piece of untarnished ground, the glorious land. This time, I am no coward. I, the great legend, Nicola, am about to fight for the glorious land. I am about to leave this place, leave the glorious land. I may never return this time, and I don't know what will really happen. Perhaps the glory of spellcasters will continue, or perhaps spellcasters will never shine as brightly. Therefore, I've left a maxim behind, as the only evidence of the great legend Nicola in the glorious land, my home. As soon as the last word was spoken, the gigantic figure of flame collapsed with a rumble and turned into a field of flames once more. Merlin was incomparably astounded. This was information from over 3,600 years ago. The master of this monument was a powerful legendary wizard, the legend Nicola. From the message the legend Nicola left behind, Merlin knew, for the first time, that above great wizards was the rank of legendary wizards, and above legendary wizards were the supreme arcane wizards. Merlin also learned that there were gods in this world, only they had been banished. During the most glorious age of spellcasters, gods were nothing to be afraid of, and spellcasters had even been the true rulers of dimensions, tens of thousands of them, at one point. Every single legendary wizard was as powerful as a god. During the era of the Malta Empire, the golden age of spellcasters, gods were banished, and dimensions were conquered. Merlin could not even imagine how would such a massive, magnificent scene look like. That was the most glorious age of spellcasters, 3,600 years ago. The Malta Empire had united the world, and spellcasters stepped into their golden age as they began to conquer dimensions one after another. The Malta Empire also had become the homeland of countless spellcasters, the glorious land of spellcasters. The legend Nicola had become a great legendary wizard under these circumstances. Merlin had already imprinted these details deep into his mind. He merely digested a small part of the information, and there was still much revealed information which he would have to slowly analyze at a later date. Boom! The indescribable void which Merlin was in suddenly vanished and he awakened once more. He discovered that he was still in the cramped room. Only the runes of the room had disappeared as they had burrowed into his body. At the same time, even the ball of flame within the bell jar had disappeared. Only the empty transparent bell jar was left behind. With a jolt of his heart, Merlin realized that while he was receiving the message left behind by the legend Nicola earlier, that flame maxim must have undergone some change. It was just that Merlin did not know what change this was. Just as he was feeling bewildered and uncertain, an unbearable burning sensation emanated from his body, in particular, his awareness. Merlin quickly checked the situation in his awareness. Only after looking did he see that the flame maxim had entered his awareness without him realizing it. In addition, it had stopped above the spell models of Furious Flame and Fireball, emitting traces of scorching energy. It was in fact silently suppressing these two spell models. Merlin gradually recovered from his emotions, following which he carefully detached a strand of mind power to touch the flame maxim. Nothing happened. Merlin tried again, this time using the magic power within the spell model of Furious Flame to activate the flame maxim, but it was still to no avail. This ball of flame maxim hovered silently above the spell models, faintly suppressing them. Other than that, it did not really affect anything. Merlin drew in a deep breath. From the words of the legend Nicola, Merlin learned that it was extremely difficult to consolidate a maxim. If one could create a genuine maxim, that was the sign one had become a legendary wizard. Maxims were essential to legendary wizards as well. Giving up even a small part of a maxim would greatly affect the legendary wizard. Back then, the legend Nicola had left behind this maxim as he was pessimistic about the future. That was why he had left something behind in the glorious land. With Merlin's present capabilities, it might be hard for him to refine this maxim. However, if he could understand the functions of this maxim and increase his powers in that manner, it would also be an incredible benefit. As he thought of this, Merlin mobilized all his mind power and rapidly channeled it into the flame maxim. Chapter 290, The Islands in a Crisis. Chapter 290, The Islands in a Crisis. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At present, there were a few foreign spellcasters gathered in Fort Udon. Based on the robes they wore, they were not wizards of Fort Udon. If one was familiar with the spellcasters of the Kerdmansler Islands, one would be surprised to discover that they were in fact wizards from Wizard's Tower and Grey Wing Alliance. On the entire Kerdmansler Islands, the three colossal factions practically controlled everything on the islands. Furthermore, the three factions each possessed about the same level of strength and were always in competition at any given time. Wizard's Tower was slightly better off as everyone who joined them were 4th-level spellcasters or higher. Therefore, the resources they needed were very precious and were usually located in the vast ocean. As a result, the competition between them and Grey Wing Alliance or Fort Udon was not that fierce. However, it was different with Grey Wing Alliance and Fort Udon. There were many overlapping areas between these two factions, and small conflicts often erupted between them, leading to a tense relationship. Today, the fact that people from Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower had shown up in Fort Udon could be considered a rare occurrence. Wizard Yumo, your Fort Udon must have gotten the news too. Speak, for this is a matter of life and death for the entire Kerdmansler Islands. A spellcaster with short red hair spoke coldly. Wizard Yumo, as one of the 3 fort leaders in Fort Udon, was naturally well respected, but he was not angered even when he heard the blunt words of the wizard with fiery red hair. Instead, he began contemplating. After a long time, Wizard Yumo raised his head and narrowed his eyes, which glinted with a steady light. He said in a low voice, "The movements of the sea beasts this time are unusual. Since you have all come, I'm sure you understand the situation clearly. However, there's something which you might not have known. The sea beasts have sent 2 black sharks which are king beasts. What? Black sharks which are king beasts? 2 of them? How is that possible? The faces of the spellcasters from Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower changed greatly. They knew very well what the king beasts, these black sharks, signified. In the vast ocean, the true rulers were not spellcasters like them, but these interminable sea beasts. Moreover, among these sea beasts, the most terrifying ones were the king beasts. Perhaps, there were even stronger sea beasts, only they were not yet discovered. The king beasts themselves were comparable to the great wizards of spellcasters. Fortunately, these sea beasts usually acted separately. Each king beast had a predetermined region as its territory, in which no other king beasts were allowed. If one approached, it would even draw the frantic attack of the other king beast. King beasts belonging to the same group might be slightly friendlier to each other, but even then, they were not allowed to encroach into each other's territory. The current situation where 2 black sharks which were king beasts joining forces was really an uncommon event. What's impossible about that? The 2 king beasts, which are black sharks, have formed a group, and they have divided a large area as their territory. Unfortunately, our Kerdmansler Islands is right within the territory which the 2 king beasts have marked. We will suffer from non-stop attacks from the 2 king beasts unless we move away. Previously, when the surrounding islands of the Kerdmansler Islands were successively attacked by the sea beasts, it was, in fact, the tentative warning attacks of these 2 black sharks. Wizard Yumo laughed coldly. He would not be too obliging toward people from Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower. The expressions of the spellcasters from Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower were rather sour. There was only one way that the 2 kings like the black sharks would join forces, and that was if the 2 king beasts formed a group. If that was really the case, then the Kerdmansler Islands was truly in danger. 2 king beast-level black sharks were equivalent to 2 great wizards. The king beasts were the absolute overlords of the vast endless sea. Wizard Yumo, what do you think the Kerdmansler Islands should do? The spellcaster with short red hair fixed his gaze on Wizard Yumo as he spoke. Thereafter, all the present spellcasters looked toward Wizard Yumo. Still, Wizard Yumo remained unperturbed, and said coldly, what else is there to do? Your Grey Wing Alliance is well aware that at this point, we can only ask for the help of the great wizard Kansu. If he can take this on, we might still have a slight hope of holding onto the Kerdmansler Islands. Otherwise, others may leave, but the foundations of all 3 major factions are on the Kerdmansler Islands. Once we leave, the Kerdmansler Islands will no longer exist. Without our foundations, we'll become roaming wizards. The faces of the wizards from Grey Wing Alliance and Wizard's Tower darkened slightly. Others could leave, but they, the spellcasters from the 3 major factions, could not, because once they left, the foundations of the 3 major factions would cease to exist. They had spent no small effort to establish these factions. If they continued developing for over a century, they might acquire a heritage which was akin to a spellcaster's organizations. Conversely, once they left, they would become roaming wizards. Most spellcasters in the 3 major factions used to be roaming wizards, and they had first-hand knowledge of how difficult it was being a roaming wizard. Naturally, they must not give up their foundations on the Kerdmansler Islands so easily. When Wizard Kansu first came to the Kerdmansler Islands, he made it clear that he was only here temporarily, and he didn't join any factions, let alone set up one. He can leave any time he wants. A wizard from Grey Wing Alliance frowned while speaking. The Kerdmansler Islands were indeed overseen by a great wizard, who was called the Great Wizard Kansu. Nevertheless, only the higher-ups of these major factions, who held core positions, knew of this. The Great Wizard Kansu, in reality, was merely on the Kerdmansler Islands on a temporary basis, and had no obligation to help the Kerdmansler Islands defend against these sea beasts. Wizard Yumo stood up and his eyes sharpened instantly. He said heavily, it's true that the great wizard Kansu had made that clear at the start, but we only need to lend more weight to our persuasion. We, 3 factions have been operating on this island for so many years, I believe we all have precious treasures stowed away. This time, it won't be stowed away any longer. No matter how precious your treasure is, can it compare to the very foundations we have on the Kerdmansler Islands? As long as the great wizard Kansu gets items which he's satisfied with, he'll assist us quite naturally. Very well, we shall request authorization for this. Wizard Yumo nodded, following which the wizards hurriedly turned and left. This is the biggest calamity faced by my Fort Udon, even the entire Kurdmansler Islands. A faint, worrisome light shone in Wizard Yumo's eyes. Boom! Merlin summoned all his mind power to fiercely simulate the flame maxim in his awareness. At that moment, the flame maxim finally began changing. As his mind power swept over the flame maxim like a wave, Merlin felt as if he was submerged in the middle of a borderless sea of flame. Flames encompassed his entire awareness, and an unbearable burning sensation spread throughout his body. Not even mind power was able to block this scorching sensation. It even burnt up, shocking Merlin. Mind power was something incorporeal and was essentially illusory. However, this ball of flame currently seemed likely to burn even his mind power. This was far beyond Merlin's expectations. A maxim was something which Merlin had no way of comprehending. Not even great wizards were able to grasp what it was, let alone someone like Merlin. He had never intended to refine this maxim now, but instead wanted to discover how this maxim could possibly be of use to him. After he endured the searing temperature of the flame maxim, Merlin was pleasantly surprised to find that the state of the entire monument seemed to be imprinted in his mind. He had a feeling of being in control of this monument. The outlines of this monument also appeared in his mind. It looked to be a large ship, and the air bubbles outside were in fact layers of protective energy which was beyond Merlin's understanding, enclosing the entire ship. It was able to freely travel along the bottom of the ocean, even if tens of thousands of years had passed. As long as the monument still had energy, it was able to sustain itself. This energy required more than just elemental crystal stones. By themselves, these stones would find it hard to sustain such a huge consumption of energy. Besides elemental crystal stones, the ship itself was also absorbing the energy of fire element. Of course, there was no fire element at the bottom of the ocean, but there seemed to be faint cracks in space-time all around the ship. The ship absorbed fire element through such cracks and used the energy to support itself. Now, Merlin could confirm that this monument was an extremely mighty alchemy product. It was able to absorb fire element from space-time. Not even the legend Nicola would be able to do this. It must be an unknown, especially powerful wizard who transfigured this expressly for the legend Nicola. Moreover, the thing which controlled this powerful alchemy product was a flame maxim left behind by the legend Nicola. Now that the flame maxim had entered Merlin's awareness, he was able to utilize this maxim to control this powerful alchemy product even though he did not have the ability to refine the maxim. Very soon, Merlin withdrew his mind power from the flame maxim. He already had a slight understanding of how this flame maxim was like. Its biggest benefit was the ability to control this alchemy product which could freely traverse the ocean floors. This alchemy product was something even the legend Nicola had treasured, so it must have some wondrous trait. However, Merlin had just begun to understand all these, so he had no way of grasping everything completely. After some time, he might be able to comprehensively control this alchemy product. Besides the advantage of controlling the alchemy product, the flame maxim had another feature which Merlin had taken notice of. Namely, it was able to suppress flames, and it seemed that any flames would be affected by the maxim's suppression. Fiery collapse. Merlin tried casting fiery collapse, but as soon as the white flames were produced, Merlin used his mind power to fiercely simulate the flame maxim. In that instant, fiery collapse seemed to fall under a shapeless pressure and was not at all like the mighty flames which used to surge and roar. As I thought, fiery collapse also succumbs to this suppression. Perhaps I could try forcing fiery collapse to merge with my fire-type spells. As he stared at the powerful Pandora demon ability suppressed by the flame maxim, a bold and daring idea occurred to Merlin. Chapter 291, This is just the beginning. Chapter 291, This is just the beginning. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If fiery collapse could be integrated into the spell. The more Merlin thought of it, the more feasible it began to sound. Powerful Pandora demon ability could normally be integrated into spells, greatly improving the power of the spells, unleashing unparalleled power with any simple gesture. Therefore, if fiery collapse could really be integrated into spells, then his strength would be significantly increased. However, such a thought was very bold that it could be described as whimsical. Back then, even if Merlin thought of this, he would still never put it into action. Nevertheless, the situation was different now as he obtained the Flame Maxim, which could absolutely suppress fiery collapse, so there was a slight feasibility. On the thought of that, Merlin became rather impatient. He took a deep breath and devoted his full body and mind into Pandora Demon ability, Fiery Collapse. Fiery Collapse, Fuse. With Fiery Collapse, Merlin gradually put together the flames of Furious Flame and Fireball. Originally, these flames and Fiery Collapse were completely different. The pale flames of Fiery Collapse were far more powerful than the flames released from Merlin's spells, so there was no way both could be combined. Therefore, Merlin forced his mind power on simulating the Flame Maxim into his awareness. Suddenly, the Flame Maxim began having slight fluctuations, and a huge suppression force instantly embraced Fiery Collapse. This was pure external pressure, which began to forcefully compress the flames of Fiery Collapse and the flames in the spell model, gradually merging them together. Merlin was also paying full attention to the process. Whenever something went wrong, he would immediately dispel Fiery Collapse. Time passed by slowly. Merlin knew that this fusion process would surely take a long time, so he waited patiently. With the suppression of the Flame Maxim, even if the fusion failed, there would not be a big problem. All he could do now was to wait silently. While Merlin was waiting, he closed his eyes again. With the Flame Maxim, he could take control of the huge alchemical product. From the look of it, this alchemy product is very much like a big ship. It was left behind by the legend Nicola, so it shall be called the ship of Nicola then. Previously, Merlin had taken only a cursory look at the ship of Nicola and did not have an in-depth understanding about it. Now, he started scrutinizing every nook and cranny of it. Suddenly, Merlin saw a familiar figure. Isn't that Wizard Baytun? Right, he's waiting for me outside the first obstacle. Now, I've passed 3 obstacles and I have to get familiar with the ship of Nicola for a while, so I won't be leaving anytime soon. Wizard Baytun shall be sent out first then. Merlin had already understood some of the basic functions of the ship of Nicola. He could use the runic magic circle on the ship of Nicola to send Wizard Baytun directly to the Kerdmansler Islands. Thinking of this, Merlin immediately controlled the runic magic circle on the ship of Nicola, and quickly encompassed Wizard Baytun. Swoosh! Wizard Baytun did not react in the slightest, turning into a white light instantly and disappearing from the ship. The warm sunlight shone on the beach, and the briny sea breeze blew from time to time. On the damp ground, several black beetles were crawling briskly. Swoosh! Suddenly, a white light appeared on the beach out of thin air, and then a figure staggered onto the beach. His face was slightly pale, and he looked very unkempt. What happened? I was sent out? It was Wizard Baytun who appeared on the beach. He was still very confused, unable to wrap his mind around what had happened. Wizard Merlin, I hope nothing bad happened to you. Wizard Baytun was also oblivious about Merlin's current situation, but that kind of underwater ancient monument, even a great wizard could not identify its location. Therefore, he could only silently wish Merlin the best now. Boom! Just as Wizard Baytun was about to identify where this place was, a huge sea wave rose into the sky. Within the huge wave, he could clearly make out countless sea beasts densely grouped together, riding the waves and rapidly closing in toward the island. Are these sea beasts? The sea beasts are attacking the Kerdmansler Islands again? Wizard Baytun's expression changed slightly. He had no idea how many times he had fought against the sea beasts on the Violet Flame Island. Yet, it was his first time seeing such a great horde of terrifying sea beasts. He had an instinct that this time the Kerdmansler Islands was in grave danger. A towering sea wave rose from the middle of the vast sea. In the wave, there were countless powerful sea beasts roaring, staring menacingly at the countless islands in front. These islands were already filled with dense groups of spell-casters. From their robes, it could be roughly distinguished that most of these spell-casters were from Fort Udon, Grey Wing Alliance, and Wizard's Tower. The rest were wizards from smaller factions, and among them were some occasional spell-casters who came to see if there were any goodies to be looted. However, upon seeing the countless sea beasts in the huge waves, many of the spell-casters' expressions had changed, displaying a hint of fear in their eyes. It was the first time that Hay had witnessed such a large scale of sea beast invasion, which could cause a big commotion. Everyone knew how severe the sea beast attack this time was. It was not surprising that the three factions have come out in full force, occupying the front line of defense in face of the sea beast attack. Wizard Yumo, as I said before, I'm only responsible for dealing with a black shark king beast. As for the remaining one, you all find a way to contain it. Otherwise, if there are two black shark king beasts attacking me, I'll flee immediately. Among the group of black-robed wizards, there was an old spellcaster in a white robe. His body glowed with a faint gold light, which looked especially eye-catching. The white-robed wizard had a scalp full of white hair, but there were no wrinkles on his face. The skin on his hands were fair and delicate, just like a woman's, which looked extremely weird. Although the tone of the white-robed wizard's voice was very cold, Wizard Yumo maintained a respectful attitude and nodded silently. Respected Master Kansu, please be rest assured, we would certainly contain the other Black Shark King beast. This is a key moment of life and death for the Kerdmanslor Islands. We really need Master Kansu to try your best in killing that Black Shark King beast. It turned out that this seemingly weird white-robed elder is the only great wizard on the Kerdmanslor Islands, Master Kansu. Master Kansu looked at the many sea beasts in the towering wave and nodded slightly. I'll try my best. Since I've taken your treasure, I'll do my best. However, whether the Black Shark King beast can be killed, it's very hard to say. In this regard, Wizard Yumo did not add on anything. The huge wave was getting closer and closer, and the huge growls of the sea beasts could be heard from the huge wave. Yet, the most striking view was the two huge sea beasts which were seemingly riding on the waves. These two sea beasts were as gigantic as two mountain peaks, their entire bodies as black as ink. Although there were no scales, their bodies looked extremely tough. These were Black Shark King beasts, the overlord of the deep sea, capable of rivaling the ominous presence of great wizards. This huge wave was also the creation of the two king beasts. Feeling the murderous breath of the king beasts, Master Kansu's expression became solemn. He lowered his voice and said, I thought that it was a typical king beast, but now it seems that these two Black Shark King beasts have gone through countless of struggles with death that their breath turned vengeful. I don't know if I'll be able to exterminate a Black Shark King beast, maybe I can only manage to contain it a little. As for the remaining Black Shark King beast, you all have to figure it out. If all else fails, the Kerdmanslor Islands will then be doomed. Great Wizard Kansu's words also revealed a slight of uneasiness. The breath of the two Black Shark King beasts had exceeded his expectations. If it were regular king beasts, he would still have the confidence to fight or even kill them. Nonetheless, if it were two extremely powerful king beasts, Great Wizard Kansu would no longer stand a chance, and he would then withdraw from the battle as quickly as possible. He had merely accepted some treasures granted to him by Fort Udon, Wizard's Tower, and Grey Wing Alliance, so he would rather not risk his life battling the Black Shark King beasts. In this regard, Wizard Yumo and the spellcasters of the three major factions also felt rather helpless. Master Kansu should never be offended, and now they could only battle until their deaths. Ha ha, Yumo, my Grey Wing Alliance and your Fort Udon would usually compete with one another both openly and secretly, all for the purpose of occupying more islands on the Kerdmanslor Islands to get more resources. However now, even our foundations are in danger of being overturned. Let's put away our prejudice and fight with our lives. A 9th-level spellcaster of Grey Wing Alliance laughed as he said to Wizard Yumo. This time, it was a matter of life and death for the Kerdmanslor Islands. Whether it was Fort Udon, Grey Wing Alliance or Wizard's Tower, they had deployed all their elite spellcasters. Wizard Yumo glanced at the several spellcasters next to him. Fort Udon dispatched 3 fort leaders this time, all of them 9th-level spellcasters. Grey Wing Alliance did almost the same, with 3 9th-level spellcasters. Wizard's Tower was a little disappointing, with only 2 9th-level casters. That tallied to 8 9th-level spellcasters, whose responsibility was to hold back one of the Black Shark King beasts. However, in the end, they had no absolute confidence whether they could hold it back, so they could only fight all the way. Boom! Finally, the waves crashed onto the beach hard, and the terrifying sea beasts rushed to the beach frenziedly, their bloodthirsty eyes gleaming as they scurried toward the numerous spellcasters. Kill! With that cold-blooded voice, the calm beach immediately burst into unparalleled elemental fluctuations, especially the water-type elemental fluctuations, which were extremely intense. A large net made from seawater descended from the sky and covered the entire beach. It had strong repressive power, with mysterious runes flashing on it too. Black water magic circle, strangle. There were icy sounds as mysterious runes began ascending on this giant net. These runes then dispersed abruptly, and the giant net composed of water began to shrink in an instant, presenting with it a strong strangulation force. The sea beasts which had just climbed onto the beach were easily strangled before they could even charge toward the many spellcasters. The runic magic circle set up by Wizard's Tower is indeed good. It seems that these sea beasts will have to exhaust greater efforts in a bid to attack here in full force. The 9th level spellcaster of Grey Wing Alliance exclaimed while looking at Blackwater Magic Circle. Runic magic circles were mostly used for transmission, but in actual fact, the offensive powers of runic magic circles were the most powerful. It could be set up in advance, gathering the powers of countless weak spellcasters, and then flaring up an extremely devastating force. This was the role of runic magic circles, but this kind of runic magic circle that was deft at attack was really scarce. Neither Grey Wing Alliance nor Fort Udon had it, and only the mysterious Wizard's Tower would have access to it. Watching the runic magic circle set up by Wizard's Tower slowly blocking the sea beasts, Wizard Yumo took a deep breath instead and muttered, "This is just the beginning." The rich bloody stench still permeated the air. A briny sea breeze blew past, but before the bloody reek could be dispersed, the sea beasts charged frenziedly toward the beach again. Sure enough, as Wizard Yumo had said, the bloody brutal battle had just begun. Chapter 292, Terminate the Contract. Chapter 292, Terminate the Contract. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Hum. 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 The battle had begun. In the towering sea wave, countless sea beasts had charged to the beach, and Wizard's Tower had already arranged a number of Blackwater magic circles. Therefore, when these sea beasts rushed to the beach, they would be immediately strangled by Blackwater magic circle, so despite the astonishing numbers of the sea beasts, they did not pose any substantial threat to the crowd of spellcasters. One after another, the sea beasts were strangled to death and all the spellcasters who watched the scenario shuddered. They did not expect runic magic circles to be so frightening when used as an offensive attack. It had now strangled countless sea beasts, and the blood even stained the seawater red, exuding a thick, bloody stench. Suddenly, the sea beasts that seemed on an endless rage no longer appeared. Two ultimate titan-like sea beasts fiercely jumped off the towering sea wave. With the appearance of these two sea beasts, all the sea beasts crouched on the ground, shivering and expressing their absolute surrender to the two sea beasts. Black Shark King Beast. Powerful spellcasters such as Wizard Yumo and Great Wizard Kansu recognized these two sea beasts at one glance as only king beasts could have such influence. Splash! The two Black Shark King beasts merely lifted their heads and looked at the several Blackwater magic circles on the beach. Then they whispered, and the huge towering sea waves swept up and ferociously gushed toward the beach. Boom! The runic magic circles which were still incomparably powerful moments earlier began to flicker violently. One by one, the mysterious runes shattered when they encountered the powerful impact of this towering sea wave. The faces of the spellcasters who were responsible for controlling the runic magic circles turned pale. These runic magic circles were broken by the Black Shark King beasts. They're Black Shark King beasts all right. Wizard Kansu, do it. Wizard Yumo's gaze locked fiercely, staring deadly at the two humongous Black Shark King beasts on the beach. Since they were able to rival great wizards, these king beasts could surely cast spells. However, the Black Shark King beast's power of manipulating water flow was only archetypal. Their most terrifying attribute was their sturdy bodies, together with the power of manipulating water. It was almost comparable to great wizards, which made the Black Shark King beasts a real nuisance. Moreover, among the numerous sea beasts, Black Shark King beasts were combat-type sea beasts. Dealing with one was considered a feat on its own, two on the other hand, would be a miracle. It was not surprising that even Wizard Kansu had a serious look on his face. As Wizard Yumo's voice fell, Wizard Kansu, who was wearing a white wizard's robe, took in a deep breath too, then gradually rose into the air, his entire body surrounded by slight wind-type elemental fluctuations. Wind. Wizard Kansu gently pointed his fair-skinned fingers to one of the Black Shark King beasts. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. This whirlwind seemed to be very calm, but once it touched the sea beast, it started cutting the Black Shark King beast frenziedly, like a sharp blade. Even the tough body of the strong Black Shark King beast had been cut to reveal streaks of red markings. Although it still could not heavily wound the Black Shark King beast, it made the Black Shark King beast suffer. It could not help but growl toward the sky. Fire! The gust persisted, and Wizard Kansu pointed his finger again. Glimmers of flame started flurrying from within the whirlwind. Seemingly aided by the fanning wind, the flames began burning more vigorously. At this moment, the wind and the fire seemed to have combined perfectly. Wizard Yumo praised in admiration, "This is a fusion of spells. It's rumored that great wizards are capable of blending all spells together, each result in a spell comprising multiple spells of different elements. This is the true meaning of great wizardry. As a 9th level spellcaster, I've been trapped in this step for a long time, and I don't know when can I grasp the true meaning of spell fusion and strike a breakthrough, becoming a great wizard." Not only Wizard Yumo but also the other spellcasters were in awe. The most important part of being a 7th level or above spellcaster was to derive and construct new spell models. There was a big difference between the two. For some spellcasters who were adept at the derivation of spells, the spells that they construct would be terribly powerful, even achieving cross-level kills. 7th to 9th level spellcasters mainly deduct and built new spells, while the far superior great wizards were at a whole new level above them. It required all kinds of comprehension, the most important thing being able to fuse all spell models constructed previously, further making sure that the resultant fusion would not crumble. If that was successful, one would then become a great wizard. A great wizard at this time would be particularly terrifying. Any casual gesture or any simple spell cast could exhibit the attributes of countless spells. Among ice-type spells, there could be burning flames, while among fire-type spells, there could be turbulent torrents. Great wizards were meant to merge spells, while the spell that Great Wizard Kansu had just released was, in fact, a product of spell fusion, which could be ever-changing, unleashing immeasurable powers at any time and place. Kai! 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 The wind blade slashed the skin of the Black Shark King beast mercilessly while the flames continued burning too. While the Black Shark King beast may be howling miserably, it did not actually sustain any damage. Instead, its body continued expanding, just like blowing a balloon, doubling in size. Whoosh! This enormous Black Shark King beast revealed its menacing sharp teeth while huge waves surprisingly appeared from its body, lifted upwards and moved towards Wizard Kansu. Wizard Kansu and the Black Shark King beast had already engaged in a battle, and the situation did not seem to be favorable. At the same time, the other Black Shark King beast seemed to charge toward Great Wizard Kansu too. Wizard Yumo and the others directed a glance at each other. Based on their previous agreement with Great Wizard Kansu, they must hold back one of the Black Shark King beasts. Thus, at this moment, they could not retreat. They could only take action. Come on, let's hold the Black Shark King beast back, and hope that Wizard Kansu could settle the other one as soon as possible, so we can still stand a chance. Wizard Yumo and the two Fortodon leaders beside him took lead in engaging the Black Shark King beast, their intense elemental fluctuations covering most of the sky. The flames were like curtains while the winds were whistling. These 9th level spellcasters, who would otherwise be rarely seen at normal times, pulled off their strongest techniques at first strike. 8 9th level spellcasters formed almost a circle and entrapped the other Black Shark King beast, madly casting overwhelming spells like a downpour. Boom! 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 However, these seemingly overwhelming spells were actually not as good as Great Wizard Kansu's one spell. Nevertheless, even Great Wizard Kansu could not hurt the Black Shark King beast, not to mention Wizard Yumo and the other 7 9th level spellcasters. These 9th level wizards, who were usually powerful and a class above everyone else, seemed kind of helpless when facing the Black Shark King beast, feeling at a loss as to what to do. Roar! The Black Shark King beast roared loudly with a vengeful look in its eyes. Then, its huge tail smashed toward the surroundings fiercely. Bam! With just a light sweep, even the defensive spells of 2 9th level spellcasters crumbled right away. Their physical bodies had it worse, getting shoved into the air, which then looked like a gory mess. One hit had already heavily wounded 2 9th-level spellcasters. Then, the Black Shark King Beast charged forward ferociously, and the huge force seemed to have shaken the entire island. In the face of such a terrifying King Beast, any spellcaster would be petrified. Not an opponent at all. We cannot hinder the beast one bit, let alone contain it. Wizard Yumo's face had become pale. They were too optimistic before, estimating that they could hold a Black Shark King Beast back with 8 9th-level spellcasters. Now it seemed that they were a far cry from matching the Black Shark King Beast. Even in the sky, Great Wizard Kansu was in a losing position. Facing the fierce Black Shark King Beast, Great Wizard Kansu had run out of ideas. They had lost, and there was not even the tiniest bit of chance to defeat the King Beast. We failed. The 2 Black Shark King Beasts aren't something we can deal with. Oh, King Beasts, it turns out that for such a long time the Kerdmancer Islands have been built, we only had such a fragile strength and connotation. We can't even contend 2 King Beasts. Wizard Yumo and the others could only smile helplessly. They had even dreamt of becoming a large-scale spellcasters organization, especially since acquiring Great Wizard Kansu. Yet, now it seemed that they were still very far away from that. One time, a large spellcasters organization dispatched a great wizard, who went deep into the sea and exterminated 3 king beasts. At that time, they thought that great wizards were all so powerful, so when Great Wizard Kansu came to the Kerdmancer Islands, the 3 major factions paid an unimaginable price so that Wizard Kansu could be their stronghold among the Kerdmancer Islands. However, now it seemed that Great Wizard Kansu was simply not comparable to the great wizards in those spellcasters organizations, and even with all of them added up, they were sadly still no match for the 2 Black Shark King Beast. Ha, let's go, we've lost. My fellow Fortodon members, escape as far as you can. Every contract is immediately terminated. Wizard Yumo suddenly declared loudly. His words could be heard clearly throughout the entire beach. In that instant, the spellcasters who were desperately fighting the sea beasts were somewhat stunned. Escape? It can't be stopped? Not even Great Wizard Kansu can stop it? Wizard Beitun, who had just returned to Fortodon, was also among these spellcasters. He looked at the 2 large-sized Black Shark King Beasts crushing countless spellcasters with a single stroke. No spell or casting tool was capable of stopping that. He knew that the Kerdmancer Islands couldn't be saved. At the same time, Wizard Yumo took out pieces of contract papers from his ring. These were contracts signed by the many spellcasters of Fortodon. If it was intended to terminate these contracts by force, they would naturally need to pay a huge price. However, if Fortodon took the initiative to terminate the contracts, it would then be easy. It would only require Wizard Yumo to initiate the termination of the contract, but once there was no more contract, then Fortodon would be considered truly disbanded. Just terminate it, all the contracts will be terminated. Members of Fortodon, just flee, you'll not be bound by the contract ever again. As Wizard Yumo's voice fell, the numerous Fortodon spellcasters on the beach could feel that the binding power on their bodies had really disappeared. Deep in the bottom of the sea, on the ship of Nicola, Merlin's originally calm face became very confounded. He abruptly opened his eyes immediately after. This? Is the contract terminated? A strange expression appeared on Merlin's face. Chapter 293, Ship of Nicola. Chapter 293, Ship of Nicola. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this point, Merlin's entire body was covered in a layer of pale flame, but these flames had already dwindled. This was fiery collapse, but now it had been completely suppressed by the flame maxim. In addition, it was merged with the fire-type spells in Merlin's awareness. Boom! Finally, the pale layer of flame on the surface of Merlin's body flickered, then suddenly drew back into his body, and was no longer seen. Meanwhile, in Merlin's awareness, the pale flame had finally been fully integrated into the fire-type spells too. Merlin was feeling the entire process silently, although it was somewhat different from the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, which he had cultivated, as this was forcibly fused into the spell. Whether or not it would work, he would find out when he tried it. Furious Flame. Merlin swiftly released Furious Flame, and suddenly, a vigorous flame suddenly formed, burning fiercely in the void. Originally, the flame of the original Furious Flame had been red, but now the flame was pale and emitted horrifying heat. Success! This is indeed the flame of fiery collapse. Merlin was delighted. Under the suppression of the flame maxim, fiery collapse was forcibly integrated into the fire-type spell, greatly improving the power of the spell. As for the extent to which Furious Flame could be improved, Merlin was not very clear. As for what changes that could happen if fiery collapse was forcibly integrated into the spell, it would require further verification in the future. Merlin was also paying attention to the changes of fiery collapse all this while. Once there was something wrong, he would use the flame maxim to suppress it again. Although he did not know how powerful fiery collapse would be after forcibly fused into fire-type spells, Merlin could clearly feel the scorching aura of Furious Flame which was released earlier. It was much stronger than the original fiery collapse. It was definitely no longer just comparable to the peak power of 4th level spells. Phew! After merging fiery collapse into the spell, Merlin let out a long sigh too. Then, he began to inspect his body and the feeling of getting released from the contract earlier. Once the contract was signed, it made the spellcaster feel a shackle deep down in his heart. So far, Merlin had only signed 2 kinds of contracts, one with the dark magic region and one with Fort Udon. He could not be mistaken about the feeling of the contract termination earlier. Moreover, Merlin sensed it carefully where a contractual bond had indeed disappeared. It was the contract signed with Fort Udon which had vanished. It was very difficult for a contract to be terminated, hence Merlin never tried terminating any contracts. Even if there was such a thought, he would not be able to do that. Yet, now his contract with Fort Udon had really been terminated, so only one possibility remained: Fort Udon was the side who terminated the contract. What happened to Fort Udon? How could they've terminated the contract with me? Merlin frowned. Terminating the contract right now was entirely the loss of Fort Udon, and Fort Udon would never terminate the contract without any strong reason. It seems that I have to go to the Kerdmansler Islands to check out what really happened. Merlin thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. By relying on the flame maxim, he could now control the ship of Nicola. Immediately, he steered the ship of Nicola to turn around and rushed toward the Kerdmansler Islands at the fastest speed. He had just only learned a little about the ship of Nicola, but it could already be controlled easily. Merlin had also gradually studied some of the functions within. The ship of Nicola was quite rapid in speed as it shuttled at the bottom of the sea. It was definitely much faster than flying spells used by 4th level spellcasters, but it consumed a lot of energy. The energy that was used to support the ship of Nicola came from the vast fire elements absorbed by the fire-type elemental stones, from the spatial gap. However, Merlin always felt that the ship of Nicola would not be as simple. Even the legend Nicola needed to pay an expensive price to let the alchemists build such a ship, so it was definitely not just used to shuttle under the sea at a faster speed. This feeling of control is really wonderful. Merlin was still familiarizing himself with the mysteries of the ship of Nicola. Soon, he discovered that unimaginable amounts of fire elements were stored on the ship of Nicola. These were all absorbed by the ship of Nicola from the spatial gap over 3,000 or more years, of which the ship of Nicola had not consumed much. As a result, these fire elements had condensed into dozens of incomparably huge pillars of flame, which were hundreds of times more powerful than the energy of thousands of elemental crystal stones. For the first time, Merlin felt a sense of enormity. So many pillars of flame? What's the role of accumulating so much energy? Don't tell me the ship of Nicola has great attack power too? A thought suddenly flashed across Merlin's mind. He was right. The ship of Nicola was built for the legend Nicola as a retreat when he had returned from the strange dimension to the glorious land. Since it was a retreat, it must be quite secluded, and it must be helpful to the legend Nicola. Therefore, the ship of Nicola likely had fearsome attack power. Thinking of this, Merlin kept searching, but no matter how hard he looked for it, he did not seem to find the ship of Nicola's immense attack potential. The ship of Nicola. Could it be that the entire ship of Nicola is actually a powerful casting tool itself? Merlin controlled the ship of Nicola and could see every nook and cranny of the ship. He had naturally examined the overall structure of the ship of Nicola too. which was why he had produced such a seemingly ridiculous idea. How frightening it would be if this huge ship of Nicola was really a casting tool. This theory may be ridiculous, but the more Merlin thought of it, the more likely it seemed that he was right. Thus, he quickly focused his mind power to fiercely simulate the flame maxim. Merlin also knew that he was able to control the ship of Nicola due to this flame maxim which was left by the legend Nicola. As the flame maxim was simulated by Merlin's mind power, Merlin's control over the ship of Nicola gradually became more and more dexterous. Finally, all the secrets on the entire ship of Nicola were all exposed before Merlin's very eyes. Sure enough, the ship of Nicola itself is a powerful casting tool, but the only thing that could steer the ship of Nicola was the power of the maxim. Merlin seemed to have obtained some information from the flame maxim. Back at the time when the legend Nicola got the ship of Nicola and steered it using the maxim, the resultant power was enough to rival a true legendary wizard. Merlin also felt deeply shocked in his heart. It was surprisingly comparable to the legend. If the ship of Nicola was really activated, although the energy consumed would be infinite even up to the point of exhausting the pillars of flame that were accumulated over the past thousands of years, it would be a blow that could rival a legendary wizard. It's a pity that it could only be activated with the flame maxim. The flame maxim left by the legend Nicola was not left with much. If it was used to activate the ship of Nicola again, a huge amount of energy will be consumed. Merlin highly valued the flame maxim. He may not be able to refine and cultivate the maxim now, but in his awareness, the maxim was good for him in constructing fire-type spell models and to comprehend the essence of fire in the future. Even if Merlin hoped to become a 7th-level spellcaster, he could use the flame maxim to derive and construct all new, immeasurably powerful fire-type spell models. As for after becoming a great wizard, cultivating and refining this flame maxim had laid a solid foundation for the promotion to become a legendary wizard in the future, but this was an event that was too far-fetched for Merlin. He would never consider such a distant matter. In acquiring the ship of Nicola, Merlin seemed to have possessed a strong reliance, but unfortunately, the ship of Nicola could not be taken away as it could only remain at the bottom of the sea. The shuttling speed of the ship of Nicola was incredibly fast at the bottom of the sea, but the ship of Nicola, which had always been stable, encountered a bumpy ride suddenly. Merlin hurriedly extended his mind power out there. After controlling the ship of Nicola, Merlin found that he was able to scour the situation around the seabed through the ship of Nicola. Such violent waves! Merlin saw that around the ship of Nicola, there seemed to be continuously tumbling waves that rushed out of the surface of the sea, forming a huge sea wave. However, when Merlin examined it carefully, he inhaled sharply, because he saw that on the surface of the sea, there were dense hordes of sea beasts within the violent waves. These sea beasts exuded a ferocious atmosphere which rushed to the beach. The sea beasts attacked the Kerdmansler Islands? Merlin immediately thought of this possibility in his mind. After all, before he was drawn into the sea to the ship of Nicola, he had single-handedly killed many sea beasts that attacked the Violet Flame Island. These sea beasts may be strong, but Merlin did not think that the Kerdmansler Islands would not be able to cope. There were 3 9th-level spellcasters in Fort Udon alone, and there were rumors that there was a great wizard settling on the island. Even though the sea beasts came in large numbers, the spellcasters on the Kerdmansler Islands should still be able to cope easily. However, when Merlin extended his mind power out of the sea and looked at the situation on the island, his facial expression suddenly changed. He whispered in a low voice, "That? Are those 2 king beasts?" The king among the sea beasts could rival the great wizard among the spellcasters. Merlin saw the 2 gigantic sea beasts which were wreaking havoc on the beach. In addition, in front of the 2 sea beasts, he also saw Wizard Yumo and many other spellcasters. There was a decisive look on Wizard Yumo's face, and Merlin faintly understood why the contract on his body was terminated. It was feared that not only him but all members of the entire Fort Udon have had the contracts on their respective bodies terminated. Merlin knew very clearly what 2 king beasts meant. To the entire Kerdmansler Islands, it was an almost devastating blow. Fort Udon shouldn't disappear just like this. I still have the gold-lined robe. Merlin lowered his head slightly and glanced at the gold-lined robe on him. Shadows of Wizard Yumo and Wizard Beitun kept flashing across his mind. After a long moment, Merlin slowly raised his head, a relaxed smile etched out at the edge of his lips. Boom! That flame maxim inside Merlin's awareness started experiencing a change. Chapter 294, The Power of a Legend Eye. Chapter 294, The Power of a Legend Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! There was another violent collision. Great Wizard Kansu was directly thrown to the ground and looked well beaten. That Black Shark King beast was hot on his heels, its huge body once again pressed onto Great Wizard Kansu. A hint of fury flashed across Great Wizard Kansu's face. He then lightly pressed his hands onto the ground. Bam! The entire island seemed to be shaking. Exuberant streaks of earth elements quickly gathered, forming a giant in mid-air, which was about a dozen meters in height. HMPH, Earth-type spells is my forte. The Great Earth Giant, go! Nobody knew what spell or even Pandora demon ability that Great Wizard Kansu had cast. This was a strong power that could only be used by a great wizard. The enormous giant moved its body and started running speedily. It raised both its hands and slammed toward the Black Shark King beast. Thump! 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 The two behemoths fought wildly on the island, and not one spellcaster dared to approach wherever they passed. This small island also seemed rather incapable of supporting the battle between the Earth Giant and the Black Shark King beast. As a result, huge cracks started forming on the ground as if it would completely collapse instantly. Watching the Earth Giant fighting frenziedly with the Black Shark King beast, they seemed evenly matched. However, the Earth element on the Earth Giant waned lesser and lesser, while the Black Shark King beast fought more and more aggressively. Based on the current projection, the Earth Giant's defeat was only a matter of time. Great Wizard Kansu gnashed his teeth and said to Wizard Yumo and the others, "I've done my best, but I still can't kill this Black Shark King beast. I advise all of you to leave quickly. Waiting here is almost like waiting to die. According to the previous agreement, I could step out first in case of an obvious defeat. It's a shame, the Kerdmansler Islands could have lasted a little longer." Great Wizard Kansu was actually leaving. The expressions of Wizard Yumo and the others changed. Even if they desperately tried everything to hinder a Black Shark King beast, if there was no Great Wizard Kansu, they would not have the slightest chance when facing the two Black Shark King beasts. Go, go, go. We've lost, we've really lost, Grey Wing Alliance is dissolved here and now, but as long as we escape, there's still a chance to re-establish Grey Wing Alliance in other places. Wizard's Tower is ruined too. We can't be like those people from Fort Udon. They knew there was no chance, but they kept defending desperately. Let's flee at once. Even if we become roaming wizards, it's better than dying here. Seeing that Great Wizard Kansu was preparing to leave, spellcasters of Wizard's Tower and Grey Wing Alliance almost broke down. Countless spellcasters were demoralized and no longer committed to their fight, fleeing wildly from the Kerdmansler Islands. All gone, Yumo. There's already no hope that the three of us can level up to great wizards, hence we built Fort Udon, hoping to leave something behind. Now, even Fort Udon will be gone soon. Wizard Dip, one of the three fort leaders of Fort Udon, said calmly. Yeah, Fort Udon is the hard work of us three. The Kerdmansler Islands are the foundation of Fort Udon. It's really regrettable that it'll be destroyed now. However, the three of us have already lived for a long time. Let's buy those young ones a little more time to escape. Another fort leader of Fort Udon, Wizard Fur, whispered. He saw that many of the island's spellcasters were chased by a large number of sea beasts, but a smile etched on the corner of his lips. Wizard Yumo also laughed, then nodded and said, yes, the three of us have lived for a long time, but it is a pity that Fort Udon. Subsequently, the three renowned spellcasters of Fort Udon, Wizard Yumo, Wizard Dip, and Wizard Fur, gradually rose into the air, mysterious runes appearing on their bodies. These runes continuously intertwined and entangled, faintly connecting the three into one unit. This was the strongest technique of the three Fort Udon leaders. It was not known from where they obtained such a magical runic magic circle. It could surprisingly combine the spells cast by the trio, unleashing unparalleled power. This was also the real reason why Fort Udon could suppress Wizard's Tower and Grey Wing Alliance. If these three men acted together, they may still not be comparable to a great wizard, but they could definitely be considered the pinnacle of 9th level wizardry. However, the trio was really too minute in front of the two gigantic black shark king beasts. Fort Leader. Many of the Fort Udon spellcasters were very touched as they watched the three figures in mid-air. In Fort Udon, they had enjoyed a kind of tranquility that was hard to savor after becoming a spellcaster. In Fort Udon, there was no backstabbing, no deception, and no jealousy. There was only a strong and harmonious atmosphere. All this was because the three fort leaders of Fort Udon had established an unshakable trust between themselves throughout the centuries. This was also the unique aspect of Fort Udon. Their spellcasters did not seem to be full of wisdom or exceptionally calm. Instead, it looked more like a faction formed by a group of idealists. However, this faction, which had made countless spellcasters feel warm and belonged, would accompany the Kerdmansler Islands to extinction. Kill! Finally, along with Wizard Yumo's yell, a blazing flame immediately emerged on the three fort leaders' bodies, seemingly about to encompass the entire island. Even the sky was faintly tinted with a hue of flaming red. Through the runic magic circle, the spells that the three had cast were merged together, its powers instantly increased significantly. However, just as they were preparing to attack the Black Shark King beast, the flames that they had just released into the skies seemed like they were repressed by an invisible force as the countless flames begin to extinguish. Wait, what's going on? Wizard Yumo immediately discovered the anomaly. He could clearly feel that the surrounding flames had obviously weakened tremendously, as if there was an invisible force that subdued the flames hovering the sky. My spell model, the fire-type spell model, why is it suppressed? Mine too, the fire-type spells are even suppressed to the point where they can't be released anymore. What's going on? Not only Wizard Yumo and the rest, many spellcasters who stayed on the island also felt the abnormality. The spell models in their bodies, especially fire-type spell models, seemed to have been blanketed by an invisible force, which restricted them from casting fire-type spells. Great Wizard Kansu, who had not managed to leave the island yet, also stopped in his tracks. A strange glimmer flashed across his eyes too. After all, he was a great wizard, standing almost at the peak of the spellcaster world. Now, Great Wizard Kansu had surprisingly felt the suppression of the fire-type spells in his body. This kind of suppression was very immense. Even if he wanted to release fire-type spells, he may be able to release them forcibly, but the power would be much weaker than usual. What's really happening? How could there be a force that can suppress my spell model? This is impossible. Great Wizard Kansu knew very clearly that he had never encountered this kind of power which can suppress the spells in a great wizard's body. When all the spellcasters were panicking, a glint of flame appeared in the middle of the vast sea. This flame looked extremely odd, it was spread from the bottom of the sea. The vast sea was entirely filled with seawater, but now, these flames seemed to be burning the ocean. They appeared on the surface of the sea, gradually spreading into the air, and the scorching atmosphere instantly pervaded the entire island. It could even be seen that the high temperature had evaporated the seawater as thick mist appeared to be lingering over the sea. The flames became more vigorous as it burned. Many spellcasters could feel that their spell models could no longer absorb a single trace of fire element, because all the fire elements were gathered over the sea, forming a violent sea of flames. This was an actual sea of flames. Even the ocean was burning. There were flames everywhere. The sea beasts, which were extremely fierce moments ago, seemed to have sensed the dangerous atmosphere as they began to feel a little uneasy. Look, what's that? Everyone did not know what these sudden flames were, but soon, a figure seemed to be condensing rapidly at the seemingly endless stretch of flames. It was an incredibly stalwart body, up to several kilometers in height. Even the two gigantic Black Shark King beasts appeared miniature in front of this newly condensed flame figure. With the formation of this flame giant, everyone felt an unimaginable oppressive force, as if in front of this stalwart flame giant, they were as tiny as the countless sand on the beach. The flame giant had not fully formed yet, as it was still morphing a face intensely. The clouds in the sky had long been dispelled by the flames. Everything within dozens of miles in the vast sea was all covered in flames. The entire sky turned fiery red, and even the sun seemed to have been replaced, becoming a fiery red glimmer of flame. Soon, the huge face of the flame giant was formed. It was an unfamiliar and fearsome face. Its eyes were still closed, but it had already made many spellcasters afraid of looking at it directly. In the eyes of a spellcaster, God did not exist. In their view, they themselves were the most powerful beings. As for the god propagated by the Church of Light, even the lowest level spellcasters would disregard. However, looking at this enormous body of flame, they all simultaneously thought of God in their minds. When the flame giant formed a face, a puzzled look flashed across Wizard Yumo's face, but then he shook his head. The thought that emerged in his mind seemed to be absurd, but it was right in front of him now. However, among the crowd, there was still one person who, upon seeing the face of the flame giant, revealed an astonished expression. Is this Wizard Merlin? How could he have such great powers to become a flame giant? Wizard Beitan took a deep breath, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. Chapter 295, The Power of a Legend 2. Chapter 295, The Power of a Legend 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Swoosh! Suddenly, the huge flame giant in the sky opened his eyes. At this moment, everyone seemed to be drawn in by those eyes. The flames in the sky became more turbulent, making the body of the flame giant even bigger. What a strong feeling! Is this the power of a legend? No one noticed that in the flame giant's indifferent eyes, there was a hint of empathy instead. At this time, Merlin had already controlled the flames in the sky. He could also observe everything around him through the flame giant, where he was equivalent to transforming into the flame giant in the sky. The strange phenomenon in the sea was also orchestrated by Merlin through the ship of Nicola, almost consuming an unimaginable amount of pillars of flame. These pillars of flame had been accumulated over thousands of years by the ship of Nicola. Now, Merlin used the flame maxim to engage the ship of Nicola, instantly acquiring powers equivalent to a legendary wizard. Although the time was short, the consumption speed of the energy pillars was frightening. If there were no such energy pillars, regardless of how many elemental crystal stones there would not be enough to start the ship of Nicola. Moreover, not only the pillars of flame but the flame maxim in Merlin's awareness was also consumed vigorously. In order to initiate the ship of Nicola, besides needing huge and unimaginable amounts of energy, the most fundamental element was this flame maxim left by the legend Nicola. If there was no flame maxim, or if the flame maxim was completely exhausted, Merlin would no longer be able to operate the ship of Nicola. The battle must be made a swift one. Otherwise, be it the pillars of flame or the flame maxim, I can't afford to exhaust them. Merlin silently made a decision in his heart. Therefore, through the eyes of the flame giant, he once again looked at the distant beach and the numerous sea beasts in the vast sea. The two gigantic black shark king beasts were the particular focus of Merlin. Seemingly feeling the cold stare of the flame giant in the sky, the two black shark king beasts on the beach had also become rather furious. They roared at the flame giant in the sky, but they did not look like they dared to step forward, obviously in fear of the flame giant. Control! The flame giant in the sky made a sound like a rumble of thunder. Suddenly, countless fire elements wildly gathered over the sea, seemingly forming firestorms. Although Merlin only temporarily controlled this power, he could feel its great power. To be able to control elements, this was an ability that could only be attained after condensing a maxim. As for now, what Merlin had showcased was the ability to control fire elements. He could only possess the power of a legendary wizard through the ship of Nicola by initiating it with the flame maxim. Although the process was very short, he had experienced the enormity of this power in real time and in physical form. It was also an opportunity that could not be replicated. Boom! Along with the formation of the firestorm, the flame giant forcefully extended a huge palm and directly slammed it downward. This palm, which was entirely composed of flames, instantly became incredibly huge, fully encasing the sea near the beach. Even the many sea beasts on the beach, including the two gigantic black shark king beasts, were also shrouded by it. The flames were howling, and the sea water was boiling. Moreover, as the palm of the flame giant approached, the seawater began to evaporate quickly, turning into a thick mist, lingering in mid-air. Even the seawater had evaporated instantaneously. The power of the flame palm was far beyond the understanding of an ordinary spell caster. Roar! The two black shark king beasts also seemed to sense a strong threat, and immediately howled toward the sky. The inky skin of their bodies seemed to be shiny black, and stripes began appearing on the surface, glinting with peculiar energy. Besides the black shark king beasts, countless other sea beasts started to panic as well and wanted to escape. However, even if they plunged into the bottom of the sea, they immediately shrieked in pain when their bodies reduced into a pool of blood. Wherever the flames go, that area became a restricted zone. These sea monsters had absolutely no means of escape. The sky became more and more reddish, just like a group of fiery clouds falling directly from the sky, showering with unimaginable power. Quick, retreat! Retreat as far as possible. The three Fortodon leaders had also noticed the danger. Although the flames seemed to have a conscience and did not affect them, the invisible momentum alone had made these 9th-level spellcasters feel very incomparably repressed, so they naturally dared not approach it. Bang! The palm of flame descended from the sky and slapped onto the beach. Suddenly, the entire island crumbled, and numerous huge cracks appeared on the ground. Then, several small islands began to form. The surface of the island, which was slapped by the palm of flame, was charred black. It was filled with horrible burning flames. Numerous sea beasts were enclosed in it as the flames burned them into ashes mercilessly. The two black shark king beasts could not resist the palm of flame. After all, it was the power of a legendary wizard. It was not the same level as a great wizard. Mastering the maxim and achieving the legendary status could almost make one as good as a god. The ancient gods were created by heaven and earth. A weaker dimension was likely to give birth to one god. If the dimension was strong, many gods could be born. These gods could control the elements, almost equivalent to legendary spellcasters who condensed the maxim and controlled the elements. Moreover, the ability to control fire elements was extremely powerful. The island which had been divided had begun to sink, just like they had melted, gradually sinking to the bottom of the sea. Not only were the small islands sinking but also a part of the sea's surface which was covered by flames. It could clearly be seen that the water level on that particular sea surface was much lower than the sea surface outside the flames. This meant that in the short period of time of being covered by flames, the seawater had been continuously evaporated by the flames. If it persisted any longer, would the entire sea be evaporated into the air? The surviving spellcasters were extremely shocked when they saw this scene, indelibly etching that sight into the back of their minds. It was already beyond their perception of a spellcaster. A great wizard may not be afraid of volcanic eruptions and violent sea waves, but they would not be capable of creating a lasting impact like this. Now that there was a flame giant in the sky which could destroy the islands and evaporate the sea, this type of power had already been at almost on par with the God propagated by the Church of Light. With the destruction of the many sea beasts, the flame giant in the sky began to slowly dissipate too, turning into twinkles of flames, gradually disappearing from the sky. Although the flame giant disappeared, the crowd of spellcasters on the Kerdmansler Islands were still very quiet, seemingly reminiscing about the shocking scene earlier. A legend. A higher level than Great Wizard, one who condenses maxims, controls elements, and rivals the gods. This is a legend, must be a legend. I can't believe that I can see a great legendary wizard with my very own eyes. Great Wizard Kansu, who was donned in a body-length white robe, looked extremely emotional. As a great wizard Kansu naturally had more understanding than an average spellcaster about the legendary wizard. What the flame giant in the sky had demonstrated moments ago had lifted a part of Great Wizard Kansu's memory which was locked away. It reminded him of a class of powerful spellcasters during the most glorious era of spellcasters. They were wizards of a commanding presence, capable of exiling gods, namely legendary wizards. Great Wizard Kansu inhaled deeply, a hopeful look appeared on his face. Then, his figure shuttered as he flew to the part of the sky where the flame giant was at earlier. Phew! In the ship of Nicola, Merlin heaved a long sigh of relief. It's really strong. The power of legendary wizards is completely different from the power of typical spellcasters. The ability of commanding elements at will, it's truly incredible. Merlin mumbled softly. He was still carefully reminiscing the feeling of controlling elements earlier. It was a different feeling compared to casting spells. A spell could only convert a small part of the elements into magic power, so no matter how strong the spell was, the power was still limited. Yet, controlling elements were different. The infinite elements could be manipulated, turning them into a horrifying force which could move mountains and drain seas. 1. However, when Merlin inspected the accumulated pillars of flame in the ship of Nicola, his face changed slightly. It turned out that on the ship of Nicola, a third of the seemingly numerous pillars of flame had actually been consumed. Those were thousands of years' worth of storage. As for the flame maxim in Merlin's awareness, the consumption was equally not small. It had obviously reduced by a circle in size, its volume reduced by a third too. Earlier, Merlin controlled the ship of Nicola. Under the consumption of huge amounts of energy in addition to the usage of flame maxim, Merlin instantly activated the ship of Nicola, and briefly possessed the power of a legendary wizard. Moreover, from the moment of his initiation to kill all the sea beasts, the actual time spent was very short. Even so, such a huge amount of energy had been drained, exhausting one-third of the flame maxim. It made Merlin feel a faint pang of loss in his heart. The energy was really nothing though. Although it would take a long time to accumulate, the flame maxim was of utmost importance to Merlin, and now with one-third less, it could be considered a huge loss. Just as Merlin was still grieving over the loss sustained by the flame maxim, he saw the figure that appeared in the sky through the ship of Nicola. The white-robed figure seemed to be searching for something, occasionally releasing intense elemental fluctuations from his body. Great Wizard? Merlin frowned. Him possessing the ship of Nicola must be kept a secret. This was a treasure that would drive even a great wizard crazy. Therefore, Merlin directly controlled the ship of Nicola and began to dive slowly. In the vast sea, wishing to locate the ship of Nicola in the depths of the sea was absolutely impossible, what more the ship of Nicola, which was highly valued by the legend Nicola. Even a great wizard would not be able to locate it. Thus, the ship of Nicola carried Merlin, slowly diving into the depths of the sea, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 296, Leveling Up and Gaining Loot. Chapter 296, Leveling Up and Gaining Loot. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the pitch-black depths of the ocean, a large ship which was enclosed in a bubble was slowly moving forward. Right, this place is fine. Merlin immediately stopped the ship of Nicola. He was now thousands of meters below the surface of the sea, far away from the Kerdmansler Islands. Not even a great wizard would be able to find him. After solving the crisis of the Kerdmansler Islands, Merlin did not choose to leave but instead stayed in the ship of Nicola in order to obtain a detailed understanding of the ship. My mind power is at the peak of the 3rd level. I can construct 2 more 2nd level spells. Through the mind power duplicate in the bell space, Merlin's mind power had grown at a great pace. He was now able to construct 2 more 2nd level spells. However, he was in no rush to do that. He wanted to understand the ship of Nicola thoroughly and would need a period of time for that. During this time, he would also try to increase his mind power in order to break through to the 4th level. At that point, he would be able to construct the 4 2nd-level spells that remained, and level up to a 2nd-level spell caster in one swoop. As such, Merlin silently closed his eyes and began familiarizing himself with the ship of Nicola. Buzz! 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 Merlin gradually opened his eyes. He glanced at the bell space at his chest. There was a tremor, along with scorching energy coming once again from the bell space. This was already the 3rd time. Hopefully, this time my mind power will break through to the 4th level. Merlin drew in a deep breath as his eyes shone with a light of anticipation. He had been on the ship of Nicola for more than 3 months. This was the 3rd time the mind power duplicate in the bell space had reached its limit. Despite having merged with the mind power duplicate twice already, Merlin's mind power had still not broken through. It was as though the limit did not even exist. Mind power duplicate, combine. Merlin quickly fused the mind power duplicate of the bell space into his mind power. He was familiar with the fusion process, so in no time at all, he was slowly beginning to fuse with the mind power duplicate. It was a hurdle to go from 3rd level to 4th level mind power, and a very difficult hurdle at that. Therefore, Merlin was not anxious. With the bell space, his mind power could expand continuously by fusing with the mind power duplicate. This was much faster than the ordinary meditation method. Thus, Merlin only had to wait patiently. Once the right conditions were fulfilled, his mind power would quite naturally break through to the next level. Boom! At last, after Merlin combined with the mind power duplicate for the 3rd time, his mind power became like a tide of water bursting out from the floodgates. An entirely new sensation emerged in Merlin's senses. Everything before his eyes seemed much clearer than before. He could distinctly feel the movement of various elements in the air, which seemed to shimmer with life in a vivid manner. Have I broken through? Merlin felt a rush of glee. The breakthrough of his mind power had occurred as the conditions were right. Since the accumulation of his mind power had reached a sufficient level, it had naturally broken through. This significant boost of his mind power also seemed to make it easier for him to control the ship of Nicola. My mind power finally underwent a breakthrough. Following this, it's time to construct the 4 remaining second-level spells. By now, Merlin had constructed 2 second-level spells, Darkness Tide and Earth Veil. However, if he wanted to become a second-level spellcaster, he needed to construct the 4 remaining second-level spells. Merlin had already prepared for these second-level spells back when he was in the dark magic region and could construct them at any time. The Matrix analyzed the spell model of the second-level spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire. Merlin first began to construct the second-level fire-type spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire. With the help of the Matrix, alongside the fact that he had abundant mind power, Merlin had almost no chance of failure. As a result, the construction of the spell model went very smoothly. The second-level fire-type spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire, was successfully constructed. The second-level wind-type spell, Light Breeze, was successfully constructed. The second-level thunder-type spell, Lightning Flash, was successfully constructed. The second-level ice-type spell, Ice Seal Zone, was successfully constructed. Other spellcasters might need to spend a long time deriving their spell models even if they had sufficient mind power. Moreover, they would need to keep an eye on the stability, the compatibility, and other aspects, so it was time-consuming. They would require a few months' time or even a few years. It was this challenging and complicated process of derivation that hindered the majority of spellcasters, resulting in them being unable to construct new spell models no matter what. However, Merlin did not need to concern himself with these matters. His only concern was to have sufficient mind power. With that, he could rely on the Matrix to construct spell models freely and consistently. Therefore, in a mere 10 days, Merlin successfully constructed the 4 remaining second-level spells. The instant he completed constructing all the second-level spells, Merlin clearly felt some indescribable change occurring in his awareness. It was a subtle change, and Merlin would not have been able to perceive it in the past. Nonetheless, after his mind power had reached the 4th level, it had become much keener, so he detected the change in his awareness right away. Beneath the numerous spell models, his awareness seemed to be broadening slowly. Initially, his awareness seemed to have no boundaries, but in fact, most of it was a blank space. On the other hand, the construction of the spell models seemed to have further illuminated an area. The more spell models he constructed, and the stronger the spell models were, then the wider the illuminated area became. Merlin did not know what this change in his awareness actually meant, but it seemed that there was nothing abnormal about his spell models, so he did not worry about it. After having constructed many spells consecutively, who knew how long it would take to transform magic power through the spell models alone? Thus, in general, many advanced spellcasters, after constructing their spells, would use elemental crystal stones to build up magic power at first. Merlin was no exception. He still had plenty of elemental crystal stones after using them the last time. However, having constructed 4 second-level spells all at once, he had used up a large number of his elemental crystal stones. I don't have many elemental crystal stones left. I didn't expect that I would use so many elemental crystal stones just for second-level spells. Merlin felt somewhat helpless. His second-level spells were the best among their level and were able to build up a lot of magic power. However, at the same time, they used up a great number of elemental crystal stones as well. Merlin, being in the pitch-black depths of the ocean, had no way of obtaining elemental crystal stones. Nevertheless, he had a plan. During these 3 months, he had already achieved a thorough mastery of the ship of Nicola. Merlin discovered that before the 3 obstacles of the ship of Nicola, particularly in front of the first and second obstacles, there were piles of dry bones. There used to be spellcasters who had been roped in to complete the obstacles of the ship of Nicola, but who died instead. Whoosh! With the ship of Nicola under his control, a mysterious runic magic circle rapidly surfaced on Merlin's body. In a flash, he appeared before the first obstacle. There were many skeletons that had crumbled into white dust at the lightest touch. It was evident that a long time had passed. Nonetheless, even so, the rings did not deteriorate with the passage of time. The space within these rings was extremely stable and would not suffer any damage unless it came under the attack of a powerful force. Merlin's target was these rings. He picked up a few at random and quickly searched them with this mind power. Not bad. There are many elemental crystal stones as well as spell models and potion materials. This one has some robes along with some rare treasures. Merlin looked through all the rings. They were mainly filled with elemental crystal stones, some potion materials, and alchemy materials. Still, this was only the first obstacle. Spellcasters who could not even clear the first obstacle had weaker capabilities, so it was natural that they did not have much good stuff. Very soon, Merlin came to the second obstacle. There were fewer bones, yet Merlin had higher expectations for the rings here. Those who were able to reach the second obstacle would have had greater powers, so of course, they would have more valuable items. Therefore, Merlin quickly began to pick up the rings on the ground and looked through them carefully. There is quite a number of elemental crystal stones here, and some stronger spells too. Robes, and more than one at that. Hold on, what casting tool is this? Merlin looked through many rings in a row. In one of the rings were many casting tools, many of which Merlin had never seen before. The owner of this ring must have been wealthy when they were alive in order to possess so many casting tools. However, when one was trapped in the ship of Nicola, it did not matter how many casting tools one had. The second obstacle did not allow the use of casting tools. In this ring, the most eye-catching item was a belt which appeared to be glowing with a very faint green light. At a glance, Merlin was able to recognize that this was a casting tool as it was emitting obvious elemental fluctuations. As soon as he thought of that, Merlin immediately retrieved this green patterned belt from the ring and lightly fastened it around his waist. It appeared to fit him but did not seem to have any special features. Since it was a casting tool, he would need to use mind power or magic power to activate it. Therefore, Merlin enveloped the belt with his mind power, but nothing changed even after a long time. As mind power was unable to activate this casting tool, Merlin decided to use magic power. First, he used fire-type magic power. He mobilized the fire-type magic power within his body, and it quickly surged into the belt. However, it did not serve any function, so Merlin proceeded to use earth-type magic power. Still, nothing changed. At this, Merlin gradually began to furrow his brow. It was a good thing he had more than 2 types of magic power. Thus, he mobilized his ice-type magic power and wind-type magic power next. At last, when Merlin channeled his wind-type magic power into the belt, it began to tremble slightly. At the same time, Merlin felt a fierce gust of wind elemental fluctuations. His body seemed to be carried by a breeze and he abruptly rose into the air. This is a flying casting tool? Merlin stared down at his gradually ascending body. An irrepressible expression of glee appeared on his face. Chapter 297, The Flame Prison. Chapter 297, The Flame Prison. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin was currently floating in mid-air. Wisps of wind element were wrapped around him, supporting him. This proved that the belt was indeed a flying casting tool. The belt must contain a mystical power which could cast a wind-type spell. In that manner, it lifted the spellcaster into the air, achieving the effect of a 4th-level spell. A flying casting tool like this was very precious. It should be known that flying spells could only be achieved by a spellcaster who had reached the 4th level and constructed a wind-type spell. For spellcasters below the 4th level or for spellcasters who were 4th level or above but did not construct wind-type spells, a flying casting tool like this made things more convenient, and might even indirectly improve their battle prowess. Merlin further explored the powers of the belt. Its flying speed in midair was nothing to shout about, but it was much faster than Wind of Freedom that he used. It was around the speed of a typical 4th level flying spell. Moreover, although the belt required the supplement of some wind-type elemental crystal stones, this amount was nothing much to Merlin, who now had many rings and a large sum of elemental crystal stones. This flying casting tool was the best item that Merlin had obtained at the second obstacle. Some of the other rings might have some precious materials, but they could not compare to this flying casting tool. Ever since the era of the Malta Empire, the most glorious age of spellcasters had passed, much of alchemy's legacy had been lost. Casting tools were a part of alchemy as well, and it was rather difficult to transfigure a flying casting tool. Therefore, when Merlin was in the dark magic region, Stirling House, and Fort Udon, he had never seen anyone with a flying casting tool. Therefore, this belt was considered quite a treasure. After plundering the rings at the second obstacle until nothing was left, Merlin felt a vague feeling of even greater anticipation. In a flash of his figure, he headed toward the third obstacle straight away. Merlin had previously heard the flame being mentioned that in over 3,000 years, only 3 individuals had made it to the third obstacle. Merlin was the 4th one, but besides him, no one else had ever completed the third obstacle. Spellcasters who were able to reach the third obstacle must surely be extraordinary spellcasters. Whoosh! Merlin's figure appeared before the third obstacle. He swept his gaze across the ground but frowned because he did not see any bones or rings before this third obstacle. Merlin remembered very clearly that the flame being had mentioned that other than Merlin, there were 3 others altogether who had reached the third obstacle. However, those 3 did not manage to complete the third obstacle. Merlin recalled what the flame being had said in detail. The flame being had mentioned that one was a real freak who had 5 types of Pandora demon abilities, but that person used up all 3 chances to complete the obstacle and was cast into the flame prison. As he thought of this, Merlin's eyes shone, and he muttered in a low voice, "That's right, the flame prison. How could spellcasters who managed to reach the third obstacle die so easily? There was even a 7th level spellcaster among them. They must have been thrown into the flame prison because they failed to clear the obstacle." The flame prison, this had been repeatedly brought up by the flame being. Furthermore, according to Merlin's conjecture, this flame prison was surely on the ship of Nicola. However, Merlin might have complete control over the ship of Nicola now, but he had not discovered any such flame prison. The flame prison should be a prison set up by the legend Nicola. Since it's a prison, it must be well hidden and sturdy in order to prevent people from easily escaping. Countless thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind, following which he searched every corner of the ship of Nicola once more. Moreover, he looked out especially for spots which were dense with fire element. However, after a period of searching, he still did not discover any flame prison. Nevertheless, Merlin did not give up but switched to another way of thinking. He searched for the place with the highest concentration of fire element on the ship of Nicola. The place where fire element is the most concentrated at is where those pillars of flame are. The first thing Merlin thought of was those pillars of flame which were made by condensed fire element. The place with the highest concentration of fire element on the ship of Nicola was surely where those pillars of flame were. However, Merlin had never been to that area. Still, in order to locate the flame prison, Merlin decided to pay the place with the pillars of flame a visit. As I expected, what intense fire element! Merlin appeared in a room that was fiery red. He looked all around. The place was filled with gigantic pillars of flame which were emanating an astounding scorching heat. Merlin walked all around and discovered, by chance, that there was a thick, heavy metal door in this room filled with flames. If Merlin had not come here himself, he would have no way of discovering this metal door. Although Merlin controlled the ship of Nicola, he could only see the numerous pillars of flame from a cursory look without gaining a clear understanding of these pillars' details. As he looked at the large metal door now, Merlin's spirits began to lift. What's behind these great doors? Could it be the flame prison? Merlin approached the large, metal doors and looked around, but there were no mechanisms or anything of that sort. He began to consider the possibilities. On the entirety of the ship of Nicola, Merlin, who possessed the flame maxim, was, in fact, the master of the ship of Nicola. He was completely able to enter any place on this ship. As he thought of this, Merlin fiercely simulated the flame maxim in his awareness. The flame maxim emitted strands of its force, and Merlin cried out hoarsely, "Open!" Rumble! After the force of the flame maxim was released around Merlin, the thick solid metal doors began to gradually open. The metal doors opened, and in a flash of his figure, Merlin had stepped inside. It was a spacious and empty hall. In the middle of the hall, there was a circular area which was surrounded by 16 enormous pillars. Dense lines of runes covered the pillars. There was even a trace of the flame Maxim's force which Merlin was familiar with. The 16 enormous pillars practically formed a massive runic magic circle, enclosing the circular area. Inside the area were flames which danced and surged furiously. The flame prison. This must be the flame prison. Merlin felt a rush of glee. The flames, within the circular area surrounded by the 16 runic pillars, evoked a sense of familiarity in Merlin. This force was similar to the flame Maxim's. This demonstrated how terrifying the flames within the area were. The moment one stepped in, one would be turned to ashes. As for why this parched heat was not felt in the hall, it was most likely thanks to these mysterious runes which trapped the flames firmly in the circle. This formed the terrifying flame prison. Any spellcasters who were unable to complete the third obstacle, and were not killed by the flame image, would be thrown into the flame prison. Such frightening flames, I'm afraid that no one would be able to withstand them. If the 3 spellcasters who made it to the third obstacle were cast into the flame prison, they must be long dead. The question is whether those rings are still here or not. Seeing how petrifying the flames of the flame prison were, Merlin felt rather uncertain. Although rings were not easily damaged, in the face of such flames that had a similar force as the flame Maxim and were surely created by the legend Nicola himself, it was unlikely that a spatial ring would remain intact and undamaged. Nevertheless, Merlin thought he might as well try. He headed toward the flame prison in order to get a clearer look. As soon as he neared the flame prison, the runes on the 16 pillars transformed into a large runic net which obstructed Merlin's path. Based on the strength of these runes, Merlin guessed that even great wizards would find it hard to blast their way through. However, the flame Maxim in his awareness was the foundation of the entire ship of Nicola's control, so he released the force of the flame Maxim once again. Instantly, the runes which were blocking Merlin vanished. Swish! Merlin did not hesitate at all. Even though he felt a burning gust of energy after the runic magic circle had disappeared, he still stepped into the flame prison. The flames in the flame prison were extremely terrifying. Merlin did not dare to be careless in the slightest and constantly simulated the flame Maxim. He discovered that the mere wisp of force from the flame Maxim was completely able to suppress these raging, surging flames. It was because of this that Merlin dared to step into the flame prison. Merlin walked into the flame prison casually. Under the flame Maxim's suppression, the flames of the prison were unable to touch him at all. Someone is thrown into the flame prison again? Suddenly, an old voice came from the middle of the flame prison. Merlin's footsteps paused instinctively, and his mind power flared up. Is someone actually still alive? Merlin immediately became very cautious and began to head toward the voice. Finally, at the bottom of the 13th pillar, Merlin saw a spellcaster who was tenaciously hiding beneath the pillar, his body curled up into a ball. The flames of the flame prison were burning on his body, yet they were blocked by a layer of similar flames. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. He surmised almost instantly that this spellcaster was one of those who were cast into the flame prison. As for the thin layer of flames, they moved with obvious elemental fluctuations. This indicated that the spellcaster was casting a spell, perpetually counteracting the flames of the flame prison. However, this astounded Merlin. It was almost an impossible task to be constantly fighting against the flames of the flame prison and surviving until now. Not even a great wizard would have such a tremendous amount of magic power to sustain this. Just as Merlin was sizing up this mysterious spellcaster, this person lifted his head, revealing an unkempt beard and an aged countenance. When he saw that the flames around Merlin seemed to be suppressed, the expression of this aged spellcaster shifted greatly. In a trembling voice, he said, "That's not right, you're not a spellcaster who's been thrown into the flame prison. Speak, who are you really?" The aged spellcaster's eyes were initially weary, but they sharpened in an instant and fixed firmly onto Merlin. Chapter 298, A Slave Contract. Chapter 298, A Slave Contract. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Before this, the old spellcaster appeared to be on his last legs in the flame prison, but now a tremendous force shimmered around his body. In particular, the layer of flames covering him flared up violently, faintly repelling the flames of the flame prison. This tremendous presence immediately froze Merlin where he stood. Nonetheless, Merlin did not bat an eyelid. On the ship of Nicola, he was unafraid of anyone. Furthermore, they were in the flame prison. Not just anyone would be able to withstand the endless flames. The old spellcaster was no more than someone who appeared stronger than he really was by forcibly radiating his presence. Seeing that Merlin remained cool and collected with an unperturbed expression, the old spellcaster, who seemed to have such vigorous force a moment ago, immediately turned dispirited. The surrounding flames wildly wrapped around him and a pained expression appeared on his face. It appeared that the old spellcaster's previous outburst of force was not as simple as it seemed. Who knew how much pain he had suffered? The old spellcaster gave Merlin a deep look, following which he said in a dejected and faint voice, "Only those who had obtained the legend Nicola's flame maxim would be able to move freely in the flame prison. It looks like you're the spellcaster who had completed the 3 obstacles and finally won the legend Nicola's flame maxim." The old spellcaster raised his head, wearing an inscrutable expression. It turned out that his previous burst of energy was merely a show of bravado. "Oh. You actually know about the legend Nicola, and even about the flame maxim?" Merlin raised an eyebrow, his interest aroused by the old spellcaster's words. After all, the ship of Nicola was hidden in the ocean depths, and the flame being had said that all those who entered the ship of Nicola were forcibly dragged in by the flame being. If one did not clear the 3rd obstacle, one would not know what the treasure on the ship of Nicola was. Of course I know about it because that year, I came here especially for the flame maxim that the legend Nicola had left behind. Before that, I came across a message that the legend Nicola had left in a mysterious way, and learned that he had left a flame maxim at the bottom of the sea. I didn't know the exact location, but I had a rough idea of where it was. Therefore, I waited unabatingly for decades at that region of the sea. In the end, my efforts were not wasted. I was dragged in here, only it was a shame that I was unable to defeat the flame image of the 3rd obstacle in the end. It turned out that the old spellcaster had come here intentionally for the sake of the flame maxim that the legend Nicola had left behind. Perhaps the legend Nicola was worried and left behind other messages. Every century or so, the flame being would seize a new batch of spellcasters and bring them to the ship of Nicola. Thus, the old spellcaster had waited vigilantly around the area. Naturally, he would be taken by the flame being and brought to the ship of Nicola. As soon as the old spellcaster finished speaking, silence descended over the flame prison. At last, the old spellcaster spoke again, "You've gotten the flame maxim. Go on, what are you going to do to me?" "Do to you?" Hearing this, Merlin carefully looked the old spellcaster over. Although he appeared rather downcast, he must surely have powerful abilities to persevere within this terrifying flame prison and held on for so many years without dying. In particular, the burst of force that he had displayed far surpassed the average 7th-level spellcaster. Seeing that Merlin seemed to be hesitating, the old spellcaster said in a low voice, "Let me out. I, Bamu, am willing to grant you 3 promises. If you don't trust me, we can sign a contract." "3 promises? Wizard Bamu, I'm afraid you don't understand your situation here. I'm in control of the ship of Nicola, and your life is also in my hands. You think I would care about 3 small promises?" Merlin laughed coldly. This guy really had a bright idea, using only 3 promises in exchange for Merlin to set him free. If he turned on Merlin after he was out of danger, what use would the 3 promises be? Therefore, Merlin would not fall for this so foolishly. Wizard Bamu, upon seeing Merlin's expression, clenched his jaw. "Although you've obtained the flame maxim, you're still unable to refine it. Even though you cleared the 3rd obstacle, you must surely have relied on some trick, who knows what, for your abilities aren't that powerful. If you agree to set me free, we can sign a contract and I'll accompany you, protecting you for 10 years. Wizard Bamu suggested another arrangement, only this one was much better. Merlin could see that Wizard Bamu must be the 7th-level spellcaster that the flame being had mentioned. So many years had passed and yet Wizard Bamu was still alive. He was able to resist the flames of the flame prison and was certainly more than just a simple 7th-level spellcaster. The protection of such a powerful wizard for 10 years would be a decent choice. After a moment of pondering, Merlin still shook his head. Wizard Bamu's face turned cold and he said hoarsely, "You've turned down both of these conditions. What do you really want in exchange for setting me free?" In the flame prison, one had to endure torment and suffering every day. Even though Wizard Bamu could force himself to stay alive, he had no chance of escaping the flame prison. As such, of course he would want to seize the only chance he had of leaving the flame prison. It's simple. Sign a slave contract of the highest grade with me, and I'll let you out. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's lips as he said calmly. What? A slave contract? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Even if I die in this flame prison, I'll never sign a slave contract with you. Upon hearing Merlin's request, Wizard Bamu did not seem to give it any thought before rejecting it straight away. Moreover, he sounded quite resentful. Among all different types of contracts, the slave contract was the most demanding. For spellcasters who signed the slave contract, everything they owned, including their lives, was in the hands of their masters. Their masters could kill them off on a whim. Not even entrance-level spellcaster would sign such a harsh contract, what more a proud 7th-level spellcaster like Wizard Bamu. After signing a contract of the highest grade in the dark magic region, Merlin had gained some understanding of the different types of contracts. Incidentally, he learned some details regarding the slave contract, and in this way, he gained knowledge of the existence of such a harsh contract. Wizard Bamu was a bona fide 7th-level spellcaster and not an average one at that. If Merlin set him free, Merlin must have absolute control over him. Thus, signing a slave contract was the only way. Wizard Bamu, don't be so quick to turn this down. I'll wait here for 3 days. If until then you're still unwilling to sign a slave contract, then you can stay here forever and enjoy yourself. With that, Merlin turned to leave the flame prison, but he did not go too far. Instead, beneath the 16 runic pillars, he sat in the lotus position. He would wait here for 3 days. From this spot, Merlin could still see Wizard Bamu's every movement. There seemed to be a layer of faint firelight around the spellcaster's body, which must be Wizard Bamu's spell. Still, that fire-type spell appeared to be somewhat similar to the flames of the flame prison. It was these flames, which rather resembled the flame prisons, that allowed Wizard Bamu to withstand the scorching heat of the flame prison, and in that manner, he had survived until now. Merlin closed his eyes lightly. Through the flame maxim in his awareness, he had immediate control over the ship of Nicola. Every corner of the entire ship appeared in Merlin's mind. Before this, Merlin had not found the flame prison, so he had no way of controlling it. However, now that he had located it, Merlin had the ability to control the flame prison through the flame maxim's command of the ship of Nicola. Therefore, with a single thought from Merlin, the 16 runic pillars which enclosed the flame prison began to shudder slightly. Following that, the characters of the mysterious rune flew into the flame prison. Boom! As soon as these runes entered the flame prison, the flames of the entire prison surged ferociously as if someone had poured gasoline over them. They burned even more frantically than before. Merlin laughed softly. Wizard Bamu, enjoy these for 3 days. Of course, if you can endure these 3 days, I might consider letting you out. Wizard Bamu's face turned a deep red and the fluctuations of fire element all over his body became abnormally intense. The layer of flames over his body seemed unable to withstand this, and he seemed to be in a situation that was getting dangerous. This was Merlin's little trick. Wizard Bamu was a complicated individual. The terrifying presence that Merlin had previously felt from him was full of a ruthless spirit. Only someone who had slaughtered many others would emit such a force. Wizard Bamu bore this bitterly. Merlin was in no hurry as well as he had plenty of time. However, after seeing the frightening power of the flame prison, something occurred to Merlin. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he could drag them into the ship of Nicola and cast them into the flame prison, and everything would be taken care of. Nonetheless, it was a shame that the ship of Nicola could not be moved and could only stay in the depths of the ocean. Otherwise, what a solid backing Merlin would have. To make me surrender through such despicable means, I'm afraid that you'll be disappointed. Wizard Bamu fixed his glare on Merlin and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Merlin paid him no mind and checked upon the spells in his body instead. He had just constructed for 2nd-level spells in a row. In addition, He had used up a large number of elemental crystal stones in order to build up a certain amount of magic power in these spell models, and equipped himself with fighting power. Merlin did not spend too much time on the other spells but instead focused particularly on the second-level fire-type spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire. Before this, Merlin had relied on the Flame Maxim suppression to forcibly combine Fiery Collapse with his fire-type spells. Now that he had constructed a new second-level fire-type spell, he wanted to see if Fiery Collapse could also be merged with Sea of Purgatory Fire. Sea of Purgatory Fire. Merlin cast the second-level fire-type spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire, for the first time. A sweep of flames instantly appeared in mid-air before him. The raging flames roared with might which was obviously much stronger than the first-level spell, Furious Flame. However, as he stared at the flames of Sea of Purgatory Fire, Merlin's brow gradually began to furrow. Chapter 299, A 100 Years Time Limit. Chapter 299, A 100 Years Time Limit. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin looked at Sea of Purgatory Fire which he had recently constructed. It was not burning with white flames, indicating that Fiery Collapse was not fused with the spell. For Pandora Demon ability, Fuse Earth and Darkness Heart, they would merge with the spells right away. When the spells were cast, the power of the Pandora Demon abilities would be automatically activated. After ruminating about this for a moment, Merlin called upon Fiery Collapse as before. Boom! The flames of Sea of Purgatory Fire, which were initially raging fiercely, now turned white. Merlin was slightly taken aback when he saw this transformation, which meant that Fiery Collapse had combined with Sea of Purgatory Fire. Does this mean that when I used the Flame Maxim suppression, to force Fiery Collapse to fuse with the fire-type spells, it's different from the other Pandora Demon abilities which are combined with spells, and still requires the activation of the Pandora Demon ability in order for the fusion to occur? Merlin felt very puzzled, but thereafter, he observed closely for a moment. He discovered that the power of Sea of Purgatory Fire was now far beyond the average second-level spell, and it was even difficult to judge how strong it really was. Most Pandora Demon abilities which could be combined with spells would instantly lend its power automatically once the spell was cast. However, Merlin's Fiery Collapse was different from other Pandora Demon abilities which he had combined with spells. After all, Merlin's Fiery Collapse was forcibly combined with the spells through the Flame Maxim. Merlin himself was unsure what sort of changes would occur. It was fortunate that Fiery Collapse only induced this small change and combined well with Sea of Purgatory Fire. The raging fiery white flames mirrored the flames of the flame prison. From time to time, Merlin would feel the heat from the flame prison. It was designed by the legend Nicola himself and drew upon the power of the Maxim, so the might of the flames was almost inconceivable. At Merlin's current level, he was unable to understand it, but the parallel to his own flames made Merlin gain a deeper understanding of fire. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a day had gone by. Merlin opened his eyes once more. He had spent the entirety of the day before familiarizing himself with how Fiery Collapse combined with Sea of Purgatory Fire. Thus, he now had a more profound understanding of the flames, which might not seem very useful now, but if Merlin began creating spells that he could call his own in the future, this knowledge would serve a crucial function. Still not speaking? Regardless, you won't be able to hold on for long. Merlin stared at Wizard Bamu, who was in the flame prison, his face drained and pale. He was also trembling slightly all over, biting down on his lips as if he was still holding on tenaciously. However, such perseverance would ultimately have a limit. Once that limit was reached and Wizard Bamu could not withstand any longer, he would be burnt to ashes by the flame prison. This was merely the first day. Merlin had decided upon 3 days. He was certain of his estimation of Wizard Bamu's limit. I agree to sign the slave contract. At an unknown time, a faint voice came from the flame prison. Merlin, who was right outside, opened his eyes quickly and turned his gaze toward Wizard Bamu in the flame prison. At the moment, Wizard Bamu was surrounded completely by the blaze of the flame prison. The layer of flames over his body was turning faint and weak as if it would vanish soon. Once the layer of flames dissipated, Wizard Bamu would no longer be able to withstand the flames of the flame prison. A smile appeared on Merlin's face. It was only the second day, and merely half of the 3 days' time he set had gone by, yet Wizard Bamu could not stand it any longer. Very good, Wizard Bamu. Signing a slave contract is your only choice. Merlin controlled the ship of Nicola and immediately lowered the intensity of the flame prison's flames. Thereafter, he stood up and came before Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu sensed that the flames of the flame prison were much weaker, and got up, panting heavily. His expression gradually relaxed. It was clear that he had suffered a terrifying ordeal throughout the past day and a half, to the point where he did not hesitate in agreeing to sign a demanding slave contract with Merlin. Wizard Bamu had somewhat recovered, and said heavily, "I'm willing to sign a slave contract with you, but a time limit must be set, 100 years at most. After 100 years, you must let me go. This is my only condition." Merlin fixed his gaze upon Wizard Bamu, and countless thoughts spun in his head. The slave contract was initially the harshest contract of all. Once one signed a slave contract, their life would be in the hands of their master. There was no sense of hope at all in being a slave. However, for a 7th-level spell caster like Wizard Bamu, not having any hope was something unbearable. Although Wizard Bamu now agreed to sign a slave contract under the pressure of current circumstances, he had to retain a sense of hope. Moreover, 100 years' time was considered a long period for Merlin. It might be that after 100 years, Merlin's powers would have far surpassed Wizard Bamu's and he would no longer need him. By giving Wizard Bamu a sense of hope, Merlin could obtain a very powerful slave. As he thought about this, Merlin could only accept, and so he nodded with a smile. "We'll sign a slave contract according to your request then, with a time limit of 100 years. Hearing Merlin's agreement, Wizard Bamu could not help but sigh in relief. No one would want to die, especially if they had been persevering bitterly in the flame prison for a few hundred years. Of course, their desire to survive would be even stronger. In the beginning, there were 2 other spellcasters who were thrown into the flame prison, but they were dead by now. Wizard Bamu had survived up until today, so he would not let even the slightest bit of opportunity slip past him. Although signing a slave contract would allow his life to be in someone else's hands, he ultimately still had some hope with the 100 years time limit. This was, in fact, his only option. "Let's sign the contract quickly. I've no wish to stay in the flame prison for a moment longer." Since he had made the decision, Wizard Bamu was itching to leave the flame prison. Nevertheless, Merlin seemed to have thought of something and shook his head powerlessly. "Signing a contract requires contract paper, but I'm sorry to say that I don't have contract paper with me. If you have any, bring it out. Otherwise, I can only leave you here in the flame prison for a while longer until I obtain the contract paper to sign the contract." Wizard Bamu's face shifted. He was already boiling with rage inside. Not only did he have to sign such a harsh slave contract, but he was also expected to provide the contract paper. Still, if he did not hand over the contract paper, he did not know when Merlin would be able to get it. It might be a year, or 10. Wizard Bamu had no desire to stay any longer in the flame prison. Therefore, with an ashen face, he extracted a sheet of paper that was shimmering with golden light from a stack of contract paper. In a low voice, he said, "Here's your contract paper." Merlin glanced at the paper glowing with golden light. Its force was similar to the contract paper of the highest grade which the dark magic region had brought out. This indicated that this contract paper was unlike the average contract paper. Nevertheless, Merlin did not immediately let Wizard Bamu sign the contract but detached a small piece of the flame maxim in his awareness, and channeled it into the contract paper. Wizard Bamu's face darkened when he sensed the presence of the flame maxim. In truth, he was still harboring a slim hope of lucking out before this. A contract was not impossible to terminate. It was just that a great price had to be paid. If one managed to obtain treasures which would terminate a contract, then, even the highest grade contract could be terminated at a certain price. However, Merlin had fused a part of the flame maxim into the contract paper. This made it a contract that was almost impossible to terminate. Even if Wizard Bamu became a legendary wizard one day, he would still have no way of terminating the contract. "Wizard Bamu, sign the contract." As he noticed Wizard Bamu's perpetually shifting expression, Merlin knew clearly that Wizard Bamu understood what the fusing of the flame maxim into the contract paper signified. Now that Wizard Bamu no longer had the possibility of terminating the contract, he could focus on being Merlin's slave from now on. Wizard Bamu eyed Merlin and drew in a deep breath. A colossal burst of mind power suddenly erupted. This mind power was really powerful, far stronger than the mind power of the 9th level spellcaster, Wizard Yumo from Fort Udon. Even the quality of the mind power was elevated. It might be that Wizard Bamu's mind power could compare to a great wizard's. I, Tarayon Bamu, agree to serve as Wizard Merlin's slave, with a time limit of 100 years. As soon as Wizard Bamu spoke, the golden contract paper began to shine with a blinding light. Following that, Wizard Bamu's mind power was fused into the contract paper as well. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the contract paper landed in Merlin's hand. A peculiar sensation instantly grew in his chest as if he could now perceive some of Wizard Bamu's thoughts. The slave contract was the most demanding contract of all. Once signed, one's life would be in the hands of someone else. Merlin now had such a feeling. Through this contract paper, he could learn of Wizard Bamu's thoughts and intentions. If he went in deeper, Merlin could even feel Wizard Bamu's tremendous mind power. What powerful mind power! Only great wizards can have such mind power. Wizard Bamu's mind power has broken through to the level of a great wizard while he was in the flame prison. Through the slave contract, Merlin could perceive the strength of Wizard Bamu's mind power. It was very much comparable to a great wizard's, and it was the first time Merlin had felt such formidable mind power. However, although Wizard Bamu's mind power was strong, he was just a 7th level spellcaster and a 4-elemental one at that. Still, there was a fire-type spell which he had constructed which stood out as it was abnormal. It must be an 8th level spell, and this was the only 8th level spell in Wizard Bamu's awareness. After all, in the flame prison, there was only the turbulent fire element. There were no other elements at all, so even if Wizard Bamu wanted to derive and construct other spells, it was impossible. Wizard Bamu, tell me, how long have you been in the flame prison? Merlin's eyes were calm as they fixed onto Wizard Bamu. With the slave contract, there were not many secrets which Wizard Bamu would be able to conceal from Merlin. Volume 4. Chapter 300, A Special Pandora Demon Ability. Chapter 300, A Special Pandora Demon Ability. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. My master, I've been in the flame prison for more than 400 years. Wizard Bamu answered deferentially. He was conscious that he was now a slave and kept his tone respectful. Oh. More than 400 years. You were able to survive in the flame prison for over 400 years? Merlin was rather curious as to the true extent of Wizard Bamu's current power. It was surely a difficult feat to stay in the flame prison for more than 400 years and survive the terrifying flames. Wizard Bamu looked at Merlin with a complicated expression, following which he said softly, Wizard Merlin, although I had no way of absorbing any other elements during the 400 years or so that I've been in the flame prison, and couldn't construct spell models of other elements, I gradually came to understand the essence of fire within the flame prison, and gained a deeper comprehension of the flames. Thus, by myself, I created a unique 8th-level flame spell model. It was by relying on this new 8th-level flame spell that I could temporarily withstand the terrifying blaze of the flame prison for so many years. Wizard Bamu glanced at the flame prison behind him, feeling a lingering sense of fear. Merlin nodded. It turned out that Wizard Bamu had relied upon constructing a brand new 8th-level flame spell to survive. It might be that his profound understanding of the flames in the flame prison allowed the layer of flames over Wizard Bamu's body to withstand the cruel scorching heat of the flame prison. Merlin gave Wizard Bamu a deep look. Based on the power of just this one 8th-level flame spell, Wizard Bamu might have far surpassed most 8th-level spellcasters. After all, the flames in the flame prison were created by the legend Nicola himself. They contained a trace of the Maxim's strength, and the mere feat of persevering in the flame prison for so many years was not an easy one. Of course, Wizard Bamu could only resist the flames of the flame prison. It was completely impossible for him to break out of the flame prison. The flame being had said before that if anyone was able to escape from the flame prison, they would likewise obtain the flame Maxim. However, breaking out of the flame prison was much more difficult than completing the third obstacle, so naturally, Wizard Bamu was unable to do it. Bamu, besides you, how many others had been thrown into the flame prison? Merlin eyed the flame prison and remembered his purpose for coming here. Mainly, He wanted to obtain the ring which belonged to the prodigious freak who possessed 5 Pandora demon abilities as mentioned by the flame being, and see if there were any Pandora demon abilities inside the ring. After all, this prodigious freak might have Pandora demon abilities which could be combined with spells. Even now, Merlin himself did not even have 5 such Pandora demon abilities. Currently, Merlin only had Darkness Heart and the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. In addition to Fiery Collapse which he had recently combined forcibly with spells using the Flame Maxim, it totaled to 3. Even if he counted Glacial Finger, which could not be combined with spells, he merely had 4 types of Pandora demon abilities. He was far inferior compared to the genius freak the flame being had spoken about who had 5 types of Pandora demon ability. If Merlin did not have the bracelet sealed with a portion of Darkness Eye's strength and given to him by Wizard Leo, he would have no way of clearing the 3rd obstacle and obtaining the Flame Maxim as well. Hearing Merlin's question, Wizard Bamu replied respectfully, "Master, other than myself, there were 2 other spellcasters who were cast into the flame prison." "Oh, where are they?" Merlin asked impatiently. Wizard Bamu shook his head helplessly in response. "Master, they could not withstand the burning of the prison's flames and died a long time ago." "What? Both of them are dead?" Merlin frowned. In fact, he had somewhat expected to hear this, since he did not discover any traces of any other spellcaster when he was in the flame prison. Furthermore, after he had gained control over the flame prison, no movement in there could be concealed from Merlin. Other than the lack of any traces of other spellcasters, the rings which Merlin so desperately wanted were also absent. Spatial rings might be marvelous enough to withstand the majority of spells, but under the flames which contained a trace of the Maxim's powers, spatial rings could not be kept intact without the protection of some energy. Upon seeing Merlin's pensive look, Wizard Bamu grumbled silently beside him. He felt Merlin entering his thoughts directly. Through the slave contract paper, Merlin could even know Wizard Bamu's thoughts. At this point, Wizard Bamu had no way of hiding things from Merlin, and could only smile bitterly. "Master, it's true that there were 2 spellcasters who were thrown into the flame prison before me, but one of them had long been turned to ashes. The other 5th-level spellcaster had 5 types of Pandora demon abilities. After he died, I took his spatial ring and kept it with me. Now, I present it to Master." With that, Wizard Bamu deferentially handed a ring to Merlin. Merlin bobbed his head in satisfaction and took the ring from Wizard Bamu. What he had signed with Wizard Bamu was the most one-sided slave contract. Wizard Bamu had no way of hiding anything from Merlin, so even if he had gotten the spatial ring, he had to hand it over to Merlin. Nevertheless, Merlin did not check the ring immediately but instead noticed Wizard Bamu's state of being. Wizard Bamu's face was currently white. Evidently, he was enduring a great pressure in the flame prison. Therefore, Merlin said to Wizard Bamu, "Let's go, we'll leave this flame prison first." Wizard Bamu was overjoyed. He had finally reached this day. For over 400 years, he had painstakingly suffered who knew how much hardship, and at last, he had arrived at the day when he would leave the flame prison. Open. With a quick point at the 16 runic pillars of the flame prison, Merlin gained control over all of them instantly. The numerous runes were retracted immediately, allowing Wizard Bamu to exit the flame prison safe and sound. Gasp! After Wizard Bamu had walked out of the flame prison, he drew in a deep breath. He seemed delirious with joy and a smile spread across his face as he mumbled, "I'm finally free. It's been 400 years, Bamu, am finally free, ha ha." Wizard Bamu appeared to be quite excited. It was likely that any spellcaster, after being locked up in such a stifling flame prison for 400 years, would be as excited as Wizard Bamu. Merlin paid no mind to Wizard Bamu's excitement but immediately looked through the 5th-level freak's spatial ring, hoping to find some Pandora demon ability left behind that could be merged with spells. Whoosh! Merlin searched through the spatial ring with his mind power but found that there were no elemental crystal stones left as they had been used up. Now that he thought about it, they must have been taken by Wizard Bamu. Since he was suffering bitterly in the flame prison, he surely would have needed some magic power to bolster himself. The elemental crystal stones were naturally the best resource for Wizard Bamu to replenish the magic power in the spell models of his awareness. Other than the absent elemental crystal stones, there were some potion materials and alchemy materials. There were even some spells, some of which were exceptional, being spells that were derived by that prodigious freak, the 5th level wizard. Nonetheless, Merlin was not interested in any of these. He had the Matrix, and no matter how good that 5th level prodigious freak was at deriving spell models, it certainly could not compare to the spell models which were analyzed from scratch by the Matrix. Merlin's priority was any Pandora demon ability that the 5th level genius freak might have likely left behind, yet after searching through the ring, he only found a thick book, and no Pandora demon ability that was left behind. Merlin furrowed his brow, and could only retrieve the thick book. He discovered that although the book did not contain Pandora demon ability, it was somewhat connected to Pandora demon ability as it consisted of some introductions about Pandora demon ability. The introductions regarding Pandora demon ability in the book were comprehensive and excellent. Merlin realized that there were many details and general information which he was reading for the first time, so he became interested and began to read it carefully. For Pandora demon ability, one can usually only construct one spell for each type because every type of Pandora demon ability would need to occupy a spell. Some spells of Pandora demon ability with only one stage would only occupy some first-level spell. As for Pandora demon abilities with 2 stages, they would need to occupy some 4th-level spell model. Merlin gave the matter careful thought. It seemed like that was the case, and it was the same with his Pandora demon abilities which would occupy some spell models. Each spell could only cultivate one Pandora demon ability, and once it was occupied, it could not be used to cultivate another Pandora demon ability. Of course, it might be possible to remove some Pandora demon abilities, but a huge price must be required to do so. At least, for now, Merlin did not know how to remove a Pandora demon ability that had been cultivated. Many Pandora demon abilities had only 2 stages, and some others had a 3rd form or 3rd stage. Those would need to be combined with a 7th-level spell in order for their terrifying powers to be unleashed. Other than this sort of Pandora demon ability which needed to occupy a spell, there was, in truth, a more special type of Pandora demon ability. These were outlined in eye-catching, red words in the book that belonged to that freak wizard. One of those special Pandora demon abilities was something that Merlin was very familiar with. Darkness Eye. It's actually a special Pandora demon ability, and has 7 forms. Merlin was astounded to see that the Darkness Eye recorded in this book was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, Ophlas of the Legends. Once the 7 forms of this Pandora demon ability were cultivated, one would reach the peak of one's powers. It was likely that only Ophlas was able to cultivate the 7th form of Darkness Eye. The Pandora demon abilities that were marked out in striking red words by that freak wizard were all very complex. Darkness Eye, 7 forms. It appears that Darkness Eye obtained by Wizard Leo wasn't perfected by Wizard Leo himself as he claimed. Merlin quickly guessed that Darkness Eye that Wizard Leo had obtained was truly the genuine, complete Darkness Eye passed down by the Legend of Darkness, Wizard Ophlas. Chapter 301, Flash Wind. Chapter 301, Flash Wind. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There were many special Pandora demon abilities recorded in the book found in the 5th-level Freak Wizard's Ring. Darkness Eye was merely one of them. Some of the other Pandora demon abilities might not be weaker than Darkness Eye, so Merlin quietly memorized those. Merlin had to take the opportunity, if presented, to obtain some of those special Pandora demon abilities recorded one day. From this book, Merlin already knew that Pandora demon abilities could be divided into a few categories. Firstly, the more forms or stages that the Pandora demon ability had, the stronger it would be. For example, there were 7 forms of Darkness Eye, so its power was unimaginably great. On the other hand, most Pandora demon abilities, which could not be combined with spells, were the weakest of all. The Pandora demon abilities that could be fused with spells were very powerful. During the most glorious era of the spellcasters, every single one of the powerful spellcasters possessed Pandora demon abilities that could be fused into spells. Their spells harbored earth-shaking powers with little to no effort at all from them. Of course, there was a final type of Pandora demon ability. Those were the special Pandora demon abilities recorded in the book, and every single one of them could only be created by legendary wizards. They were so earth-shatteringly powerful that they were already slightly beyond the realm of Pandora demon abilities. Even those which could be fused with spells could not compare to them. These special Pandora demon abilities did not require any spells as well. However, cultivation of one was expected to be extremely difficult. Otherwise, Wizard Leo would not have had to pay such a great price to cultivate Darkness Eye back then. Phew! Merlin finished reading the book and finally let out a long sigh of relief. There was still some resentment in his heart as he had not found the Freak Wizard's Pandora demon ability. Merlin then looked over to Wizard Bamu. Not only did he have the Freak Wizard's spatial ring in his possession for such a long time, but he had also taken the elemental crystal stones from within the ring. Therefore, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not take the cultivation method for the Pandora demon ability, which was inside the ring as well. Wizard Bamu laughed wryly to himself. He had long known that Merlin would look at him in such a light. Very soon, Merlin would loot him again, and he would not be able to do anything about it. Wizard Bamu would have had such a realization after signing the slave contract with Merlin. Thus, without waiting for Merlin to speak, Wizard Bamu took the initiative and said, "Master, the Freak Wizard who has died in the flame prison had not left any Pandora demon ability behind. Furthermore, I've taken only some elemental crystal stones from his ring to replenish my magic power, but if Master requires more Pandora demon abilities, I've obtained a Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability by chance. Hopefully, it's of use to you, Master." "Eh? Just how many Pandora demon abilities do you have?" Merlin was Wizard Bamu's master. He could control Wizard Bamu's every movement through the contract paper. As a result, Merlin knew that Wizard Bamu had spoken the truth earlier, that the Freak Wizard had not left any Pandora demon ability behind. However, although the Freak Wizard did not have any Pandora demon abilities, Wizard Bamu did. In addition, it was a Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability, which was exactly what Merlin was lacking at the moment. "What Pandora demon ability is this?" Merlin asked hurriedly. "Master, this is the Wind-type speed Pandora demon ability that I'd obtained accidentally. It's called Flash Wind and it comes in a total of 3 stages. They can all be fused into Wind-type speed spells. I wouldn't have been able to escape being blasted to death by the flame image, after using up all 3 of my chances at getting past the barrier, if it isn't because I've fused Flash Wind into a 7th level, Wind-type speed spell." Wizard Bamu took out a few flimsy but well-preserved sheets of paper from the ring and passed them to Merlin, with his heart aching slightly. Merlin raised an eyebrow, feeling some sort of impulse. This could be combined with a spell. In addition to that, it was divided into stages. It belonged to the stronger types of Pandora demon abilities. Furthermore, Wizard Bamu had relied on the 3rd stage of Flash Wind back then to successfully escape the fatal explosive attacks of the flame image. It was enough to prove how powerful this Flash Wind was. It had to be noted that Merlin had seen for himself how strong the flame image was. It was absolutely too much for an average 7th level spellcaster to fight against. Merlin had been able to clear the 3rd obstacle and defeat the flame image because he had relied on the bracelet Wizard Leo had given him, the one with part of Darkness Eye's power sealed inside it. It could be considered a trick. Although giving Flash Wind away caused Wizard Bamu to feel rather sad, he knew that he had no right to bargain as a slave. Merlin opened Flash Wind gently. As he read, his expression became more and more solemn, until finally, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Good. The effects of Flash Wind are extremely good, very suitable for my condition now. It requires a 1st level Wind-type speed spell, and I have a 1st level spell, Wind of Freedom, which completely fulfills the requirements for cultivating Flash Wind." Merlin was fascinated by Flash Wind. However, he still wanted to perceive Flash Wind in person. Previously, the introduction to Pandora demon abilities in the 5th level Freak Wizard's book that he had obtained had caused him to realize that not all Pandora demon abilities are powerful. The differences among them are great, so he could not afford to cultivate them hastily. "Wizard Bamu, cast your Flash Wind spell. How powerful is it?" Merlin said to Wizard Bamu. After all, Wizard Bamu had practically cultivated Flash Wind to completion. He had already fused it completely with a 7th level spell. He might not have cultivated Flash Wind to a point where it had caused the spell to be the most powerful it could be, but it should be more impressive now. However, Wizard Bamu grimaced at that moment and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Master, I've been in the flame prison for more than 400 years now. The other spell models in my awareness are unable to absorb the slightest bit of elements except fire elements, so naturally, they can't be turned into magic power. It's absolutely impossible for me to cast Flash Wind now. Merlin contemplated it carefully. It was the truth indeed. There were only torrential tides of fire elements within the flame prison where no other types of elements could enter. Wizard Bamu was merely about to complete the construction of a completely new 8th level fire-type spell, after spending more than 400 years inside the flame prison. Wizard Bamu was also completely unable to construct any spells of other elements in the flame prison. These are elemental crystal stones. These should be enough for you to recover some magic power. Merlin pondered for a while, before whipping out some elemental crystal stones from the ring. Most of them were wind elemental crystals which could help Wizard Bamu accumulate some magic power quickly. Wizard Bamu's face lit up. He had just escaped from the flame prison, so although the spell models inside his awareness were transforming all types of elements into magic power as much as they could, how could they be faster than if he used elemental crystal stones? Hence, Wizard Bamu immediately took the wind elemental crystal, and began to accumulate the magic power inside the spell model of the wind-type spell with all of his might. After approximately 3 hours, the elemental crystal stones in Wizard Bamu's hands had been completely spent. However, his face had turned rosy red, filled with fierce confidence. Master, even though my magic power isn't much right now, but it's enough to cast Flash Wind. Wizard Bamu stood up and gave a status report to Merlin respectfully. All right, Wizard Bamu. Quickly cast Flash Wind. Merlin narrowed his eyes, watching Wizard Bamu with a solemn expression. Wizard Bamu took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, fluctuation of wind elements did not surge up around his body much, it was just like a mild breeze blowing. Swoosh! He disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Wizard Bamu's figure disappeared. Even Merlin, who had kept his mind power locked on Wizard Bamu, had not noticed. Or perhaps it was not that he had not noticed, Wizard Bamu had moved at a speed so fast that Wizard Bamu's figure had turned up in a corner before the mind power could even keep track of it. Fast! That's just too fast. So fast that this is practically maximum speed already, isn't it? Merlin had felt a flash of light before his eyes. It was not surprising that Wizard Bamu was able to escape the clutches of the flame image. After Flash Wind had been fused with a 7th level spell, reaching great levels of power, the speed was just too overwhelming. It was so fast that it was somewhat unbelievable and practically hitting the maximum speed. Merlin found it very difficult to imagine what could be faster than Wizard Bamu casting Flash Wind right then. Not bad. The power of Flash Wind is not bad, indeed. It's very fast. Merlin did not hold back on the words of praise. Wizard Bamu nodded as well, saying, not only does Flash Wind move you fast within a small area, it also moves you faster in a larger area. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called Flash Wind. Merlin was extremely satisfied with this Flash Wind. Wind-type speed Pandora demon abilities were rarer than the others, and even more so when they could be fused with spells. Naturally, Merlin could not let it go. Other than having a spell that fit the requirements, there was also another small requirement to cultivate the first stage of Flash Wind, which was a great amount of practice. Different from the other Pandora demon abilities such as Fiery Collapse and Fuse Earth, Flash Wind's first and second stages required the corresponding spells as well as training. The continuous usage of Flash Wind could cause it to be fused even more harmoniously with the spell, which required a long period of training. There were no other shortcuts that he could take. Merlin was not too concerned about this small problem. It could already be considered extremely easy if he could skip having to search for some troublesome treasures by just spending a little bit more time and energy on continuous training to increase the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the Wind-type spell. Thus, Merlin stayed on board the ship of Nicola and continuously trained for the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the Wind-type spell. Meanwhile, Wizard Bamu spared no time. With no elemental crystal stones, he slowly accumulated magic power in his awareness which was incomparably dry and without any spell models. Bam! A long time passed. No one knew how long, perhaps a month, or 2. The ship of Nicola seemed to have collided into something as the entire ship was shaking slightly. However, the ship of Nicola was protected by the bubble, so it would not be damaged. Nevertheless, such a collision had startled Merlin, who had been deeply focused on training Flash Wind on board the ship of Nicola. Chapter 302, Wizard Leo's Summoning Eye. Chapter 302, Wizard Leo's Summoning Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bam! The ship of Nicola had slammed into something hard. If there was no control, it would be very easy for it to collide into the reef as it shuttled under and through the sea. Merlin was awoken by the collision. He immediately checked the situation under the sea and discovered that a gigantic piece of reef had blocked the ship of Nicola. Merlin had not exercised control over the ship of Nicola during the time it had been under the sea. He had completely let go and allowed the ship of Nicola to drift, not afraid at all that anything might damage it due to the ship's strong and solid body. Has the mind power duplicate in the Bell space reached its limit again? Merlin was aware of a scorching hot feeling of convulsion in his chest and knew that the mind power duplicate in the Bell space had reached the limit once more. Ever since he had obtained Flash Wind, he had been training day and night aboard the ship of Nicola. Although the only requirement for Flash Wind was a high fusion rate with a wind-type speed spell, it was still extremely difficult to achieve and required a very long period of time. Even after more than 2 months of training, Merlin had only been able to get Flash Wind to work just a little. He still could not fuse it completely with his wind-type spell. Although he had only managed to exert the effect of Flash Wind a little, its speed was still much faster than if he had purely cast spells such as Light Breeze and Wind of Freedom. Mind Power Duplicate, combine. Merlin spoke in a low voice. Fusing the Mind Power Duplicate was already a walk in the park for Merlin now, he was clearly very well versed with it. Hence, the Mind Power Duplicate merged with his Mind Power very quickly. For a moment, there was an obvious increase in Merlin's mind power. However, fusing with the mind power duplicate once a month was now rather insufficient. Ever since Merlin's mind power had leveled up to the 4th level, the increase in mind power happened very gradually. Moreover, the mind power required for the 4th to 5th levels was incomparably great. Looks like it's time to return to the dark magic region. Merlin could feel the mind power in his body. He was now a 2nd level spell caster. There were 3rd level spells in the first volume of the Never-Ending Book if he wished to obtain some, but naturally, the power of those spells would be much weaker than spells from the dark magic region. Merlin still had to return to the dark magic region if he wished to construct 3rd level spells. Moreover, the purpose of Merlin coming to the Kerdmansler Islands back then was to find lava soil and cultivate the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. Lava soil had already been successfully found, and the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, had also finally merged with an Earth-type spell. Therefore, Merlin's purpose had been achieved. Furthermore, not only had he achieved his goal, but he had also received an even bigger advantage, Flame Maxim. Even though the Flame Maxim was still floating quietly in Merlin's awareness as it had always done, Merlin had been unable to mobilize this Flame Maxim at all during normal days, other than to control the ship of Nicola. He could only borrow the natural suppressing effect the Flame Maxim had upon flames to forcefully merge Fiery Collapse with a fire-type spell. Where should I keep the ship of Nicola? Merlin wished to return to the dark magic region now. However, it was impossible to bring the ship of Nicola along with him. He was afraid there would be no guarantee that the gigantic ship, along with its unique build, would not be discovered if it were to come too close to the Kerdmansler Islands. However, if it were too far, the ship of Nicola may drift aimlessly along with the currents of the sea and gradually float toward unknown destinations. Then, perhaps even Merlin would not be able to find it. This isn't bad. If we put the shop of Nicola among this group of reefs, it wouldn't drift away that easily. In the future, if I were to return to the Kerdmansler Islands again, I would be able to sense it easily and mobilize the ship of Nicola from there. Upon seeing the group of reefs that the ship of Nicola had collided into, Merlin felt that this was an extremely suitable place. These reefs were intricate and complex, the ship of Nicola would not be pushed away by the undercurrents of the sea. There was also a certain distance between this area and the Kerdmansler Island, but it was still not so far away that Merlin would not be able to sense it. Master, everything has been prepared well. The runic magic circle on the ship of Nicola should be able to send us to a more remote island among the Kerdmansler Islands. It won't attract the attention of the 3 major factions on the islands. Wizard Bamu was like a ghost. His entire body was shrouded in a black robe, and he moved very swiftly, coming and going like a spirit. It was very difficult to defend against him. Nevertheless, Merlin had long been accustomed to him. He felt very at peace with Wizard Bamu making the arrangements. "Wizard Bamu, don't call me Master anymore after we leave the ship of Nicola. Just call me Wizard Merlin." Merlin spoke in a calm tone of voice, after glancing at the respectful and reverent Wizard Bamu behind him. Although Wizard Bamu was indeed Merlin's slave, Merlin had not usually given Wizard Bamu a hard time. In fact, he had a lot of respect for Wizard Bamu, which caused Wizard Bamu to feel reassured. He had seen some spellcasters whose lives, after they had signed slave contracts, became a living hell in front of their masters. They did not have any dignity at all. He felt such grief whenever he thought about those situations. However, this master of his, Merlin, was not as harsh. Wizard Bamu pondered for a moment. He ended up obeying Merlin's instructions anyway, and called out softly, "Wizard Merlin, we can leave now." Merlin nodded. He gave the ship of Nicola another glance. Merlin still had 2 opportunities to temporarily hold the power of a legendary wizard, due to the existence of 2/3 of the pillars of flame within the ship of Nicola, as well as 2/3 of the flame maxim that remained in Merlin's awareness. However, they must leave the ship of Nicola now. Swoosh! Swoosh! Standing inside the runic magic circle on board the ship of Nicola, 2 beams of white light rapidly covered Merlin and Wizard Bamu respectively. Their figures slowly disappeared. A few seagulls were flapping their wings on a golden beach, playing around with each other. The sea breeze blew gently and occasionally riffled up some gravel to reveal what? Swish! A beam of white light appeared in the space above the beach. Following which, 2 figures staggered out from the white light. One of them was a slightly young-looking spellcaster dressed in a gold-lined grey robe, and the other was a spellcaster wearing a black robe. "Wizard Merlin, there aren't any spellcasters on this small island. It should be the outermost remote island among the Kerdmansler Islands." These spellcasters were Merlin and Wizard Bamu, who had just left the ship of Nicola. The runic magic circle on the ship of Nicola could only transport them to an approximate location and over an inexact distance. Hence, it was very normal that the location where they had been transported to now had somewhat deviated from where Wizard Bamu had estimated them to land. Merlin used his mind power to sweep his surroundings once. Now that his mind power had reached the 4th level, the area it could cover was extremely wide. Although he did not have the mind power that Wizard Bamu possessed, which could rival that of a great wizard and easily check out an entire island, he could still examine his surroundings more clearly. That's right. This should be one of the remote islands of the Kerdmansler Islands. It's just nice that there aren't any spellcasters. We can then quietly leave the Kerdmansler Islands. Merlin knew that there were many remote islands like this one in the outer areas of the Kerdmansler Islands. The size of the island's area was not very big, and neither was it of much value. Both Fort Udon and Grey Wing Alliance, and perhaps Wizard's Tower, would not be interested in these remote islands. Naturally, they would not send spellcasters here. This was perfect for Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Previously, when the sea beast had attacked the Kerdmansler Islands, Wizard Yumo had already released everyone in Fort Udon of their contracts. As a result, Merlin was no longer bound by the contract and could leave whenever he wanted. Also, Merlin did not plan to return to Fort Udon as he wanted to leave quietly. Wizard Bamu followed Merlin's eyes and saw that Merlin was looking in the direction of the main island of the Kerdmansler Islands. There seemed to be hints of troubled emotions in his expression. "Wizard Merlin, should we go and take a look on the mainland?" Wizard Bamu probed. Merlin turned his eyes back and shook his head before speaking in a calm tone, "There's no need to go. Let's leave the Kerdmansler Islands like this, without alarming anyone." Merlin had remembered the days spent in Fort Udon. Although his time there had been very short, he still missed the harmonious atmosphere in Fort Udon. Merlin then drew a deep breath. Wisps of wind elements appeared on his body. As the green belt took effect, Merlin's figure speedily rose up into the air and, just like Wizard Bamu, flew off the Kerdmansler Islands quickly. Merlin already possessed the green belt, which was an extremely unique flying casting tool. However, its speed was still naturally much slower than Wizard Bamu. Furthermore, it expended a lot of the wind-type magic power within his awareness. especially now that Merlin was regularly training to increase the fusion rate between Flash Wind and the Wind-type spell, during fights to familiarize himself more. Due to that, he often stopped and resumed flight, therefore his speed would gradually fall short of Wizard Bamu. However, Merlin and Wizard Bamu had been continuously rushing their journey for more than a month before finally and gradually seeing some familiar city walls and moats. It was no longer desolate forests and mountains, or vast flowing rivers. Almost reaching the dark magic region, Merlin saw the familiar city walls and moats lining the road and quietly calculated the time it would take for him to reach the dark magic region. Back then, Merlin would take approximately 2 months to walk from the dark magic region to the Kerdmansler Islands. This time, however, Merlin had the flying casting tool, so he was a lot faster despite the many pauses which caused some delay. After only slightly more than a month's time, he was already reaching the dark magic region. His trip this time, however, had seen more than 3 months spent on just traveling. In addition to the time spent on the Kerdmansler Islands as well as on the ship of Nicola, Merlin had, unconsciously so, been away from the dark magic region for half a year. I wonder how Teacher Leo, Larinka, and Emma are now. 3 figures appeared in Merlin's mind. These were the only 3 people whom Merlin missed in the dark magic region. Wizard Bamu, hide out in the small town at the foot of the mountain. I'll go back to the dark magic region and take a look at the situation first. Merlin spoke to Wizard Bamu. He wanted Wizard Bamu to settle down first. After all, only the dark magic ring could grant entry into the dark magic region. Without the dark magic ring, there was no way into the dark magic region. Therefore, even though Wizard Bamu was a 7th level spellcaster, he could only hide in a small town. Only after making arrangements for Wizard Bamu did Merlin return to the front of the runic magic circle for the dark magic region. He stretched out the dark magic ring gently, took a deep breath and said, "I'm finally back again." Swoosh! A beam of white light flashed inside the runic magic circle as it shrouded Merlin. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Chapter 303, Summoned by Wizard Leo II. Chapter 303, Summoned by Wizard Leo II. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the peaceful beach, a few seagulls had gathered and were hopping around carefreely. Swoosh! A beam of white light emerged from the placement of runes, and a figure dressed in black had formed as the light dissipated. Merlin, dressed in his black robe, had returned to the dark magic region. Dark magic region, I finally returned. Merlin lifted his head and looked around, letting out a long sigh of relief. He had already put away his Fortudon robe before coming back to the dark magic region to avoid any unnecessary trouble. There did not seem to be much change to the dark magic region. However, when Merlin stepped up to the stone tablet, the high and mighty black cat Didymos that had usually been there did not appear. Merlin waited a moment more, but there was still no sign of Didymos. So, he gave a slight bow and continued walking towards the dark magic region. The runes fluctuated along with the dim flickering of the dark magic ring in his hand. With this Merlin had passed through the big runic circle of the dark magic region. He entered the real dark magic region, and the wizard towers came into sight. Wizard Merlin. Some young spellcasters who walked by bowed slightly upon seeing Merlin, behaving very respectfully. Merlin merely nodded as a sign of acknowledgement. The atmosphere in the dark magic region seemed very harmonious as well, but different from Fortudon where the dark magic region had more of a learning atmosphere. With a single look, one could tell that there were many spellcasters who buried their heads in potion research, runology or alchemy every day. They seldom explored outside of the dark magic region. Merlin's status in the entire dark magic region was at a highly respectable level. In addition, he was a 6 elemental spellcaster, and he had even killed 2 geniuses of Osmu. These was news that everyone in the dark magic region had heard of already. Many spellcasters saw Merlin as a genius who could replace or perhaps even overcome Clyes. With no delay, Merlin immediately made his way to Wizard Leo's tower. He had just entered the wizard tower when Wizard Leo's booming voice had called out to him. "Merlin, come over to me at once." Merlin knew clearly why Wizard Leo was summoning him in such a rush. It must be an issue concerning the bracelet that had been sealed with the power of Darkness Eye. Wizard Leo had personally created this bracelet, so there was definitely some sort of connection to him. It was not unusual that Wizard Leo would have some concerns regarding what had happened. On the first floor of the tower, Wizard Howl was buried in his potion research as usual. Merlin called out politely, "Wizard Howl!" Swoosh! Wizard Howl stopped what he was doing and looked up abruptly. He stared at Merlin. However, the way Wizard Howl looked at the moment gave Merlin a huge shock. Wizard Howl had a thin and pallid countenance, his entire body was flashing with extremely unstable element fluctuations. His eyes, especially, had a surprising aura of death. "Wizard Howl, what's wrong with you?" Merlin asked with a frown. Wizard Merlin, I'm about to leave the dark magic region. It has been so many years, but the spell models in my awareness have never stabilized. I've prepared so many potions, but none of them have succeeded. I'm sick and tired of living a life like this. Not long ago, I've tried to construct a completely new spell, but naturally, I failed. Consequently, it has caused my previous spell models to become even more unstable. Wizard Howl described everything in simple terms. Despite the instability of spell models inside his awareness, he had tried to construct new spells, which was practically akin to killing himself. However, Wizard Howl had been stuck in Wizard Leo's tower for many years. He had gotten fed up of such a life. A long time ago, and neither was he really a maniac who could prepare potions or anything like that. He simply had a problem that other people found difficult to understand. "Wizard Howl, I've some spell model stabilizing potion. Do you want?" Merlin had remembered the spell model stabilizing potion he had obtained when he had been in Floating City. Nevertheless, before he could finish his sentence, Wizard Howl interrupted him. "Wizard Merlin, my spell models can't be stabilized with potions anymore, not at all. I know that there's not much time left for me. In Wizard Leo's tower, I've never seen a spellcaster that has grown as fast as you have. After all these years of researching potions, I'm not without any results at all." Having said so, Wizard Howl suddenly took out a bottle of green potion and shook it gently. There was a look of confidence on his face as he lowered his voice. "I occasionally receive incomplete potion formulas. After dozens of years researching, improving, and perfecting them, I've finally succeeded in preparing this. As for the effects, Wizard Merlin, you may feel it carefully yourself." Merlin felt rather puzzled. As he was figuring out what Wizard Howl meant, a sudden and terrible mind fluctuation emanated from Wizard Howl's body. That sliver of horrifying mind power fluctuation was, alarmingly, much more powerful than Merlin's mind power. It had reached the power of a 6th-level spellcaster and was even close to that of a 7th-level spellcaster. Merlin was extremely shocked. Wizard Howl was merely a 1st-level spellcaster. How was it possible for him to possess such horrifying mind power? Seeing the change in Merlin's expression, Wizard Howl sniggered. He spoke in a low voice, Originally, I'd thought that if my mind power becomes stronger, it'd be able to stabilize the spell model I'd constructed so rashly back then. However, I was wrong. No matter how great my mind power is, it's very difficult to rectify any mistakes once a spell has been constructed wrongly or once instability occurs. What's the use of having even greater mind power? At the end of the day, I'm still a 1st-level spellcaster." For a moment, Wizard Howl looked at Merlin quietly. "Wizard Merlin, as a 6th-elemental spellcaster, surely you need a far greater amount of mind power than the average person for support before you can construct spell models. As long as you promise me one thing, I'll give you this Mokra potion, the product of my life's research. What about it?" Merlin truly felt that there was something very strange about Wizard Howl today. There was even a slight hint of madness. However, if Wizard Howl's mind power had really become so great due to the Mokra potion, then Merlin would be quite tempted. These days, Merlin was relying on the mind power duplicate in the Bell space to cultivate and could feel that the increase of his mind power was not as fast. After all, his mind power was now at 4th level. If he wished to level up quickly, he would need at least a few years, or maybe even a few dozen years to accumulate if he were to meditate step by step. If he had Mokra potion and the meditation of the mind power duplicate in the Bell space, it would definitely solve Merlin's problem of having limitations when it came to increasing his mind power. After pondering for a moment, Merlin finally spoke aloud, "Wizard Howl, what promise do you need me to make?" My condition is very simple. Wizard Merlin has to kill Clyde after becoming a powerful spellcaster in the future. That is my condition. When Wizard Howl brought up Clyde, his face practically became twisted. He looked extremely hideous. Kill Clyde? Merlin looked at Wizard Howl, who had a twisted expression. He had never imagined that Wizard Howl, who had always been very calm, would have such hatred against Clyde despite all of them being spellcasters in the dark magic region. In fact, to Merlin, there was already no way to undo the hands of fate. After killing Bluebird, Merlin knew that the battle between him and Clyde would eventually be inevitable. Therefore, Merlin was already determined to kill Clyde. It would not matter much that he promised Wizard Howl he'd do it. All right, Wizard Howl, I promise you. However, before I'm powerful enough to do so, I won't strike rashly. Merlin answered in a very cautious manner. Ha ha, just this one sentence from Wizard Merlin is enough. Even if I can't kill Clyde in this lifetime, Wizard Merlin, you definitely can. If such a day really comes, Wizard Merlin, please remember to tell Clyde that among his killers is a weak and pitiful man like me. Ha ha, a weak and cowardly man who couldn't even protect his daughter. Merlin looked at Wizard Howl, who was very agitated. He could more or less guess that Wizard Howl had suppressed this hatred and enmity in his heart for a very long time, but he could do nothing except wait quietly in the Wizard Tower. Mokra potion, I'm left with only 3 bottles now, and all of them are yours. Also, there are some necessary potion materials in the potion formula that might be very complicated, but they are not very expensive. In fact, you may exchange all of them in the resource tower in the dark magic region. All right, Wizard Merlin, Teacher Leo still waiting for you. Up you go. Wizard Howl waved his hand before lowering his head and not saying a word more. However, Merlin could clearly feel that the deathly aura around Wizard Howl's body seemed to have increased. Merlin was quiet for a few moments. Finally, he kept the Mokra potion and potion formula. These were very valuable things, but Wizard Howl had passed them to Merlin so quickly. Perhaps Wizard Howl could not help but make this his only choice. Wizard Howl, there will be such a day. Determination flashed in Merlin's eyes. He then turned around and entered the runic magic circle. Swoosh! Merlin's body was covered in the runic magic circle and disappeared from the lower floor of the tower. Wizard Howl, who had buried his head in work, presently lifted his head slightly. There was a hint of a relieved smile at the corners of his lips. It's time to leave and settle the matter. Clyde, even if I can't kill you, someone else will eventually kill you for me. Ha ha. Wizard Howl sniggered as he stood up. Then, his figure disappeared within the wizard tower. Creak! Merlin had just arrived at the top floor of the tower when he saw the big doors, which had been tightly shut. Almost as soon as Merlin walked up to them, the doors immediately swung open. Wizard Leo already knew of his arrival. Merlin did not hesitate and immediately walked through the big doors. Teacher Leo! Merlin lifted his head only to see Wizard Leo with his 2 empty eye sockets and the ugly, bloodshot vertical eye on his forehead. However, Merlin's attention on Wizard Leo's darkness eye had increased compared to previous times. Merlin understood darkness eye a lot more now. It was a powerful Pandora demon ability personally created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Oflers. It was a special Pandora demon ability that was even more powerful than the Pandora demon abilities that could be fused with spells. Darkness eye had a total of 7 forms. It had definitely not, as Wizard Leo had said in the Abyss Fort back then, been perfected by Wizard Leo himself. No matter how gifted Wizard Leo was, he would never be able to perfect such a powerful Pandora demon ability. Swoosh! Suddenly, darkness eye on Wizard Leo's forehead opened. A tremendous pressure enveloped Merlin's body right there and then. Merlin, you finally returned. Did you encounter some trouble this time on the Kerdmansler Islands? In a raspy voice, Wizard Leo slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Chapter 304, Summoned by Wizard Leo 3. Chapter 304, Summoned by Wizard Leo III. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Trouble? There was some trouble indeed. Thanks to Teacher Leo's bracelet, I could escape danger and return to the dark magic region safely. Merlin lifted his head gently to look at Wizard Leo. He was even more certain now that Wizard Leo had some knowledge of what had happened through the bracelet. The vertical bloodshot eye on Wizard Leo's forehead emanated wisps of blood-colored light which enveloped Merlin, and only disappeared after a long time. Wizard Leo heaved a long sigh and said, "Indeed, you've used the bracelet. Not just that, you've practically cast its power to the limits." Just as Wizard Leo was about to say more, he seemed to have made a discovery. With a gentle exclamation, he asked, "Eh? Merlin, have you become a second-level spellcaster already?" An average person would not have been able to notice it, but Wizard Leo's darkness eyes had a myriad of mystical abilities and could see through Merlin's true condition. It did not matter if Wizard Leo would find out about it, nor was Merlin surprised that he was able to find out so soon. Therefore, he nodded and answered, "That's right. I've constructed all second-level spells by luck and become a second-level wizard." TSSS. Wizard Leo, who had been through a lot in his life, could not help but inhale sharply at that moment. He knew clearly that when Merlin left the dark magic region for the Kerdmansler Islands, he had only been a first-level spellcaster. However, within the short span of half a year, Merlin had become a second-level spellcaster. Such speed was incomparable, not even with Cly's from the past. He had even surpassed many of the geniuses who were specifically nurtured by many big-scale spellcasters' organizations. "Merlin, tell me, other than lava soil, what else have you obtained this time, having gone so far to the Kerdmansler Islands?" With one look, Wizard Leo knew that Merlin had probably obtained lava soil and completed the cultivation of fuse earth. Otherwise, he would not have returned. However, Wizard Leo also knew that Merlin had gained far more than that. Even the bracelet he had produced had been destroyed, which was enough to indicate that Merlin must have encountered extremely dangerous things. Merlin fell into deep thought for a moment. Although Wizard Leo was very skillful, he had probably not learned about the flame maxim in his awareness yet. Earlier, when Darkness Eye had been checking him out, Merlin had clearly felt a special fluctuation appearing automatically from the flame maxim, inhibiting Darkness Eye from detecting it. The flame maxim was just too important. The implications would be too grave if news about it were to be leaked out. Even the great wizards would go crazy. As a result, Merlin could not tell Wizard Leo about the flame maxim as well as the ship of Nicola which he had obtained under the sea, even though he trusted Wizard Leo very much. Other than the flame maxim, there was the wind-type speed Pandora demon ability, Flash Wind, that he had obtained from Wizard Bamu. Perhaps this would be of some help to Wizard Leo. After all, Wizard Leo had previously expended a lot of effort to help Merlin get Darkness Heart and the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth. The person Merlin trusted the most in the dark magic region would be Wizard Leo. "Teacher, other than obtaining lava soil on this trip to the Kerdmansler Islands, I've encountered some dangers as well. However, it's because of these misfortunes that I've been lucky enough to get a powerful Pandora demon ability, Flash Wind. Flash Wind is also a Pandora demon ability that can be fused with a spell. It's so fast that its speed is unparalleled, especially when it fuses with a 7th-level spell. Once the cultivation is complete, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stop it. It should be of some help to you, teacher." Having finished speaking, Merlin took Flash Wind out and presented it before Teacher Leo. "Eh? You've even obtained such a powerful Pandora demon ability?" Wizard Leo was intrigued. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed Flash Wind before scrutinizing it carefully. Slowly, Wizard Leo's expression changed. Eventually, it became one of utmost solemnity. "Merlin, this Flash Wind isn't an ordinary Pandora demon ability. It has 3 stages and can even be fused with spells. This is the apex Pandora demon ability even in the dark magic region. Such a Pandora demon ability cannot be taken out so casually." Wizard Leo looked extremely serious. He passed Flash Wind back to Merlin. Naturally, Merlin knew the importance of Flash Wind. Ever since he had obtained the records of the 5th-level freak wizard on Pandora demon abilities, Merlin's understanding of Pandora demon abilities had deepened tremendously. He was no longer the spellcaster who knew nothing. Flash Wind had 3 stages and it could be fused with spells, especially speed spells, which was what made it an exceptionally special Pandora demon ability. With Flash Wind, even 9th-level spellcasters would not be able to kill Wizard Bamu if they did not possess any Pandora demon ability that could restrain him. Back then, Wizard Bamu's confidence had increased greatly only because he had cultivated Flash Wind to its completion. He had not been afraid, not even of something as dangerous as searching for the ship of Nicola at the bottom of the sea. He had felt that he could escape because he had Flash Wind. However, no one had known that it was more difficult to get out from the ship of Nicola than to get in. Even so, Wizard Bamu had still stayed alive even when he faced the powerful flame image and had finally been forced into the flame prison to be tortured. That could prove how effective Flash Wind was when it came to protecting one's life. Seeing that Wizard Leo had passed Flash Wind back to him, Merlin lowered his voice and said, "Teacher, wouldn't it be of great use if you could cultivate Flash Wind to completion? Even if you were to encounter danger in the future, you could escape at any moment." Merlin knew about what had happened between Wizard Leo and Osmu, and it was definitely not a simple matter. Osmu had lost a powerful 7th level spellcaster. If they had the opportunity, they would definitely cause trouble for Wizard Leo. By then, Wizard Leo would probably be facing powerful 8th or 9th level spellcasters. With Flash Wind, Wizard Leo would be able to escape with ease. The vertical bloodshot eye on Wizard Leo's forehead took a good look at Merlin. Then, a meaningful smile appeared on the corners of his lips as he said, "Merlin, you're very considerate. This Flash Wind is very powerful indeed. However, its 3rd stage has to be fused with a 7th level spell. Only then can Flash Wind reach the level of instantaneous movement. However, I'm just a 6th level spellcaster. It'll be very difficult for me to step onto the level of a 7th level spellcaster in this lifetime. It's of no use to me if I only complete the cultivation of the first 2 stages for Flash Wind. Even Darkness Eye would not be able to help me if a spellcaster threatening to harm me appears. So, do you think the first 2 stages of Flash Wind would be of any use, Merlin?" Merlin was slightly stunned. Indeed, Wizard Leo was merely a 6th level spellcaster now, not a 7th level spellcaster. He would not be able to complete the cultivation of Flash Wish. Moreover, Merlin already had a notion of just how powerful Darkness Eye was when he had unleashed the power in the bracelet created by Wizard Leo, on the ship of Nicola. Nowadays, there were not many spellcasters who could threaten Wizard Leo's safety. They would probably have to be 8th or 9th level spellcasters who were especially powerful. Facing such spellcasters, cultivation of only the first 2 stages of Flash Wind would not be helpful at all. Merlin quietly put Flash Wind away into the ring once more. Although Wizard Leo had not accepted Flash Wind as a gift, an ugly smile was brimming on his face. It was clear that he felt very happy. "Merlin, I believe that you can feel a hint of abnormality coming off the Darkness Eye, yes? The truth is, the previous time at Abyss Fort when the cultivation method for Darkness Eye was exchanged for Darkness Heart, I lied to the people at Abyss Fort. How could I perfect such a powerful Pandora demon ability like Darkness Eye?" When Wizard Leo initiated the topic on Darkness Eye, Merlin's expression immediately turned solemn. Wizard Leo looked at Merlin and continued to speak. "Darkness Eye is a powerful Pandora demon ability that I'd come across by chance. Actually, this Pandora demon ability had been passed down from the spellcaster's most glorious era. A great wizard called Ophlas had a total of 7 forms, is so powerful that it was beyond most wizards' imagination. Even in Abyss Fort, where the cultivation method for Darkness Eye had always been kept, they had only the most simplified version. Moreover, it's an incomplete version, not worth comparing at all with the real Darkness Eye." Some bold guesses began to appear in Merlin's mind. During the spellcaster's most glorious era, the Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye, that the great legend of Darkness wizard Ophlas had created during his lifetime would definitely have been spread far and wide. Perhaps many copies and improved versions of Darkness Eye had appeared during that period of time. However, those were not actually the real Darkness Eye. They could be categorized as extremely weak Pandora demon abilities which were far too different from Darkness Eye of the Legend of Darkness, Ophlas. Those in Abyss Fort were probably the copies of Darkness Eye. Even the imitated cultivation method for Darkness Eye was incomplete. Only Darkness Eye obtained by Wizard Leo was the real Darkness Eye. There was a total of 7 forms, which matched the description Merlin had seen in the records on special Pandora demon abilities. When Darkness Eye had been mentioned, Wizard Leo's expression, despite being one of happiness, also had a slightly worried look which was difficult to hide. "Merlin, although Darkness Eye is powerful, it's still very arduous to cultivate it. Moreover, once you start cultivating it, it's not a path you can return from. Perhaps I'll consider passing on the actual cultivation method for Darkness Eye to you once you've become a 4th level spellcaster. Finally, Wizard Leo had talked about Darkness Eye in depth. He really did intend to pass Darkness Eye to Merlin, he just had to wait until Merlin had become a 4th level spellcaster before he made his decision. Although it was only a promise, Merlin was already feeling deliriously happy in his heart. This special Pandora demon ability, Darkness Eye, was extremely difficult to obtain even during the spellcaster's most glorious era. By now, Merlin had obtained so many Pandora demon abilities, but none of them was a special Pandora demon ability. That was enough to show just how precious a special Pandora demon ability like Darkness Eye was. Seeing how excited Merlin was, Wizard Leo shook his head and spoke slowly. Merlin, remember that the construction of spells is the most important of all. No matter how strong the Pandora demon ability is, you won't become a great spellcaster if you can't construct spells. It was obvious that Wizard Leo remembered his current condition. He had great powers, but could never complete the process of becoming a 7th level spellcaster. Merlin could do nothing about this. The domain of a 7th level spellcaster was not one that he could understand yet. However, he suddenly remembered Wizard Howl, whom he had met earlier on the 1st floor of the tower. Wizard Leo had stayed in the tower for so many years that it would be impossible for him not to know anything about his situation. Thus, Merlin carefully asked, "Teacher Leo, do you know about Wizard Howl's situation?" "Howl? He's already left the dark magic region by now." Wizard Leo looked out from the tower calmly. His expression, however, showed that he was slightly emotional. It seemed that he knew a lot about the matters concerning Wizard Howl. "What? Wizard Howl has left the dark magic region. He was still in the tower earlier. Wizard Leo, what grudge is there between Wizard Howl and Clyze?" Merlin thought about the twisted expression that had been on Wizard Howl's face and could not resist asking Wizard Leo about it. Chapter 305, Deep Sleep. Chapter 305, Deep Sleep. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Howl? That poor fellow. Merlin, earlier on the 1st floor, Howl wanted you to kill Clyze for him, didn't he? Wizard Leo looked as though he was smiling. "Teacher, how did you know?" "Merlin, it seems that you're still unclear with how wizard towers in the dark magic region work. Every tower is the greatest treasure for a spellcaster. Spellcasters possess absolute control over their towers. When you live in the wizard tower, it isn't very concealed. Wizard Howl has been here for so many years, how can it be that I wouldn't know certain things about him?" Hearing Wizard Leo's explanation caused a chill to run through Merlin. Now that he thought about it carefully, that was indeed the case. Every wizard tower in the dark magic region was built by spellcasters who were 4th level and above. Some had even spent dozens of years of building, spending even more time and effort than refining a piece of gold item. Therefore, the wizard towers that had been built would naturally be in the complete control of the spellcaster. Merlin had many secrets. Now that he knew how dangerous the wizard tower was, Merlin was forced to pay more attention even when around his most trusted wizard Leo. He could not show the flame maxim casually in the tower. Wizard Leo did not seem to have noticed Merlin's behavior. He gave a long sigh and continued to speak. Back then, when Wizard Howl came to the dark magic region, he had actually done so targeting Clyze. His daughter had been captured by Clyze from the outside and brought into the dark magic region to become Clyze's servant. Although on the surface she was a servant, in reality, Clyze had used her to experiment with some strange potion formulas as well as some cruel alchemy techniques. This isn't confidential information in the dark magic region. Wizard Howl had obtained a dark magic ring through some way, I don't know how, and came to the dark magic region. It's a pity that after all these years, his spell models had been unstable, so he could never become a powerful spellcaster. He could only watch with his own eyes as Clyze tortured his daughter to her death. This time, Clyze has betrayed the dark magic region. Perhaps Wizard Howl has finally made a decision, or maybe because he can no longer stand it, he wants to put an end to it. Merlin, if you encounter Clyze in the future, don't be careless. If you can kill him, then kill him. If you can't, don't push it. It turned out that Wizard Howl had such a tumultuous experience. This was the true spellcaster's world. As a genius in the dark magic region, no one would reprimand him no matter how he treated the servants he had captured and brought back, because that was the status of a servant. Spellcasters held the power over their lives. Some Normies would even be turned into alchemy creatures by spellcasters through alchemy. Such incidents happened everywhere. Merlin had already seen many in Floating City, but now that someone he knew had a similar experience, he could not help but feel a flash of fury in his heart. Clyde, we'll meet. Merlin knew that Wizard Howl might never get the chance to return to the dark magic region after leaving this time. Merlin gave Wizard Leo a slight bow. When he was about to leave the room, Wizard Leo seemed to remember something, so he said hurriedly, "Oh, right, there's something else. It's about your servant and young wizard Emma." "Lorinka and Emma? Teacher, how are they?" Merlin had just returned to the dark magic region and had no chance to see Lorinka and Emma yet, so he did not know how they were now. Back then, Merlin had felt reassured before he had left the dark magic region that they would not be in any danger as they were in the dark magic region. Wizard Leo spoke in a calm voice, "Nothing much. Just that a month ago, Emma had reported to me saying she and Lorinka were preparing to return to your clan in Prakosh City for a visit. I don't mind, but it's been a month and they're not back yet. If you're worried, you can go back and take a look." Merlin nodded. The dark magic region was not very far from Prakosh City. However, if Lorinka and Emma were delaying their schedules slightly, a month's time was also not a very long time. However, Merlin had not returned for a very long time, ever since he had left Prakosh City. He had even missed his sister, Macy and Yagez's wedding due to being trapped by Wizard Reason in the ancient monument. Now that he thought about it, he felt very resentful. Thereafter, Merlin bade Wizard Leo farewell and returned to his room in the Wizard Tower. Seeing the familiar furnishing in the room, Merlin's heart began to calm down slowly. The dark magic region was the only place where he could feel completely relaxed. Mokra potion. Merlin immediately took out the Mokra potion prepared by Wizard Howl. Wizard Howl had painstakingly done researches on potions for many years, and this was the potion that he was the proudest of. There would definitely be something unique about it. Furthermore, Wizard Howl's tremendous mind power had truly tempted Merlin. The one thing he lacked the most now was mind power. Even with the support from the Bell Space, Merlin still felt that his mind power was increasing too slowly. "Try it out first." Merlin immediately opened a bottle of Mokra potion. He knew a little about potions. Moreover, he had the matrix to inspect it for him. The potion formula for this Mokra potion was extremely complicated indeed, but it was still not a fatal potion. As a result, Merlin had nothing to worry about, so he immediately downed the Mokra potion. It was different from phantasmal magic potion. After consuming the Mokra potion, he could only feel a slightly cool sensation and there was no obvious increase in his mind power. Just as Merlin was about to feel disappointed in the effects of the Mokra potion, a violent pain shot through his mind viciously. It was extreme pain, so strong that even Merlin's consciousness was beginning to blur. Could it be that there's something wrong with the potion? Merlin was stunned. He had clearly checked the potion earlier and had even used the matrix to test it. That was already him being extremely careful and diligent. After all, there was no conflict between Wizard Howl and himself, so why would he suddenly scheme against him? However, this pain was just too frightening. Merlin's mind power was somewhat unable to withstand it anymore as his consciousness slowly slipped into a blur. He could only vaguely feel an extremely warm feeling in his mind. 1 day, 2 days. Ever since Merlin had returned to the dark magic region, he had not gone outside. Phoo! Feels really good. Finally, Merlin's voice rang out from the quiet room. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a vigor in his entire body that he had never felt before. It was as though he had rested for a long time, and his mind felt incredibly stimulated. "Matrix, how many days have I slept for?" Merlin asked the Matrix the moment he woke up. "Merlin, sir, you've been in deep sleep for 5 days and 6 hours. The Matrix's voice rang inside Merlin's mind. He had unconsciously slept soundly for 5 days. Ever since Merlin had become a spellcaster, this was his first time sleeping for such a long time. Mokra potion. Truly mystical. Merlin already knew that this Mokra potion was the best potion to increase mind power. It was not surprising that Wizard Howl had spent the efforts of a lifetime on perfecting this ancient potion formula. The moment the Mokra potion was consumed, the body of the spellcaster would fall into a deep sleep. Even his mind would become subdued. There was complete stillness, causing the body and the mind to receive excellent rest during this period. Then, once he woke up, his mind power would have increased rapidly during his unconscious state. For example, Merlin had already been in a deep sleep for 5 days. After awakening, he had discovered that his mind power had increased greatly, and it seemed that it was not at all inferior to the mind power duplicate that had been fused in the bell space. Such an effect could truly be called mystical. This was far better than the phantasmal magic potion Merlin had obtained previously. Only, too bad, it causes the body and the mind to fall completely into a deep sleep. That's too dangerous. I definitely can't do that unless I'm in an absolutely safe place. A light flashed through Merlin's eyes. The effects of the Mokra potion may be good, but the side effects were also extremely obvious. The moment it was consumed, both the mind and body would fall into a deep sleep rapidly. This period was extremely dangerous for a spellcaster. He must only consume the Mokra potion in an absolutely safe environment. There are 2 more bottles of Mokra potion. I'll take them in the dark magic region first. If Emma and Lorinka aren't back yet after 10 days, I'll pay Prakosh City a visit. Merlin decided to consume the Mokra potion first. It was only in the dark magic region that Merlin dared to fall into such a deep slumber. Furthermore, he could only construct a completely new spell model if his mind power had expanded. Merlin was far from being content as a 2nd-level spellcaster. He needed to be a 3rd or 4th-level spellcaster. Only by finally becoming a 4th-level spellcaster could those Pandora demon abilities in him unleash their greatest strength. By then, Merlin's power would increase explosively. However, all of that needed the support of a tremendous amount of mind power. Therefore, Merlin took out a bottle of Mokra potion once more. He opened the bottle and downed the content quickly. 10 days passed by hurriedly. By the time Merlin had awakened for the 2nd time, his mind power had almost doubled. Double of mind power. He would need a very long time even with the mind power duplicate in the bell space to accumulate that much mind power. After all, Merlin's mind power was already at the 4th level now. It was extremely difficult for him to increase it even by just a little. Increasing it by 2 folds would be akin to a miracle. Furthermore, such a change had occurred only because Merlin had consumed 3 bottles of Mokra potion. Even more mysteriously, Merlin had discovered that the effects of the Mokra potion did not lessen at all despite multiple consumptions. That was to say, if there had been more Mokra potion, it was absolutely possible for him to continue consuming it, and increase by 2 folds, 3 folds. Such effects of the Mokra potion made Merlin overjoyed. However, before Wizard Howl had left, he had only given Merlin 3 bottles of Mokra potion, and Merlin had consumed them all. Merlin frowned. The effects of this Mokra potion were causing him to feel as though he was unable to stop. However, he knew that he should leave the dark magic region as soon as he possibly could. I wonder have Emma and Lorinka returned? Merlin stood up and opened the door before walking toward Emma and Lorinka's room. Chapter 306, Mass Exchange. Chapter 306, Mass Exchange. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Emma's and Lorinka's rooms were both in Wizard Leo's tower. Merlin tapped the door gently but there was no response. Nevertheless, Merlin had expected it. If Emma and Lorinka had returned, they'd have looked for him. Yet, the Matrix said that in the 10 days or more of his slumber, no one had come to see him. 1.5 months, going back and forth to Prakosh City. However much the delay is, they should be back by now. Merlin frowned. Back then, when he was departing from the dark magic region, he told Emma and Lorinka that they should visit his family in Prakosh City if time permitted it. However, they had been gone from the dark magic region for 1.5 months by now. This was unusual, especially for Lorinka, as she would not let the opportunity to learn in the dark magic region slip by. Even if she ventured outside, it would certainly not be for long. Therefore, there was a high possibility that they had encountered some sort of trouble. When Merlin thought about this, his emotions became somewhat unsettled. I've to hurry back to Prakosh City. Merlin mumbled, but before returning to Prakosh City, he still needed to go to the resource tower to exchange some Mokra potion formulas. According to Wizard Howl, the potion materials for Mokra potion were actually not very rare and could be exchanged even in the resource tower. Merlin was extremely satisfied with the effect of Mokra potions. As long as he exchanged for the required potion materials, he could try to prepare them himself in the future. Wizard Merlin, what do you need? In the resource tower, a second-level grey-robed wizard stood in front of Merlin. After seeing that he was the dark magic region's renowned 6-elemental spellcaster, the grey-robed wizard did not dare to slack as he hurriedly inquired respectfully. Take me to see the potion materials. Merlin smiled gently and responded calmly. He was no longer a newbie wizard in the dark magic region. With his strength and status, he was no less inferior to Wizard Clyde's reputation in the dark magic region back then. Wizard Merlin wishes to brew potions? This is the list. Merlin immediately drew out the formula of Mokra potion. This was just a list. The more important thing for brewing a potion was the proportion. This was made by a powerful apothecary who used a lot of trial data to record and improve it, bit by bit. Before Master Howl left, he gave Merlin the formula of Mokra potion, but it also recorded the detailed proportions on it, which was the most precious aspect. Now, Merlin only took out the potion formula, so he was naturally not afraid that people would discover the secret of Mokra potion. Seeing the list given by Merlin, the comprehensive list of potion materials on it alone had made the grey-robed wizard extremely shocked. Those capable of exchanging such a mass of potion materials in the resource tower were mostly 4th level or higher spellcasters. Wizard Merlin, these potion materials are really too much. Please, Master Merlin, come and carefully choose them with us. Merlin nodded and followed the grey-robed wizard to the 2nd floor of the resource tower. There were some casting tools, potion materials, and many more things laid out. There was a myriad of stuff, and it looked like there was quite a variety too. The large number and wide variety of things did not come as a surprise, as this was a spellcaster's organization with a long history, which was passed down for thousands of years. The dark magic region's heritage was very rich, and most of the potion materials could be found in the resource tower. As for spending of contribution points, it was subject to personal opinion. Some precious materials could not be bought even from the outside, so spending however much contribution points would still be worth it. Not to mention, Merlin's current contribution points were still left with more than several thousand points. If more time had passed, and it had been another year, Merlin would then earn another 10,000 contribution points from the dark magic region. Therefore, Merlin could exchange potion materials or some powerful spells in the resource tower without worrying about contribution points. This was also the devotion of the dark magic region in training a spellcaster. Wizard Merlin, we have all the potion materials on the list in the resource tower. How much do you want? You have them all? Very well, how much are there in the inventory of the resource tower? How much potion materials can I exchange with all my remaining contribution points? Merlin asked 2 questions in one shot, but the information revealed made this grey-robed wizard feel very excited instead. They knew very well that Merlin was a highly prioritized subject for training in the dark magic region, just like Clyde back then, who was also given a huge amount of contribution points yearly. In the entire dark magic region, the number of spellcasters who could have such treatment did not exceed the number of fingers on one hand, which showed how much the dark magic region valued Merlin. Wizard Merlin, there are a lot of stocks for these potion materials in the resource tower. If you exchange them all with your remaining thousands of contribution points, you can exchange up to 100 sets of those potion materials. 100 sets of potion materials? That'll suffice. Merlin nodded secretly. Deep down, he was very happy. With so many potion materials, he could settle down in a safe place in the future, and concentrate on brewing Mokra potions. Using the precise control of the Matrix, his brew would definitely not be worse than Master Howl's. At that time, his mind power would possibly grow wildly under the accumulation of a large number of Mokra potions. This was a way to quickly increase one's strength, even spending all the contribution points now would still make it worthwhile. Then exchange for me 100 sets of the potion materials. Merlin replied affirmatively. All right, please wait a moment. The grey-robed wizard left with a smile. Thus, the entire resource tower seemed to have become very busy as countless potion materials were being sorted out. About half an hour later, the grey-robed wizard came back to Merlin and said respectfully, "Wizard Merlin, the potion materials are ready. The contribution points in your dark magic ring are now left with only less than 100 points." As soon as he finished, Merlin took back the dark magic ring, and he had indeed noticed that the thousands of contributions points on it was now only left with less than 100 points. However, when he thought of the 100 copies of potion materials that were exchanged, spending those contribution points was really not a big deal. "Okay, give me the potion materials." Merlin stored the Mokra potion materials into the ring, then stood up and left the resource tower, leaving behind envious expressions on the faces of the grey-robed wizards in the resource tower. "Got it, 100 sets of Mokra potion materials." As he left the resource tower, Merlin's heart could not help but stir up. Apart from him, no one else could realize what so many Mokra potions truly meant for Merlin. Once he had successfully brewed these Mokra potions and consumed them, even Merlin did not know for sure, till what kind of horrific level would his mind power reach. Normally, those spellcasters would spend decades meditating in order to accumulate mind power, yet they would not be able to match the mind power that Merlin enhanced using so many Mokra potions. As long as the mind power was strong enough, Merlin could even try to construct a third-level spell right away. Unfortunately, there's no more contribution point left. The 10,000 contribution points given by the dark magic region are gone. Though, I'll only need to wait a few more months before getting another 10,000 contribution points. At that time, maybe my mind power would already be strong enough, and I can exchange third-level spells along with it. Although Merlin had just become a second-level spellcaster, he had enough resources provided by the dark magic region. In addition to the matrix, as long as he had enough mind power, he would then be able to construct more, stronger spell models. However, the dark magic region only promised to give Merlin 10,000 contribution points every year. Originally, he thought about going to select a third-level spell too at the resource tower. However, it seemed that his contribution points were clearly insufficient. He could only wait a few more months until the dark magic region deposited the second batch of 10,000 contribution points into his dark magic ring, then he'd be able to exchange for third-level spells. Teacher Leo, Emma, and Lorinka haven't come back yet, so I'm thinking of going back to have a look. Before Merlin left, he still notified Wizard Leo about it. Wizard Leo nodded. "Go ahead, Osmu hasn't been active now anyway. As long as you don't leave the territory of the dark magic region, you won't be in any danger." It seemed that Wizard Leo was also paying attention to the activity of Osmu. Later, Merlin bid farewell to the Wizard Leo and came to the front of the many runic magic circles of the dark magic region. Whoosh! A white ray of light flashed past. Merlin had just returned to the dark magic region for about half a month, now he had left again. Master's back? In the small town, Wizard Bamu, who was accumulating magic power tirelessly at all times, lifted his head abruptly. He looked outside the house, and he had already sensed Merlin. After signing the slave contract, there was a very special connection between Bamu and Merlin. Unless the distance was too far away, otherwise it could be sensed. This was also the uniqueness of a slave contract. Wizard Bamu. Sure enough, when Master Bamu had just opened his eyes, a young man in a black robe walked straight from outside the door, staring calmly at Wizard Bamu in the room. Wizard Bamu hastily stood up in a respectful manner, and whispered, "Master, you've just returned to the dark magic region. I didn't expect you to come out so soon." Wizard Bamu knew that Merlin had returned to the dark magic region. He thought that Merlin would stay in the dark magic region for a year and a half before he would come out again. He could also take advantage of this time, and slowly recover the almost exhausted magic power in the spell model in his awareness at the small town. Unexpectedly, Merlin actually came back so quickly, which made Wizard Bamu feel somewhat helpless deep down in his heart. As Merlin's slave now, he had lost even the time to restore the mind power in his spell model. Merlin was, however, able to know some of Bamu's thoughts through the slave contract, so it was indeed quite difficult for Wizard Bamu to arrange any plans. After all, Merlin was not a fourth-level spellcaster yet, so he could only have one servant, and he could not possibly bring Wizard Bamu into the dark magic region. After returning to the dark magic region this time, he thought of Prakosh City, so that had changed some of Merlin's initial plans. I've encountered something this time, so I have to go and settle it. However, this time I'll take you to a place. If it's suitable, you'll stay there in the future, and you can replenish your magic power in peace. Wizard Bamu was delighted and quickly asked, "Where is it?" "Prakosh City." Within Merlin's tone, there was a revelation of slight complexity. Chapter 307, Changes in the Clan I. Chapter 307, Changes in the Clan I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the jade blue sky, flocks of white birds flew over from time to time, adding a touch of bright colors to the gorgeous sky. On a small tree by the river bank, green sprouts started budding too, painting the white river bank with shades of green, giving it a spring-like appearance. Swoosh! The two figures landed on an empty vegetable garden. There were some tattered fences around the garden too, where it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Wizard Merlin, is this Prakosh City? The two figures that suddenly appeared were Merlin and Wizard Bamu. In comparison, Wizard Bamu's flying speed was skillful and he appeared to be doing it so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Merlin's situation was not as good since he was reliant on the green belt. This kind of flying-type casting tool was consuming way too much magic power. Therefore, along the way, Merlin took intermittent stops almost all the time, constantly relying on the elemental crystal stones to replenish magic power, in which Wizard Bamu watched in admiration. If he had so many elemental crystal stones, he need not seize every second to replenish his magic power. Merlin glanced at that familiar wall in front and nodded with a complex expression on his face. Yes, this is Prakosh City. Let's go in. Prakosh City did not seem to have changed. It was no different from the last time when Merlin had departed, but there were obviously more people on the street, revealing a thriving scene. Merlin was naturally very familiar with Prakosh City, so it did not take long for him to find Wilson Castle. He saw that Wilson Castle had already expanded another circle outside, which looked majestic. The surrounding area was also filled with guards on duty, looking much more grandiose than when Merlin left back then. However, in Merlin's eyes, the entire Wilson Castle had transformed to a whole new look. Well? It seems that something has indeed happened to the castle. It's even warded by runic magic circles now. Merlin's eyes glimmered a little. With his mind power, he sensed that the entire Wilson Castle was protected by a huge runic magic circle. Any ordinary spellcaster would not have the ability to use such a large runic magic circle, much less those roaming wizards, who possibly could not even understand the wisdom of runology, let alone setting up runic magic circles. As for Emma and Lorinka, both of them were only entrance-level spellcasters. Even if they had devoted their heart to studying runes in the dark magic region, it would also be impossible for them to set up such a huge runic magic circle. Moreover, Prakosh City was only a small city, and there was no strategic location or resources, so it was a small inconspicuous place for the Black Moon Kingdom regardless. Although on the surface it belonged in the territory of the dark magic region, but in actuality, spellcasters of the dark magic region would rarely appear in Prakosh City. Merlin could not wrap his mind around whoever else would spend so much effort, and specifically arranged such a large protective runic magic circle for Wilson Castle. Wizard Merlin, this runic magic circle serves an alerting function. As soon as we get close to it, the people inside would be notified. Do you want me to break it right away? Wizard Bamu, who was following behind Merlin, inquired softly. In front of outsiders, Merlin had also let Wizard Merlin call him Wizard Merlin, which could be considered leaving Wizard Bamu some decency. However, Wizard Bamu still held the conscience a slave should have. For a runic magic circle like this, the power within must be very much stronger. Though Wizard Bamu did not research much on runes, with his 7th level spellcaster strength, even if he was to forcibly break it, it would still be more than enough. Merlin paused, his eyes glimpsed the runic magic circle. He said in a calm voice, "Break it?" This runic magic circle is obviously protecting Wilson Castle. Come on, let's just go in and see who it is. Thereafter, Merlin and Wizard Bamu slowly walked into Wilson Castle together. In the spacious yard, there were a few red recliners. Lying lazily on them were 2 elderly spellcasters, 1 male and 1 female. However, the 2 spellcasters had a peculiar look. Their faces were covered with strange tattoos, and they had huge earrings on their ears. The mere sight of them was rather eerie. These kind of days are really pleasant. A somewhat frail old wizard was swirling red wine in his thin hand, bathing in the warm sunshine on the large lounger, his expression appearing at ease. Heh, old ugly freak, I know it's comfortable, but if we can't complete the task given by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, we'll be dead. The ugly female wizard beside him, who looked like a witch, sneered and showed a mouthful of yellow teeth, which looked very ugly and disgusting. Old witch, even you dare to say that I'm ugly? Even if I'm ugly, I'm still better looking than you. Just look at you, which person in this castle is not afraid of that look? The old ugly freak seemed to be quite furious, and he even looked around. Upon seeing the two, the guards and attendants immediately ventured far away, obviously very fearful of them. The ugly female wizard was about to say something, but suddenly, a ripple had surprisingly appeared on the initially calm sky. The two elderly wizards' expressions changed slightly. Who entered the castle? No matter who they are, capture them first and discuss later. Hey, old witch, this time you're not allowed to act. Watch my move. The two wizards looked at each other and showed a hint of excitement. Swish! Swish! Thus, the two stood up abruptly, and those thin, frail bodies disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye, just like specters. Merlin and Wizard Bamu sneakily circled around the guards and came to Wilson Castle. With their current strength, avoiding those ordinary guards was more than easy. After all, Merlin could easily confuse countless normal people with any simple illusion. As long as the person did not have strong mind power, he or she would fall into an illusion. Wizard Merlin, someone's coming. It seems like we've been discovered. Wizard Bamu's mind power was focused on the situation inside the runic magic circle all the time. From the moment they entered Wilson Castle, Wizard Bamu knew that they could not fool the spellcaster who set up the runic magic circle. Heh, don't you guys know that this is Wilson Castle that's personally protected by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince? No matter who you are, since you're here, then stay behind and be interrogated. Two hideous spellcasters quickly flew out from Wilson Castle. Rune, Glacial Suppression, go! Upon seeing Merlin and Wizard Bamu, one of the spellcasters was extremely excited. He did not even say anything as he reached out to the sky and pointed. Suddenly, the tranquil sky turned completely dark. Mysterious runes descended from the sky, and turned into a huge ice sphere, about to envelope Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that this was the power of the entire runic magic circle, capable of both offense and defense. It was definitely not possibly set up by any ordinary person. In addition, the two spellcasters seemed to have mentioned an 8th prince. However, since the other party had already taken action, Merlin had no intention to explain either. He reached out his arm straight away, the fair-skinned palm grabbing the huge ice sphere in the sky. You're just seeking death. This is the power of a runic magic circle, comparable to the peak power of a third-level spell. Seeing Merlin directly grabbing it with his hands, the two ugly spellcasters displayed a sneer on their faces. Earth Veil. Soon, traces of khaki-like veils appeared on Merlin's hands, which had easily encased the ice sphere. Yet, the entire ice sphere was like a toy in the hands of Merlin, incapable of causing him any harm. Not bad, it's even comparable to the power of a third-level spell, and it doesn't consume much energy. This is the greatness of runic magic circles. Merlin felt it thoroughly. He naturally knew that the ice sphere was condensed from runic magic circle. A profound comprehension of runology knowledge, strictly speaking, was of equal importance with the construction of spells. In ancient times, during the most glorious era of spellcasters, runology had been developed to the peak. Even in the case of a weak spellcaster, as long as he or she was proficient in runology, he would be able to possess great power. It relied on what was the power of runic magic circles. However, regarding this kind of runic magic circle which was capable of both attack and defense, besides in the dark magic region and the Kurdmansler Islands back then, Merlin had never seen it anywhere else, so he was very curious about it. Fire. After feeling the power of the ice sphere, Merlin felt that there was nothing much to study about it. After all, it was categorized under runology. Merlin had no energy at all to study runology now, So he secretly initiated the second-level fire-type spell in his body, Sea of Purgatory Fire. It even brought along the power of fiery collapse, flashing directly on his hand, wrapping the entire huge ice sphere. Kai! 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 The pale flame wrapped the ice sphere. Surprisingly, the ice sphere turned into water vapor in the blink of an eye, dissipating in the air, and the two ugly casters were stunned as they watched that. Old witch, seems like we're dealing with strong enemies, now go. The two ugly spellcasters watched on while Merlin broke their attack so casually. Hence, their expressions became serious. Their hands swiftly tapped out mysterious rune one after another. These runes were rapidly merged into the sky. Only by sensing using mind power would one be sure that these runes were the power that mobilized the runic magic circle, which shrouded the entire Wilson Castle. Runic fire, suppress. The two spellcasters seemed to be utilizing the power of the entire runic magic circle. The aura fluctuation on their bodies was at most only the level of a third-level spellcaster, but now, with the runes they had created, the entire sky began to scorch. Glimmers of flame condensed powers which faintly resembled peak fourth-level spells. Boom! Along with the muffled sound in the sky, a huge wheel of red flame fell out of thin air, fiercely hurling toward Merlin and Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu was gripped with shock. Just as he was about to break the entire runic magic circle, Merlin reached out his hand instead and blocked him. It's only a fourth-level spell. Earth Veil. Merlin did not show the slightest sign of retreat. Seeing the huge fireball in the sky, a smile etched on his face instead. Thus, he mustered all his energy and cast the second-level Earth-type spell, Earth Veil. This was a spell fused with lava soil. After cultivating the Pandora demon ability Fuse Earth, it was the first time that Merlin had ever fully unleashed Earth Veil. Merlin also wanted to see that after the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth was integrated into the Earth-type spell, what kind of heights could it reach? Chapter 308, Changes in the Clan 2. Chapter 308, Changes in the Clan 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom! The huge fireball enveloped Merlin and drowned his figure in a blaze, leaving only burning flames. That's it? He died just like that? Seeing that Merlin had no resistance at all when facing the huge fireball, the two ugly spellcasters still found it hard to believe that it was the end of Merlin. Before this, they saw how Merlin handled things effortlessly and was full of confidence, so they thought he was surely a strong spellcaster and dared not take him lightly. Unexpectedly, Merlin had died so easily. There's one more left, capture him for interrogation. Albeit rather surprised, the two ugly spellcasters turned to look at Wizard Bamu, displaying a cruel smile on their faces. Indeed, the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, has been completely integrated into the spell. The defensive power of Earth Veil can already match 5th-level spells. This little attack can't hurt me one bit. From within the burning inferno came a low voice, which also sounded regrettable. This made the two ugly wizards lock their gazes, staring deadly at the burning flames. This was already the strongest force that they could muster from the runic magic circle. They had clearly seen that Merlin was engulfed by the flames. How could he have survived? In addition, not only did Merlin survive, but he was also untouched by the flames. Merlin's figure gradually walked out of the flame. With only a gentle touch on the flame, his body had shockingly sucked in the flames which were all over the sky, making them disappear without a trace as if his body possessed some manner of magical power. Sizzle. Even the two ugly wizards, who had seen many things in life, could not help but inhale sharply when they witnessed such an unearthly scene. Someone who was able to completely wipe out flames comparable to the peak of 4th-level spells, and could even absorb the flames into his body was already beyond their comprehension. Meanwhile, Merlin gently closed his eyes. He was thoroughly indulging the feeling of the flames seeping into his awareness. If it was the past, he would certainly not dare to absorb such vigorous flames. However, things were different now. Inside his body was the most essential power of all flames, the Flame Maxim. Precisely because he possessed the Flame Maxim, Merlin could naturally suppress any flame that he faced. Playing with fire in front of Merlin was akin to a small sorcerer in the presence of a great one. 1. Even if Merlin could not harness the full capabilities of this Flame Maxim yet, Having it inside his body would still give him unimaginable benefits. Of course, the existence of the flame maxim was difficult to imagine for any spellcaster, which explained why the two ugly wizards were in an extreme shock after seeing Merlin absorb the flames. "All right, bring me to see your lord," Merlin said calmly while gradually opening his eyes, right after he absorbed the flames on the surface of his body. By relying on the flame maxim's power, it had turned into magic power. "You? Who are you?" The two ugly wizards had only reacted at that moment. That person in front of them, Merlin, paid no regard to them at all. He had allowed the attack and did not fight back at all. If Merlin had retaliated, they would have been dead long ago. Thinking of this, the two ugly wizards, who had always been conceited, did not feel very comfortable. "Who am I? You're in my castle and you're asking who I am?" A glimmer of aggression flashed across Merlin's calm gaze. A huge suppressive force loomed on his body intermittently, making the two ugly wizards feel petrified. Although they seemed to be aware that Merlin's wizardry level was not high, this kind of high-level oppressive aura, even if only a trace, was more terrifying than anyone they had ever seen. "You're Viscount Merlin." The two ugly wizards finally regained their senses. Was this not the person they had been waiting for, the master of the castle, the great wizard Merlin of the dark magic region? It was rumored that Merlin was a genius in the dark magic region. He had battled against two geniuses of Osmu and had killed them both. Originally, the two ugly wizards thought that the story was exaggerated and were not very concerned about it at all. If not for the order of the 8th prince, they would be too lazy to wait in this castle for such a long time. However, only through the battle earlier had they realized their outrageous mistake. The true strength of Wizard Merlin in front of their very eyes was already horrifying to a point beyond their imagination. "Wizard Merlin, we're spellcasters in the service of His Majesty the 8th Prince. Please, our lord is waiting for you inside." The ugly wizard who wore huge earrings replied Merlin respectfully. Merlin nodded. As he entered Wilson Castle, he found that everything was calm. There were even familiar faces around, so nothing major had happened. Hence, he was calm when battling with these two ugly wizards who were testing his strength. Otherwise, the two ugly wizards would have been killed. Hey, you two are very lucky, Wizard Merlin is not such a good-tempered person," Wizard Bamu said meaningfully when he walked past the two ugly wizards. He indeed knew Merlin's personality very well. As Merlin's slave, Wizard Bamu knew deeply that Merlin was not a kind-hearted person. He could even be described as incredibly ruthless. It was just that perhaps in Wilson Castle that Merlin would contain himself a little. Little did the two ugly spellcasters know that they had just danced with death itself. Watching Merlin and Wizard Bamu enter the castle, two ugly wizards looked at each other. "Old witch, do you think we would have died just now?" He, old ugly freak, I don't know if we would have died, but even the follower of this Wizard Merlin doesn't seem simple. He makes my skin crawl just from his stare itself. We can't afford to offend any of them. It's not surprising that His Royal Highness the 8th Prince valued this spellcaster from a small town so much. The two ugly wizards shrunk their necks. Their instincts from hundreds of battles made them feel as though what the follower, wizard behind Merlin had just said was not exaggerated at all. A chill started creeping up their hearts at the thought of that. Creak! In the castle hall, two strange figures stood at the door, and the originally cheerful atmosphere in the hall suddenly halted. "Merlin? Lord Viscount?" The shouts of one after another at that moment made Merlin's ears a little confused, but when he saw each face in the hall, Merlin's heart was full of warmth. His father, Old Wilson's body had become more upright, giving off a dignified aura. Merlin also cultivated the mysterious relief sculpture, so he knew that Old Wilson must have also succeeded in cultivating the fourth piece of the mysterious relief sculpture. Even if faced with some low-level spellcasters, Old Wilson would be able to kill them. This was the difference between the first three pieces and the fourth piece of the mysterious relief sculpture, which was a qualitative improvement. "Father!" Merlin cracked a smile at the edge of his lips and walked toward Old Wilson. Although Merlin had grown quite a little through the times, in the face of Old Wilson, who was about 2 meters tall with an almost mini-giant-like burly body, Merlin still seemed very small. However, this did not affect the loving relationship between the two. Old Wilson patted Merlin's shoulder. Though he was very happy, he appeared calm on the surface, only nodding slightly. "Merlin, it's nice that you're back. It's been a long time since you've left. Just look, both Conction and Celia have grown so tall already." Merlin turned around and saw Avril and Cherise. Both were fuller and more mature. They each held a child in their hands, who looked like they were 4 or 5 years old. "How old are they?" Merlin could not help but squat by their side, and softly pinch the cheeks of the 2 little ones, but they seemed afraid when seeing Merlin. The last time Merlin left Prakosh City, he encountered many things. Even he had been close to forgetting how long had it been since he left. He only knew that it had been some time. He did not even know the specific age of his children, Conction and Celia. When he thought of it, Merlin could not help but feel guilty. However, Cherise was very sensible. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, "Merlin, both Conction and Celia will turn 4 very soon. They're still just a little shy." "Okay." Merlin took a deep look at Cherise and Avril. Compared to Cherise's sensibility, Avril's gaze appeared to be relatively resentful. In addition to the 2 children, Constance and Celia, there was another dignified-looking child with short blonde hair, who was not afraid at all. He went directly to Merlin's feet, looked up at him and asked, "Are you Uncle Merlin?" "Uncle?" Merlin frowned, looking at the little guy who could not even reach his knees. His eyes glimpsed. Although the child was still young, he noticed something amiss. This courageous child had a slight anomaly of mind power fluctuations. This kind of fluctuation was very faint, but an ordinary spellcaster would be able to detect it. This represented that this bold child possessed spellcaster quality. He had a chance of becoming a spellcaster in the future. "Cole, let go!" Just when Merlin wondered who the child was, a mettlesome voice broke out, and then, a beautiful woman donned in an aristocratic long dress came in. She raised an eyebrow, looking at Merlin somewhat reluctantly. Still, she lifted her skirt slightly, bowed and said, "Lord Viscount." "Macy? Are you Macy?" Merlin could still vaguely see the past shadow of Macy from this lady's face. However, compared with the gritty Macy back then, the current Macy had matured and became a noblewoman. She even began to call Merlin Lord Viscount, which was impossible in the past. The little guy must be Cole. Good, he and Yargez are alike. Merlin also previously heard from old Wilson that Macy was going to marry Yargez. But Merlin got delayed as he went to Floating City, so he did not come back for Macy's wedding. He did not expect that the next time he returned, he would be able to see Macy's kid, who had grown. Moreover, the appearance of little Cole was indeed similar to the young, faithful knight, Yargez. Merlin looked at the house full of both familiar faces and unfamiliar ones, and emotions stirred in his heart. The entire Wilson clan was truly prospering. The changes in the clan must be far more than this. Merlin would need to familiarize himself with all of them slowly in the future. "Merlin, Snake Elder knows that you're back. Just go in." Snake Elder was sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince to protect Wilson Castle, and all this time it was also thanks to him. Merlin initially wanted to talk to the people he was familiar with like Macy, Avril, and Cherise, but this time Wilson Castle seemed to have undergone some changes, and Merlin wanted to know the reason behind it. Naturally, he would need to go and see this mysterious Snake Elder. Chapter 309, Snake Elder. Chapter 309, Snake Elder. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Old Wilson took Merlin to the castle's backyard, followed by the 2 ugly wizards and Wizard Bamu. However, along the way, the few people did not speak, and only Merlin scanned curiously at the changes of the castle. "Father, has the castle been expanded again? I remember that it wasn't so big here last time." Merlin's tone seemed calm. After returning to Wilson Castle, his mood was very relaxed. Old Wilson nodded too. "Yes, the castle has been expanded, and the Wilson family is finally back on track, even more prosperous than in Blackwater City back then." Old Wilson paused. He knew that the changes in the Wilson family were all because of Merlin. Since Merlin became a spellcaster, especially after he entered the dark magic region, although he had not returned for a long time, things had changed. Just by looking at Count Selin's attitude toward the Wilson family, one could see that they were extremely respected. Perhaps the others did not know about Merlin's situation, but as the supreme commander of the entire Prakosh city, Count Selin must have known something about Merlin. After a moment, old Wilson took Merlin and the others to a shack. It could be seen that the shack was built for a temporary basis. It was very simple, but the ambience was commendable, and there were glowing runes around it. It should be the residence of a spellcaster who was proficient in runology. Wizard Bamu's eyes narrowed as he moved in front of Merlin to slow him down, whispering, "Merlin, there are 3 spellcasters inside." 3? Merlin seemed rather astounded. With the shrouding of the runic magic circle, he could not check the situation in the shack either. Only Wizard Bamu, who had powerful mind power which could rival that of a great wizard, was able to see through the situation beyond the runic magic circle. On hearing the words of Wizard Bamu, astonishment showed on the faces of the 2 ugly wizards. They initially thought that Merlin was already scary enough, but now it seemed that this follower, beside Merlin, Wizard Bamu, was even more unfathomable. Creak! At this moment, the door of the shack opened, and 2 figures emerged. Merlin lifted his head and looked up. When he saw the 2 figures, there was clearly a shocked expression on his face. A tall Lorinka, who was donned in a long dress, and Emma, who exuded a delicate and elegant aura, had stepped out of the house. "Master? Teacher?" When Lorinka and Emma saw Merlin, they could not hide the joy on their faces. Although both of them had not become first-level spellcasters, they certainly had some changes after such a long time in the dark magic region. Particularly Emma, whose mind power was already enough to construct a 4th 0-level spell. However, she had not constructed it yet. It seemed that she was still contemplating whether to become a 4-elemental spellcaster or a first-level spellcaster immediately. At this time, it portrayed the benefits of having Merlin as a teacher. Even though Merlin brought Emma to the dark magic region, and had given some specific guidance, he had indeed left her for a long period of time without supervision. This was not much different from Wizard Leo, who left people to their own devices. The guidance for Emma was really lacking. "I'm relieved that you both are here. Emma, Lorinka, you've been in Prakosh City for so long. Why have you not returned to the dark magic region?" One of the reasons for Merlin's return to Prakosh City was to find out if something had happened to Emma and Lorinka. Now that he saw both of them were fine, he could finally put down the worries in his heart completely. "Initially, we intended to go back, but Snake Elder." Emma blushed, seemingly very excited upon mentioning Snake Elder. Even Lorinka smiled and nodded as she continued, "Master, Snake Elder is really not simple. His knowledge is very profound. He's very accomplished in spells, runology, alchemy, and so forth. He has even counseled us in constructing spell models. Throughout our lengthy stay in Prakosh City, we've been given a lot of guidance by Snake Elder and benefited tremendously." Merlin seemed a little surprised. However, if he thought about it carefully, he could understand that the dark magic region was merely a spellcaster's organization. If you encounter a dedicated mentor like Wizard Nasha, for some young spellcasters, it would be undeniably lucky. However, if they were like Wizard Leo or Merlin, always leaving the dark magic region for a year or half, even if those young spellcasters had some talents, their progress would still be delayed for various reasons. Lorinka may not be a natural talent, but if he had done his best in guiding her back then, she could have possibly become a first-level spellcaster. Now that they encountered such a mysterious and powerful Snake Elder in Prakosh City, it did not really matter anymore. They seemed satisfied, which was why they did not plan to return to the dark magic region for the time being. Whether it was old Wilson or the 2 ugly wizards, or Lorinka and Emma, they were all constantly talking about this Snake Elder. It would not be hard to imagine that this Snake Elder was the spellcaster responsible for this huge runic magic circle. Willingly helping the Wilson clan so selflessly, even having the time and heart to teach Emma and Lorinka, for sure this Snake Elder had some ulterior motives. Yet, what was there to obtain from the Wilson clan? Definitely just Merlin himself, or rather, his identity as a genius spellcaster in the dark magic region. "Wizard Merlin, Snake Elder invites you to go in and see him," the 2 ugly wizards said respectfully to Merlin as they came gently to Merlin's side. Merlin nodded and then walked into the shack. Whoosh! The moment Merlin stepped into the shack, he noticed a pungent fire smell. The interior decoration of the shack was very simple. On a long table, there were pieces of white paper scribbled with some runes or spell models. These spell models were so casually placed on the table. Merlin swept through them casually, and could not help but be amazed as these spell models were actually some first-level or zero-level spells, and were spell models constructed by various methods. Each of these spell models were very stable. Merlin roughly estimated that although it was not as good as the reconstructed spell models by the Matrix, it was much better than the spell models built by any general spellcaster. There were also some spell models that Emma and Lorinka needed. Deep down, Merlin understood that it must be the mysterious Snake Elder in this shack who was mentoring Emma and Lorinka all these while. At the thought of this, Merlin lifted his head, and the first thing he noticed was various kinds of weird hair which looked like hard thorns which twisted and turned on his head. The hair wiggled occasionally, looking like countless little snakes. Viewing from afar, it gave off a scary and weird vibe. Not only did this old man have strange hair but also purplish-green skin. From the neck down, and even on his thin arms, there were faint scales which gave off a glint of silvery brilliance, which would make anyone shudder with fear. He was clearly a half-human and half-snake monster. Snake Elder? Merlin's heart moved. When he saw the strange appearance of this old man, he had already guessed his identity. The weird-looking Snake Elder looked up. His face did not appear to be terrifying. Instead, there was a feeling of friendliness and kindness. He grinned and said, "You must be Wizard Merlin. It's not surprising that you're a genius spellcaster in the dark magic region. Except for His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, no one can still be so calm after seeing my face." Snake Elder's face looked very composed. He reached out and pointed, signaling Merlin to sit. He gave off an incomprehensible feeling, so he should be a very powerful spellcaster. However, Merlin had seen Wizard Leo, Wizard Bamu, and had felt the power of a legend for a period of time on the ship of Nicola. Even a stronger spellcaster could no longer give Merlin a shock. Therefore, although he felt that Snake Elder was a bit weird, he was actually more curious about him. Merlin then sat on the small wooden bench in front of the Snake Elder. He did not speak, only looking down at the messy spell models on the white papers. Snake Elder also pointed his finger at the spell model on the white paper. "Apologies, in front of Wizard Merlin, I'm like teaching a fish how to swim. However, Emma is indeed very talented. I used to have a student too, but unfortunately, she encountered some mishap because she followed me, so I never had the chance to teach her again." The Snake Elder's tone revealed a deep sense of desolateness, which made Merlin feel that this was, after all, an ordinary lonely old man, and seemed no different than the old man Ether of Blackwater City. Tick! Suddenly, a ticking sound was heard from the white paper. Merlin looked up and found that a large piece of green scale on Snake Elder's neck had surprisingly begun to darken. Drops of fresh blood fell onto the white paper, painting it with a dark red hue. Snake Elder grinned. He was not bothered at all. He reached out his hand casually and directly pressed on the huge scale on his neck, and then tore it off with force. Scrack! The sound of cloth tearing rang out and a trace of blood was turned into a string of water drops, which fell to the ground. A strange smell was already permeating the shack, and now there was an additional pungent bloody stench. That made Merlin very uncomfortable. "Wizard Merlin, sorry to let you see that." Snake Elder held the bloody scale in his hand and threw it directly into the trash can in the distance. Merlin's sharp eyesight had already caught that there were many scales in the trash can. After losing the scale, Snake Elder's neck seemed to have quickly grown a dark red spot. This dark red spot quickly meshed into a scar, which looked very horrifying. Seeing the appearance of Snake Elder, Merlin faintly understood why there were so many rooms in Wilson Castle, but the mysterious Snake Elder still had to build a separate shack. The body of Snake Elder was indeed weird and different from ordinary people. Snake Elder had been observing Merlin, but no matter how he scrutinized him, Merlin displayed a calm look. Thus, he put on a positive look too, and muttered, "Wizard Merlin, I believe that you've realized too, that you and I aren't the same. I can't even be considered a human, but rather I am of the alpine snake people." Swish! The light swayed, and when the words, "Alpine Snake People," was mentioned, it seemed as if the atmosphere in the entire shack had turned gloomy. Chapter 310, Evi. Chapter 310, Evi. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Alpine Snake People. Merlin whispered in a low voice and took a close look at the Snake Elder. It was not surprising that he had transformed into this appearance. He even suspected that the two ugly wizards outside were different from ordinary people too. Merlin used to be exposed to a part of the relevant general knowledge in the dark magic region. He knew that there were some very special people in this world, among them were alpine critters. The alpine snake people were obviously a branch of the alpine critters. These people were half human and half beast, or all kinds of unique, strange creatures that were different from ordinary people. Rumors had it that in the most glorious era of spellcasters, those cruel spellcasters used ordinary people to conduct various experiments, attempting to create a person who could combine the advantages of various living things. It was a pity that most of them had failed. Some people became inexplicably ugly, and they had gradually continued their race. They could only live in the most treacherous mountains and swamps, with groups of wild beasts as their company. However, Snake Elder in front of him was not only an alpine snake people but also a powerful spellcaster. Although Merlin did not know his specific strength, he should be at least a 4th level spellcaster. Such a spellcaster would for sure hold a very strong position among the alpine snake people. After all, 4th level spellcasters were powerful wizards who could single-handedly build a tower in the dark magic region. Snake Elder's eyes glimpsed a little, then whispered, "Wizard Merlin seems to know something about the alpine snake people, so I believe a further explanation isn't necessary. I'm now a tribe leader of the alpine snake people. As to why I'm here, it's natural, as His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had graced my tribe. Therefore, my alpine snake people tribe are the most loyal fighters of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince." The Snake Elder's tone seemed serious. Merlin's mind was filled with all kinds of thoughts as well. This 8th Prince seemed to be the key to all things, including Snake Elder, who was also sent by the 8th Prince to Wilson Castle. Merlin knew that he and the 8th Prince had never met each other before, but the other party seemed to be interested in the Wilson family that he sent Snake Elder here. Merlin thought that he must have a request. Hence, Merlin pondered for a short moment and then whispered, "Snake Elder, tell me, why does His Royal Highness the 8th Prince desire to see me?" To Merlin's surprise, Snake Elder shook his head instead and said, "Exactly what matter this is about, the 8th Prince did not say specifically. Nevertheless, he only sent me and 2 subordinates to Wilson Castle to protect Wizard Merlin's family, and not let Wizard Merlin's family suffer any unexpected complications. When Wizard Merlin returns to Wilson Castle, and when the 8th Prince catches wind of it, he'll naturally invite Wizard Merlin to the Imperial City." To the Imperial City? This mysterious His Royal Highness the 8th Prince had also piqued Merlin's interest. Regardless of the other party's motives, the kind gesture of sending people to protect Wilson Castle in return of nothing was to Merlin's liking. The Prince of the Kingdom of Black Moon was no more than the Prince of the Kingdom of Light. In the Kingdom of Black Moon, the royal family represented the strongest power. There were also countless masterful spellcasters. Every prince would establish a powerful faction. This Snake Elder that the 8th Prince had sent was obviously affiliated with one of his secret factions. Moreover, the fact that he had even recruited the Alpine Beast people could only mean that the prince's ambition was not ordinary. Hold on, the 8th Prince. Wasn't Count Longardy, whom Count Selin had defeated last time, sworn to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince? Merlin raised an eyebrow. He had finally figured out why the name 8th Prince seemed familiar. When he first returned to Prakosh City from the dark magic region, he had helped Count Selin settle a war threat from Libis City. Besides, he also helped Count Selin conquer Libis City. Count Longardy of Libis City fought under the name of the 8th Prince, exuding a faint shadow of the 8th Prince's influence. At that time, Merlin did not care, as everything thereafter was the activities of Count Selin. Perhaps Count Selin had decided to swear allegiance to the 8th Prince after the annexation of Libis City. Thinking of this, Merlin could not help but sigh. Snake Elder, has Count Selin already pledged his loyalty to the 8th Prince? Snake Elder was slightly stunned, but he quickly responded with a hint of a smile. Wizard Merlin, you're a spellcaster from the dark magic region, so naturally, you may not know the influence of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Back then, Count Longardy of Libis City took the initiative to swear allegiance to the 8th Prince. Count Selin had annexed Libis city, and if he didn't show his sincerity, will he still be able to continue being a count? Merlin understood it all when he gave it a thought. He was always in the dark magic region, and was also a spellcaster of the dark magic region, so the 8th prince would not actually do anything to him. In contrast, things were different for Count Selin. He was only a little noble of the kingdom of Black Moon. His position was indeed too insignificant compared to the kingdom of Black Moon's royal family. If Count Selin did not pledge loyalty to the 8th prince, the entire Prakosh city may very well be toppled easily. Alright, I've known all I need to know. I'm grateful for the help of His Royal Highness the 8th prince, I'll remember it to heart. Now, let's talk about what troubles Wilson Castle has encountered. Otherwise, His Royal Highness the 8th prince would not have sent you, Snake Elder, to Wilson Castle. Since a certain someone dared to attack Wilson Castle, then some things are better if I handle it personally. Merlin took a deep breath and sharpened his gaze. The appearance of the Snake Elder and others was not by chance. To make the 8th prince offer a favor as huge as this, his request for Merlin would certainly not be small. This time, Merlin indeed owed the 8th prince a huge favor. Wilson Castle must have encountered a big danger. If his own departure had put the castle and his family in danger, Merlin would not allow, in any case, for this kind of thing to happen. Therefore, Merlin's body had inadvertently exuded a cold murderous aura at this point, and it seemed that even Snake Elder felt the chill in his heart. This matter is indeed a bit of a hassle. The 8th prince just told us to protect Wilson Castle. With us here, those people won't dare to do anything. However, Wizard Merlin, you've left Prakosh City for too long, and have always been in the dark magic region. Some of the roaming wizards were indeed a little moved. The Snake Elder responded wisely. It seemed that Wilson Castle really had encountered a crisis, and it sounded like it was not a small one. Tell me, who are they? Merlin gave the Snake Elder a strong stare, but his tone seemed very calm. Taran City, Ginomi City, Fanya City. The Snake Elder closed his eyes and slowly said the names of these city-states. They've nothing to do with His Royal Highness the 8th prince, right? Merlin gently stroked his dark magic ring as he said calmly. Anyone familiar with Merlin would know that every time he touched the dark magic ring, it was the moment where he had the most intense murderous intent in his heart. Snake Elder nodded and said, these city-states all had their certain strengths. They were temporarily neutral, not swearing allegiance to anyone. This time, it was only the intentions of some wizards in these city-states. Regarding their purpose, I believe that Wizard Merlin should also have some understanding. Pandora demon ability? Merlin smiled and looked indelibly cold. How could he not manage to guess it? Whether it was Weiss or Bluebird that he had killed, they were all geniuses in Osmu, and they all had Pandora demon abilities. Merlin himself had many Pandora demon abilities. With regards to the value of Pandora demon abilities' power, Merlin was very clear himself. Even if it was Snake Elder in front of him, the tribe leader of the Alpine Snake people, Pandora demon ability would be the only thing that he lacked. Even if it was His Highness the 8th Prince, holding the many resources of the royal family of Kingdom of Black Moon, it would not be impossible for him to have more Pandora demon abilities. Even if it was the dark magic region, even a spellcaster who was as highly prioritized for training like Merlin, the process of obtaining Pandora demon abilities would still be full of challenges. Therefore, Pandora demon abilities can be very tempting for roaming wizards, especially the more powerful roaming wizards. This was a fact that Merlin was very clear of. Putting everything on the line for Pandora demon abilities was not really a big deal. It was just that Merlin did not think thoroughly at first. He did not know that the nature of the problem was already so severe, which was why he could stay in the dark magic region. However, he had put his family in Prakosh City in danger instead. Alright, thank you, Snake Elder. Since these city-states have nothing to do with His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I'll give His Royal Highness the 8th Prince some gifts then. Merlin stood up and prepared to leave. Snake Elder smiled and stared at Merlin's figure, then nodded and watched as Merlin left. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Merlin left, and the two ugly wizards outside entered the shack, standing in front of Snake Elder respectfully. Snake Elder, this Merlin really dares to do it. The spellcasters in those city-states may be roaming wizards, but they are not easy to deal with and are all 4th level spellcasters with great influence. If we don't deter them with the fearsome name of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, I'm afraid that they're really willing to go their own way and act upon Wilson Castle. The ugly male wizard voiced out rather doubtfully while looking at the back of Merlin's figure. Snake Elder did not look at the ugly male wizard, but asked the female wizard instead, "What do you think about the strength of this wizard Merlin?" Strength? The strength of Wizard Merlin should be very strong. His self-confidence was emitted from the inside out as though he wasn't afraid of any kind of danger. I've only felt such aura from those extremely powerful spellcasters around the 8th Prince. Can it be that the 8th Prince precisely values this? The dark magic region is only a small spellcasters organization, a far cry away from those medium or large spellcasters organization. Even if he's a genius, how strong can he really be? Snake Elder shook his head slightly, and said with a seemingly smile, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince doesn't value Merlin, but instead, he values the dark magic region backing Merlin instead. You can also say that even the dark magic region isn't of value to the 8th Prince. The actual target that he wants to recruit is Merlin's mentor in the dark magic region, he who even killed a 7th level spellcaster from Osmu, the Wizard Leo. Wizard Leo. Upon hearing the name, the two ugly wizards could not help but feel a shiver in their hearts. Very well, tomorrow, you'll follow Wizard Merlin there, but don't act. Only in the most dangerous time can you give those people a warning, and then save Merlin in the name of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. I believe that with this experience, Merlin will be more grateful to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, and it'll be easier for His Royal Highness to gain a friendship with Wizard Leo. When Snake Elder had finished, he waved his hand and let the two ugly wizards leave the shack. Meanwhile, the few of them seemed to not realize that a mysterious mind power had shrouded the entire shack this whole time, watching every move in the shack. So stupid, how could they have underestimated Master? This mysterious mind power exuded a hint of vague fluctuation and then disappeared silently. The entire Wilson Castle seemed to have returned to its previous calmness. Chapter 311, Eve 2. Chapter 311, Eve 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a cold wind poured in, blowing on Merlin's black robe, lifting it slightly. Merlin did not raise his head but only squinted, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Master! The person who walked in was Wizard Bamu, who had always been mysterious. In front of Merlin, Wizard Bamu looked very respectful. How's it going? Merlin asked casually. Master, I've already found out their motive. The old half-man half-snake guy was ordered by the 8th Prince to protect your family at Wilson Castle. As for the real purpose, it was to win over Master's mentor, Wizard Leo. Wizard Bamu reported some of the information that he had heard to Merlin in simpler terms, and only Wizard Bamu, a freak, with the mind power of a great wizard, could hear everything so stealthily. Sure enough, it's all for my mentor. In fact, Merlin had already guessed it. His Royal Highness held great power in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Even an ordinary spellcaster's organization would not necessarily be in his mind. After all, the power of the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon actually represented powerful intimidation, certainly not worse than a large spellcaster's organization. Otherwise, it would not be able to startle the entire Kingdom of Black Moon. Back then, after Leo killed Arceus, he immediately became a household name. He also possessed the legendary Darkness Eye, which was capable of killing powerful 7th-level spellcasters. Merlin's heart was definitely very clear that this represented a huge meaning for powerful spellcasters. As for Merlin, he was only noticed by the 8th Prince because of his slight relation to Wizard Leo. He hoped to contact Wizard Leo through Merlin. After a long ponder, Merlin gradually stood up, and his narrow face showed a hint of coldness. He muttered with a low voice, whatever the reason, the 8th Prince saved Wilson Castle, so even if he wants to see Wizard Leo, I'll also help him. However, before this, some things must be prepared. Wilson Castle was already unsafe, and his identity was not the same as the past anymore. Even if there was the intimidation of the dark magic region, it was difficult to guarantee Wilson Castle's safety without any actual protection. Thinking of this, the coldness in Merlin's eyes intensified. This time, Merlin indeed had a faint plan in his mind when he brought Wizard Bamu back to Wilson Castle, and now, his heart was even more determined. If he let Wizard Bamu remain in Wilson Castle, he would then be able to completely rid himself of any worries. Even then, Merlin had never thought of making the Wilson clan a spellcaster clan, but now the progress of the situation forced him to make this consideration. Moreover, most importantly, Conction and Celia did not have the spellcaster quality, but Mace's child, little Cole, had displayed spellcaster quality at a young age. This was precisely an opportunity for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. I didn't expect that after killing Weiss and Bluebird, and becoming the key spellcaster prioritized for training in the dark magic region, yet in the eyes of other people, I'm still merely the most valued student of Teacher Leo. Merlin also felt somewhat regretful because he had indeed gone through many things ever since entering the dark magic region, and had gradually grown from a newbie wizard to a rather powerful spellcaster. Yet, in the eyes of those truly powerful spellcasters, he would always be a student of Wizard Leo, and the halo above his head would still be inseparable from the dark magic region and Wizard Leo. Master, I've something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Wizard Bamu, who had always been respectful, for whatever reason, looked to be uncertain and hesitant today. What's wrong? Merlin looked at Wizard Bamu in confusion. Wizard Bamu took a deep breath and then sighed. Master, it's about your mentor, Wizard Leo. When I was spying for you about any news, I accidentally heard those people mentioning Darkness Eye. Is it true that Master's mentor really succeeded in cultivating Darkness Eye? So, it was really regarding Darkness Eye. Merlin naturally knew what Darkness Eye meant. Even the spellcasters of Abyss Fort did not know the true use of Darkness Eye. Nevertheless, in this world, there were always some spellcasters who knew Darkness Eye, such as His Royal Highness, the 8th Prince of the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was highly likely that he knew what Wizard Leo cultivated was the true Darkness Eye. Otherwise, he would not even pay much attention to the dark magic region, and to pay such a great deal to contact Wizard Leo through Merlin. That's right, my mentor has indeed cultivated Darkness Eye. What about it? Wizard Bamu, do you know about Darkness Eye? Merlin knew that Wizard Bamu was a powerful spellcaster from centuries ago, so some of the spellcaster knowledge that he acquired was far beyond himself. It would not be surprising if he knew about Darkness Eye. After all, Wizard Bamu even knew about the ship of Nicola, the fire maxim and so forth, let alone Darkness Eye. Upon hearing Merlin's affirmative answer, Wizard Bamu's expression was very odd. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply and sighed. Master, maybe you don't know, Darkness Eye was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Oflas. Rumor has it that with Darkness Eye, the great legend of darkness led countless powerful spellcasters to conquer one great dimension after another, and exiled many great gods. He was one of the most powerful legends among all spellcasters thousands of years ago. Apart from the great legend of darkness, Master Oflas himself, other people who tried cultivating Darkness Eye had not succeeded. There was even a rumor circulating around for thousands of years that this Darkness Eye actually carried a curse. Any spellcaster, whom once cultivated Darkness Eye, would eventually die in great suffering along with a perpetual curse. After listening to what Wizard Bamu had said, Merlin frowned. He only knew that Darkness Eye was very powerful. There were in total 7 forms, which was created by the great legend of darkness, Wizard Oflas, throughout his entire life. However, he did not expect that such a powerful Pandora demon ability had actually carried a so-called curse. Merlin naturally did not believe in any curse whatsoever. In his viewpoint, the failure of cultivating Darkness Eye could only mean that the spellcasters who had cultivated Darkness Eye back then had made mistakes in their cultivation methods or other aspects. Seeing Merlin's undecided look, Wizard Bamu shook his head slightly and continued. Master, Darkness Eye really is peculiar. Just because it was a Pandora demon ability created by the great legend of darkness, there are countless powerful spellcasters who will attempt to cultivate it as long as they have constructed darkness-type spells. Of course, among them will be some powerful great wizards who had even begun condensing maxims. However, even for those great wizards who started condensing maxims, once they begin to cultivate Darkness Eye, they'll eventually be engulfed by darkness elements inexplicably, and the state of their deaths would be bizarre. Some great wizards will even be swallowed up by Darkness Eye. Which is why there's this rumor that Darkness Eye is a cursed Pandora demon ability. Except for the great legend of Darkness Wizard Ophilas, no one can cultivate Darkness Eye. If Master's mentor cultivated Darkness Eye, then in the future, Master should never try to cultivate Darkness Eye. Wizard Bamu also felt rather helpless. He knew that Merlin would basically not give any regard to the things that he had said. In the face of a powerful Pandora demon ability, no one could resist the temptation. If he had not seen a powerful spellcaster who had cultivated Darkness Eye die a miserable death in front of him, Wizard Bamu would not resist but try to cultivate Darkness Eye too. You're afraid that I'll cultivate Darkness Eye, and die before the 100-year period has reached, pulling you along to doom too? Merlin saw that Wizard Bamu's face was filled with anxiousness, and finally recovered his senses. It turned out that Wizard Bamu was worried about the slave contract. Merlin and Wizard Bamu had signed a slave contract, which was the most unfair of all contracts. Once Merlin died as the master of the contract, then Wizard Bamu as a slave would have no chance of surviving either. The powerful slave contract would also kill Wizard Bamu in a flash. After all, Merlin and Bamu's slave contract also incorporated a trace of the Flame Maxim's power. Even if Wizard Bamu became a true great wizard, even when he condensed a Maxim and became a legend, it would still be impossible to resist the slave contract which incorporated the power of Maxim. That was precisely why Wizard Bamu was worried about Merlin's mentor's cultivation of Darkness Eye, fearing that if Merlin also cultivated Darkness Eye, he would then be dragged into doom too. There was an embarrassment on Wizard Bamu's face. Although he had become Merlin's slave, it was still only for 100 years' time. 100 years was not really considered long for a 7th-level spellcaster like him. He did not want to get out of several hundred years of torture in the flame prison just to die without a clear reason. All right, Wizard Bamu, I'll keep the issue with Darkness Eye in mind and not simply cultivate it. Merlin nodded in the end. It was not that he really believed in the curse of Darkness Eye, but that Darkness Eye itself was a very powerful Pandora demon ability. In addition, Wizard Leo did not intend to pass down Darkness Eye to him. Therefore, even if Merlin wanted to cultivate it, he did not know how. One day, in the event that he had really become a 4th-level spellcaster, perhaps Merlin would consider it and study Darkness Eye carefully. Lord Viscount, it's already late. The two ladies hoped Lord Viscount would rest early. The voice of the old castle's maid was heard from outside the door. Merlin lifted his head and looked at the sky. It was indeed already quite late. When he was in the dark magic region, he did not pay much attention to the sky. Master, Bamu shall take his leave then. Wizard Bamu also left in a timely manner, his figure silently vanishing into the night light. Only Merlin knew that with Bamu's current immense mind power, he was well aware of everything happening in the entire Wilson Castle. Nothing could escape Wizard Bamu's senses. Go ahead. Merlin pushed the door open and glanced at the maid who was looking downward. He could not make out her looks clearly in the dark, but he did not bother, as he slowly lifted his feet and walked upstairs. Chapter 312, Eve 3. Chapter 312, Eve 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The room upstairs was still illuminated. The maid brought Merlin to the front of the house and bowed slightly, then turned and left respectfully. Merlin reached out and pushed the door open, a glimmer of fire caught his eye. The layout of the room was very simple, but it had a very warm feeling, especially on the large chair, where two graceful, beautiful women sat. Cherise? Avril? So you're both here. Merlin smiled, casually taking off his robe and hanging it on the shelf. Avril remained still. She seemed to be sulking while Cherise smiled generously as she stood up and walked toward Merlin. Merlin, how long will you stay this time? Cherise gently patted off the dust on Merlin's robe and asked softly. Compared to Avril, Cherise seemed to be more caring as a wife. Every time Merlin returned to Wilson Castle, he could feel a rare feeling of comfort from Cherise. I'm not sure, I've to deal with a lot of things this time. After all, many things have happened in Wilson Castle in this period of time and I've let it scare you all. I'll spend as much time as I can and wait until everything is arranged properly before I leave. Merlin did not know how long it would take. He estimated that it would perhaps take a few months to arrange the things in Wilson Castle. You still have to go. Avril, who was on the side, was a little unhappy. Although she had become a beautiful lady, the innocent temperament had still not disappeared, and it made Merlin feel like he was back to the time when he first arrived at Prakosh City. Merlin smiled. He was not angry. The moment he embarked on the path of a spellcaster, he was destined to always be away from his family. Right, where's Celia and Conction? Merlin noticed that he did not see the two little ones in the room. Of course they've been taken downstairs to rest. Cherise went close to Merlin, and her plump body clung tightly to Merlin, presenting a feeling of attachment. Merlin could understand Cherise and Avril's feelings. This moment belonged to him and his two beautiful wives. Nobody knew how much time had passed. Merlin even began to feel somewhat tired. It was not known how many times Cherise and Avril had tossed around on the big spacious bed. Gently stroking the smooth skin of the two, Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. There was a rare moment of peace in his mind. Merlin, I want a child. Cherise, who had fallen asleep initially, opened her eyes again suddenly. Her blushed face showed a hint of lust, mixed with a different kind of temptation. However, Merlin's heart sank slightly. When he returned to Wilson Castle this time, he noticed the changes to Cherise and Avril. It seemed that there were some differences. Avril was more straightforward as there were not many hidden secrets in her heart. Although old Wilson tried to let Avril take over the matters of the Wilson clan, now it seemed that Avril was unable to control the entire proceedings of the Wilson clan in front of a former princess like Cherise. Everyone could see that now, besides old Wilson, the real person in control of everything with regards to Wilson Castle was Cherise. Luckily, the relationship between Cherise and Avril was also quite harmonious, and no misunderstanding had occurred. Compared to Avril, Cherise had many things hidden in her heart. Yet, she was also rather capable, able to take care of the entire Wilson clan, so she could be considered a very virtuous wife. Tell me, Cherise, what happened? Merlin knew that Cherise would never simply say that she wanted a child. It must have been because of the many things happening in the Wilson clan that she had such an idea. Cherise gently stood up and brushed her messy long hair, then leaned in Merlin's embrace. In a passionate voice, she said, Merlin, I'm different from Avril, she doesn't know anything, and she only wishes that you can stay in Wilson Castle all the time. However, you're a spellcaster. You're destined to not be able to stay in the family forever. You've come a long way. The Wilson clan has encountered an unprecedented crisis. If it was not for the 8th prince, I'm afraid that the clan would have already suffered from the disaster. I've only realized that at this moment, the Wilson clan is no longer an ordinary clan. Even if we want to be ordinary, we can't stay being ordinary ever again. I've heard Snake Elder and his people mentioning before that the Wilson clan will eventually need to develop into a spellcaster clan. Otherwise, it'll never be peaceful. This is the destiny of the Wilson clan, and a spellcaster clan needs people with spellcaster quality. Both Celia and Conction don't possess a spellcaster quality. Speaking of this, Cherise did not continue anymore, and Merlin finally understood why she was so desperate to have another child. The Wilson clan would eventually develop into a spellcaster clan, and even now, Merlin already had such an idea. However, this would require many people with spellcaster quality. Celia and Conction did not own such qualities, but Mace's son, Cole, had spellcaster quality. Presumably, the arrival of the Snake Elder and the other spellcasters during this period of time had finally made Cherise realize that the Wilson clan can only become a spellcaster clan, while high hopes may have been placed on little Cole. Yet, Cole was Mace's son after all, not Merlin's. Cherise, as the princess of the Kingdom of Light's royal family, had a natural sensitivity to this issue, so deep down, she became rather impatient. After pondering for a moment, Merlin smiled and said, I'm sorry this made you all worried. Wilson Castle will not be in trouble again in the future. This time, I'll handle the family affairs. I'll arrange everything, whether it is Conction or Celia, they're both my children. Merlin knew that he still could not make Cherise feel at ease, but during this time in Wilson Castle, he did not mind if Cherise and Avril worked harder. If they could really produce children with spellcaster quality, that would naturally be better, and also in line with Merlin's vision. At the inception of each spellcaster clan, their member count was very scarce. Sometimes, only one descendant with the spellcaster quality could appear in one generation. This required several generations of effort and accumulation, and only then, it would possibly develop into a prosperous spellcaster clan. Cherise also nodded obediently, looking at the dark night sky outside the window. The emotions that had accumulated in her heart for many years also finally opened up abruptly. Merlin, I'm a little homesick. Can we go back to the Kingdom of Light? Go back? Merlin's thoughts also seemed to return to Blackwater City, and he thought of Anson, little Fatty Gut, the tall Miss Carice, and the ill-tempered old man Ether. There were too many people, and Merlin still remembered them very clearly. However, the former Kingdom of Light should have already transitioned into the Holy Light Empire by now. Sure, we can go back, we'll definitely go back, Merlin said firmly. Cherise was the princess of the Kingdom of Light royal family. It may not be possible for her to forget the Kingdom of Light in this lifetime, but as a princess of an extinct kingdom, she was powerless and just simply unable to return to the Kingdom of Light. Merlin, maybe there's really a chance to go back. In the past 6 months, I've heard Count Selin mention once that the border of the Kingdom of Black Moon seemed to be somewhat unstable. After the Holy Light Empire had stabilized their influence, they began to stir trouble at the border, so it is very likely that this will ignite another crusade. Cherise carefully described the news that she had heard to Merlin. The Holy Light Empire is actually going to launch a crusade? Merlin frowned. The word crusade could not be used lightly. When the Kingdom of Light was still in existence, it was invoked by the Church of Light into launching several crusades against the Kingdom of Black Moon, which was termed as the Eastern Heresy Crusade. The famous Slaughterhouse War was precisely one of the wars of previous crusades. Old Wilson was also granted the title of Baron because he survived the Slaughterhouse War and earned a great military honor. Therefore, every crusade was incomparably cruel. Whether it was ordinary people or spellcasters, none were willing to face the brutality of crusades. This is just a rumor. I'll find out more about it when I have time. Merlin started pondering. If it was really a crusade, he was worried that the landscape of the entire Kingdom of Black Moon would change, and it would even involve a big number of spellcasters' organizations. Cherise had expressed some of her concerns to Merlin, so she was able to fall asleep pretty quickly, showing a look of tranquil sleep. No matter how strong Cherise was, she was just an ordinary woman. Confiding in Merlin was what she needed more than ever. Wizard Hill. In the humble log cabin, Merlin once again saw the old man in a black robe. The black-robed old man was now a bag of bones, but he looked quite well and would be able to live for another few decades. Merlin's potion to stabilize spell models could only help the black-robed old man reach such a level. Wizard Merlin, you're finally back. I'm pretty much useless now. I promised you I'd take care of your clan, but in the end, an old man like me couldn't do anything when facing those powerful spellcasters. After seeing Merlin, the black-robed old man looked rather embarrassed. He was just an entrance-level spellcaster whose spell models were not even stable yet. He served no use at all when faced with those first-level, second-level, and even third-level powerful roaming wizards. Don't we have the 8th prince? Wilson Castle is no longer in danger. Wizard Hill, this time I'm here to cordially invite you, hoping that you'll join my Wilson clan. Merlin smiled. Since he had decided to make the Wilson clan a spellcaster clan, he would naturally need to make some preparations. Join the Wilson clan? Wizard Merlin, you're preparing to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan. The black-robed old man pieced things together quickly. It would not be easy to become a spellcaster clan, especially in current circumstances, where those people had their eyes set on the Wilson clan. If the 8th prince's people left, the Wilson clan would truly be exposed to danger. Wizard Hill, does the Wilson clan still have a choice? A spellcaster clan, this is the only way. Otherwise, the Wilson clan's position will be even more precarious. As for those threats, since I'm back this time, I'll naturally have to settle them once and for all. Merlin's face showed a hint of cold-heartedness. After a long pause, the black-robed old man shook his head slightly and said, I think forget it. I'm already dying, so I'll be of no use. The knowledge you've learned in the dark magic region has surpassed me far more than 100 times. It'll not be useful even if I join the Wilson clan. I actually enjoy quietly recalling the past like now, it feels pretty good. Merlin nodded. The black-robed old man was now in a good state of mind. He was no longer a spellcaster. He just wanted to live the rest of his life quietly. After leaving the black-robed old man's residence, Wizard Bamu appeared mysteriously beside Merlin. "Master, Snake Elder has sent a message to the 8th Prince. It shouldn't be long before the 8th Prince's response reaches Wilson Castle." Wizard Bamu had been closely watching Snake Elder's every move. "Very well, it's our move now. The Wilson clan's affairs can only be handled by ourselves. We might as well give the 8th Prince some welcoming gifts this time. Inform Snake Elder that we're ready to go." Merlin casually replied a few words as he looked up to the sky. It sounded like there were no doubts in his tone. Chapter 313, Vanquishing 1. Chapter 313, Vanquishing 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the quiet Wilson Castle, the rustling sound of Snake Elder drawing on a white sheet of paper could be heard. Creak! 2 ugly wizards quickly walked in, and said in a respectful manner, "Snake Elder, Merlin has informed us that he's about to make his move. His first target is Taran City." The large, jade-green earrings on the ugly male wizard swayed slightly. In addition to the peculiar, intricate tattoo on his face, he appeared rather sinister and frightening. "Oh. Taran City is right next to where Libis City used to be. Count Taran has been running things for a few generations, gathering a formidable group of roaming wizards under his command. Particularly during recent years, there's a 4th-level spellcaster called Wizard Finello who designed a gigantic runic magic circle in Taran City. TSK. TSK. A roaming wizard who's capable of mastering runic magic circles is really hard to find. With this runic magic circle, most 4th-level spellcasters are of no threat to Taran City." After a pause, Snake Elder narrowed his eyes and lifted his head to look at the 2 ugly wizards, and cautioned them. "If Merlin isn't in any danger, then you mustn't intervene no matter what happens. Do you understand? We're only responsible for Merlin's safety, and if Wizard Finello of Taran City wants to kill Merlin, then you must rescue and bring him back at all costs. This is also what His Royal Highness the 8th Prince requested. If both of you step in, Wizard Finello of Taran City won't dare to act against you. Being a mere roaming wizard, he wouldn't dare go against the intimidating power of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince." The 2 ugly wizards exchanged a glance. They understood what Snake Elder was asking of them. Their only task was to look after Merlin no matter how much trouble he stirred up, as long as they guaranteed his safety. "Snake Elder, be rest assured. This Merlin thinks that he can act so superciliously just because he's a prodigy of the dark magic region. Very well, this time, he'll learn that it's not a good idea to provoke certain roaming wizards." The ugly wizard laughed coldly, apparently not looking kindly upon Merlin's madness this time around. "All right, go on then. Report back to me at any time. I believe it won't be long before news of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince will reach us. Then we can start on our journey back to the Imperial City as quickly as possible." With a wave of his hand, Snake Elder dismissed the 2 ugly wizards. Following that, he lowered his head and returned his attention to the paper on the table. On the spacious street, 4 figures walked at a leisurely pace. However, if one took a closer look, one would find that although this group seemed very slow, there were in fact traces of wind elemental fluctuations floating around their bodies. They were powerful spellcasters who had enveloped themselves in spells to quicken their journey. The most noticeable ones were the 2 wizards who followed behind, covered in brightly colored tattoos from head to toe and had hideous features. Old freak, so it's just Merlin and his mysterious aide who are going to Taran City. The ugly female wizard stared at the 2 figures in front, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Old hag, our job is to follow Merlin and protect him while we're at it. It's no concern of ours how many people he's bringing to Taran City or what he does." The group of travelers consisted of Merlin and Wizard Bamu, along with the 2 ugly wizards sent by Snake Elder who were acting as witnesses. Nonetheless, the 2 subgroups, whether it was Merlin and Wizard Bamu, or the 2 ugly wizards, did not talk to each other throughout the entire journey. Wizard Bamu, who was walking in front, would sweep his mind power over the 2 ugly wizards behind him from time to time. Wizard Bamu's mind power was comparable to a great wizard's, and he was able to prevent the 2 ugly wizards from realizing what he was doing. Master, it seems like the two behind us are quite concerned about Master's safety. Snake Elder had given them the order that no matter how much trouble Master causes, they wouldn't get involved as long as Master isn't in danger. However, once Master's safety is at risk, they'll protect Master at all costs. Wizard Bamu was conscientious in reporting to Merlin, even though he felt that these people were not worth mentioning and that they were underestimating Merlin. It should be known that although Wizard Bamu's master was not too strong, these 3rd and 4th level spellcasters were still no match for him by far. Any spellcaster who wanted to hurt Merlin had to be at least a 5th level spellcaster. Furthermore, not even Bamu knew what the true extent of Merlin's powers was. In short, from Wizard Bamu's perspective, Merlin was really a mystery, unfathomable and unpredictable, and was not the weak Wizard Snake Elder and the rest thought he was. The one that matters to them is Teacher Leo. A smile tugged at the corner of Merlin's lips. The 8th Prince had really pulled out all stops in order to win Wizard Leo over and had even spent so much just on Merlin. Admittedly, it was widely rumored that Merlin was Wizard Leo's prized pupil. Still, even a mere rumor was enough to make the 8th Prince go to such lengths. To put it another way, this indicated how anxious the 8th Prince was to win over Wizard Leo. Hold on. Merlin suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked toward the sky. At an unknown time, a few black crows had appeared in the bright sky, circling in the air. What bad luck to encounter crows. The 2 ugly wizards at the back also resentfully eyed the 2 crows in the air. In general, the circling of crows above signified an ill omen of things to come. Swoosh! A ball of flame quickly ascended into the sky and engulfed the crows, turning them into ashes in the blink of an eye. Merlin casually raised an arm. His gaze had already landed on the massive, white rampart in the distance. Taran City! It was Taran City, Merlin's first target. As he thought about the crows, Merlin's mouth pulled into a grim line. Perhaps they represented the turmoil that Taran City would face today. Come on, we'll go straight in, Merlin said in a low voice. Still, he seemed to have thought of something and turned back to the 2 ugly wizards. If you guys can't keep up, you can reach Taran City later. After Merlin spoke, the 2 ugly wizards seemed to be at a loss, not understanding what Merlin meant. Just then, the figures of Merlin and Wizard Bamu suddenly rose into the air slowly, their bodies encircled in strong wind elements. They immediately flew toward the imposing Taran City. They've flown away? Wizard Merlin and his aide are able to fly? A 4th level spellcaster, Merlin's aide must surely be a 4th level spellcaster or even higher. Wizard Merlin seems to be wearing a flying casting tool as well. They've left us just like that? So, they had been holding back for us before this. The 2 ugly wizards wore bitter expressions. They had been secretly comparing their magic power and speed to Merlin's, but now it appeared that Merlin and Wizard Bamu had just been waiting for them to hurry along at their slow pace. Otherwise, if Merlin and Wizard Bamu had flown the entire way, they would have reached Taran City long ago. The expressions on the wizards kept on shifting as they stared at the disappearing figures of Merlin and Wizard Bamu. The ugly male wizard clenched his jaw furiously, and growled, "Let's hurry, we need to reach Taran City as soon as possible." To think that Wizard Merlin would enter Taran City with such swagger when it's protected by a runic magic circle. Not even Snake Elder would dare to barge into Taran City. If Wizard Merlin is killed by the people of Taran City, we won't dare to show our faces to Snake Elder and the 8th Prince. Taran City was protected by a runic magic circle as well as countless roaming wizards. Such a force could be considered tremendous and had made Taran City's position as a somewhat neutral city-state. The other princes would not force Taran City to pledge allegiance to any one side. As they thought about the possibility of Merlin running into danger, the 2 ugly wizards dared not treat the matter lightly. Snake Elder had repeatedly emphasized the importance of keeping Merlin safe. The mere thought of Snake Elder's rage if any harm came to Merlin was enough to scare the wits out of the 2 ugly wizards. The busy Taran City had unexpected visitors today. 2 small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky and were closing in fast. Perhaps the Normies would not even be able to tell what was in the sky, but to those spellcasters who were monitoring every movement in Taran City at all times, this was a shocking development. Oh no, 2 spellcasters are flying toward Taran City. Identities unknown. A few spellcasters immediately began to report this to Taran City, and many powerful elemental swordsmen began to get ready as their bodies flickered with powerful elemental fluctuations. All of these elemental swordsmen were intermediate elemental swordsmen and were capable of injuring spellcasters. In great numbers, they were rather terrifying. Halt! This is Taran City. No matter who you are, if you don't halt, you'll be killed. On the tall ramparts, a man decked out in majestic silver armor yelled at the two small black dots in the sky. Boom! In response to the armored man, innumerable fireballs blocked the sky and rained down in a torrent, melting a hole in the rampart. Almost half of the rampart collapsed, and the shattered pieces tumbled down, causing a disturbance in the city-state. It's an enemy attack. Kill them! Taran City responded very quickly. Countless elemental swordsmen instantly bellowed at the sky and a wide-ranging burst of firelight flared up into the air. This was the full-force attack of the intermediate elemental swordsman, and it was even comparable to a third-level spell. This was the importance of numbers. One or two intermediate elemental swordsmen might not be a threat, but if hundreds and thousands of them gathered, their strength would be petrifying. Endless fire element transformed the sky into a fiery red hue as if it was caught in raging flames, and the two black dots in the sky were instantly engulfed. Fire? A cold voice suddenly came down from the sky. Bang! Thereafter, the flames which filled the sky burst open as innumerable sparks descended. The fiery red blaze turned a pale white. Even the solid ramparts were scorched and broken through. These ramparts, which had taken up so much labor and materials, were burned down in this short time by the white blaze. Feeble, they're really so feeble. Master, no matter how many Normies there are, they're still Normies at the end of the day. Wizard Bamu watched the struggling crowd of Normies on the ramparts and shook his head forlornly. Normies were completely unable to intervene in a battle between spellcasters. Even the extremely terrifying war fort was totally useless in the face of powerful spellcasters. The only thing that could take on spellcasters was the power of other spellcasters. Wizard Finello, who are these two people? At last, the chaos in Taran City caught the attention of Count Taran. Chapter 314, Vanquishing 2. Chapter 314, Vanquishing 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Wizard Finello was dressed in a blue wizard robe, and not a single strand of his grey-white hair was out of place. He wore two plain rings on his slender fingers, and his aged face looked rather rosy. He appeared to be full of life and vigor, making anyone who looked at him feel reassured. Honorable Count Taran, these two spellcasters are no more than unexpected visitors. Although we don't know who they really are, their boldness in assaulting our Taran City has sealed their fate. My lord, just watch what happens. Wizard Finello's voice was steady, and he appeared to be completely confident without the slightest trace of panic, as if the chaos in Taran City was merely a minor disturbance. Count Taran looked gloomy, but he had always had the utmost faith in Wizard Finello, so he slowly nodded. In that case, you have full authority to deal with this matter. These two wicked wizards have brazenly slaughtered the people of my Taran City and must be sentenced to death. As you wish. A smile appeared at the corner of Wizard Finello's lips, following which he turned and fixed his gaze on the two tiny black dots in the sky, his eyes glittering brightly. Beth, go on, take your people and bring down those two. Remember, we want them alive. Wizard Finello extended a pale finger and spoke to a thin, dark wizard behind him. The thin, dark wizard looked up and glanced at the two tiny dots in the sky before nodding wordlessly and quickly led a few mysterious spell casters into the crowd. Taran City was now in utter disorder, especially the section near the rampart. The area was pervaded by black smoke, and the white flames were still burning at countless spots. No one dared to approach these flames. Once they came into contact, they would instantly be burned to ashes. Master, someone's coming. In midair, Wizard Bamu's tremendous mind power was focused on Taran City. There was not a single movement in the city-state that could be hidden from him. Swish! Swish! There was no need for Wizard Bamu's warning. Merlin had already spotted 5 or 6 spellcasters dressed in black robes on the rampart. Their gazes were fixed unwaveringly onto the sky. Fierce elemental fluctuations were shimmering all over these spellcasters. As they gathered and the runes on their bodies flickered, a powerful sensation could be felt. Although Merlin's direct breach into Taran City might seem impulsive and reckless, he had done his research long ago. Wizard Finello of Taran City was a roaming wizard who specialized in runes. It was really rare to come across a roaming wizard who was a master in runology. It was because of this that Wizard Finello had assembled a team of spellcasters under him. With the combination of various runic magic circles, they formed a powerful force. These 5 spellcasters, when gathered, had the strength of a 4th-level spellcaster. Activate the runic magic circle, Sky Blockade. Down below, a thin, dark spellcaster was leading a team of wizards. This was Wizard Beth, who was assigned by Wizard Finello. Wizard Beth led the other spellcasters in activating the runic magic circle. In an instant, the entire Taran City was enveloped in a faint layer of white light. Moreover, mysterious runes constantly fluttered above Taran City. This was a runic magic circle that covered the entire Taran City. It was also the runic magic circle on which Wizard Finello had spent several years of hard work, the runic magic circle of which he was proudest. Wizard Finello raised his head and looked at the sky, his mind power sweeping across Taran City. A feeling of control sprang up within him. He had devoted so many years to the research of runology. What he had accomplished now was only a minor success. However, he was satisfied even so. Among the roaming wizards, many spellcasters did not even know what runes were, yet he was able to design such a colossal runic magic circle, and was in no way inferior to those powerful wizards in spellcasters' organizations. Before my runic magic circle, even 4th-level wizards have no way of casting flying spells. Drop down. A fierce light glinted in Wizard Finello's eyes. The runes that covered the entire sky transformed into a huge net as they intersected with each other. The dense rows of runes were cast toward Merlin and Wizard Bamu, who were still in the air. The wind element has been erased. Merlin immediately felt that something was out of the ordinary. The wind element surrounding him no longer seemed able to support the flight of the flying casting tool. He knew that he was restrained by the gigantic runic magic circle. After all, Merlin was only able to fly because he relied on a flying casting tool. As for Wizard Bamu, his expression remained unchanged. Despite the runic magic circle flickering over his body, the wind elemental fluctuations around his body did not diminish in the slightest. Instead, a disdainful light shone in his eyes. Master, this runic magic circle is rather troublesome indeed. Please allow me to destroy it straight away. Wizard Bamu was rather impatient. He was a 7th-level spellcaster and could destroy an entire large city with a single spell. He was considered to be someone frightening and dangerous. If he was placed in a spellcaster's organization, he would definitely be part of the core team of higher-ups. However, Merlin shook his head lightly. Bamu, don't attack. This matter can only be resolved by me, which is to say, Wilson Merlin. This is key to whether or not the Wilson clan will have influence and might in the future. Merlin knew clearly that he held many roles, as a spellcaster of the dark magic region, as a student of Wizard Leo, and so on. These were all part of his privilege, yet no one ever associated him with the Wilson clan. If he wanted to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, this was his chance. He must not rely on his advantages but instead display his own powerful capabilities in full. Even if he could not leave the shadow of the dark magic region or Wizard Leo, it must not be like how it used to be, when others would only know of Wizard Merlin from the dark magic region, and not know of Wizard Merlin from Prakosh City's Wilson clan. Swoosh! In an instant, Merlin's figure fell from the sky and landed heavily onto the collapsed rampart. He stood facing the 5 spellcasters who were dressed in black robes. Kill! Seeing that Merlin had landed, the 5 spellcasters roared all at once as complex runes flickered over their bodies. Following that, the runes were accompanied by turbulent fire element, and a sea of fire flared up into the sky, transforming into a flame dragon that rushed toward Merlin to swallow him. The flame dragon snarled unceasingly, and Merlin sensed that this explosive strength was very unstable. This was only a spell forcibly cobbled together by a runic magic circle, thus, its might was able to reach such a terrifying point in a short time. The 5 3rd-level spellcasters were able to erupt with the frightening strength of a 4th-level spellcaster in this manner. Fire-type spell? Merlin stared at the ferocious flame dragon, yet a cold smirk tugged at his lips, and he allowed the wild flames to burn and gradually engulf his body. Sputter! However, these fierce flames did not turn Merlin into ashes. Instead, it became weaker and made strange noises. The wisps of flames were rapidly absorbed into Merlin's body. The surging magic power flowed within the spell models of Merlin's awareness. With the Flame Maxim, most fire-type spells would only serve to replenish Merlin's magic power. This strange spectacle would make anyone tremble with trepidation. Even spellcasters who were widely experienced did not know what to make of it. They had never encountered someone who was able to absorb spells. Since all of you like fire so much, I'll return it to you. Merlin's eyes turned cold and fiery collapse was unleashed with a single thought. Wisps of white flames followed the second-level spell, Sea of Purgatory Fire, as it erupted. Boom! 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 Sea of Purgatory Fire was merely a second-level spell, but its sheer force was rather astonishing, especially now that Merlin's magic power was abundant. Once the raging flames erupted, they formed an actual sea of fire which burned everything it touched, turning all into ashes. Regardless of whether they were a third-level spellcaster or another spellcaster, no one was able to withstand these white flames. After a moment where they struggled distressingly in the blaze, they did not move anymore. Pandora Demon Ability. This is a Pandora Demon ability. At a distance, Wizard Finello saw the white flames that Merlin had unleashed, and he became agitated instantly. As the white flames reflected in his gaze, his eyes filled with a greedy light. Pandora Demon Ability was something he dreamed of day and night. Even though he had gained great powers through runology, he still had not obtained any Pandora Demon Ability to this day. Wizard Finello desired it so much that he had even harbored plans to take advantage of Merlin from the dark magic region, but with the sudden appearance of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince, he no longer dared to threaten the Wilson clan. Initially, he thought that he would never obtain a Pandora Demon Ability in this lifetime, but now, an unexpected visitor had appeared, and this visitor possessed the Pandora Demon Ability that he longed for. Wizard Finello, think of a plan quickly. That wicked wizard is fast approaching. In contrast to Wizard Finello's excitement toward Pandora Demon Ability, Count Taran was rather worried. Wizard Finello, whom he held in such high regard, was still not able to dispose of the two mysterious spellcasters even after activating the runic magic circle. Upon seeing the fearful expression on Count Taran's face, the eyes of Wizard Finello still burned with a feverish passion, and he said hoarsely, "My honorable lord, please be rest assured. I've already surmised the identity of this person." His identity? Wizard Finello, who is this evil wizard? Count Taran turned blank and asked hurriedly. Heh, my lord, do you still remember the Wilson clan of Prakosh City? Someone who possesses Pandora Demon Ability, who arrives on our doorstep so boldly, who else could it be other than that mysterious wizard Merlin? However, oh foolish Merlin, even if you're a spellcaster of the dark magic region, you're not allowed to run amok in a city-state of our kingdom. Doesn't he know that without the advantages of being in the dark magic region, he's not even worth a mention? Some prodigious spellcaster he is, a dead prodigy is no longer a prodigy. A wild and frantic look washed over Wizard Finello's face. This was a once-in-a-million chance for him, a chance to obtain Pandora Demon Ability. O great Medoya, the designated spirit of runes, bless me with your strength. Wizard Finello gave a roar. Instantly, the entire Taran city seemed to quake fiercely, and mysterious runes filled the sky and blanketed the ground, enclosing Taran city. Streams of mysterious energy were frantically bestowed upon Wizard Finello, and a fearsome burst of force gradually emerged. Chapter 315, Vanquishing 3. Chapter 315, Vanquishing 3. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Blessed with a wild power, the force of Taran city swelled up frenziedly. Traces of mysterious energy were bestowed upon Wizard Finello. From a distance, the entire Taran city seemed to have turned into an ocean of fire, flooded with a firestorm of horrifying force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures sprinted from afar and stopped at Taran city. They were the two ugly wizards. However, when they saw the frightening state of Taran city, their faces revealed how aghast they were. Damn it, Finello has summoned the full strength of the Medoya magic circle. The Midoriya magic circle is a runic magic circle that Finello unexpectedly obtained. Setting it up is a complicated process, but once it's done, it'll gather the powers of all spellcasters within the runic magic circle and control all elements. All of these forces will be bestowed upon the user, and his powers will increase by many times over instantly. The two ugly wizards who wore huge jade green earrings appeared very unhappy. In such a situation, entering Taran City would be heading to their own doom. Perhaps if they had appeared in Taran City earlier, Finello would still have some reservations and not dare to attack Merlin. However, now that he had summoned the full force of the runic magic circle, it was inevitable that he would attack to kill. Even if the 8th prince became furious later, Finello was capable of engaging the troops of other princes. Still, if Merlin died in this manner, the first ones to bear the brunt of his death would be the two ugly wizards. We can only wait and pray that Merlin won't die off so quickly. There may still be a chance for us to make it. We need to ask for Snake Elder's help now. The two ugly wizards were rather powerless now, so they quickly sent out a mysterious rune that sank into the air and flew off into the distance in the blink of an eye, carrying a message for Snake Elder in Wilson Castle. Whoosh! A rune twinkled slightly and turned into a beam of white light as it was caught by Snake Elder. The initially calm face of Snake Elder changed abruptly after he saw the white light. Crush! The tables and chairs around Snake Elder were suddenly ground to a fine powder by a violent gale. The entire room swayed and tottered as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Damn you, Finello, damn you! Ruining the plans of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, not even 10,000 deaths would be enough for you. The pale face of Snake Elder was now flushed red. At first, there were only green scales on his neck, but now a green force emerged around him and intricate scales rapidly wrapped around his entire face, making him look sinister and frightening. I hope I'm not too late. In a single step, Snake Elder disappeared from the room and quickly transformed into a green whirlwind, flying into the distant sky. In Taran City, Merlin watched calmly as Wizard Finello's force continued to grow. From a 4th-level spellcaster's force, it kept growing, wildly growing, until it suddenly broke through to the 5th level and kept on increasing. The entire Taran City was covered in runes. Merlin could distinctly feel that Taran City had been under the control of Wizard Finello through the establishment of the runic magic circle. Every spellcaster within the area was firmly controlled by Wizard Finello regardless of whether they were willing. By now, their bodies no longer belonged to them, and all their magic power, elemental force, and the rest of it was completely stripped away and turned into runic force which was absorbed into Finello's body. This was the power of the runic magic circle, a power that had never declined ever since the golden age of spellcasters. At one time, runology was something that powerful spellcasters must master. Ha ha, Merlin, I couldn't find you in the Wilson clan before this since you hid in the dark magic region, and no one could do anything. Now, it's too bad that you've shown yourself, and you've come to Taran City. This is the Midoriya magic circle that I've studied for decades. What do you think? It's not bad, isn't it? How do I fare against the spellcasters of the dark magic region? Your dark magic region specializes in runology, but I'm afraid that no one is more accomplished in this field than me. Wizard Finello was covered in dense lines of mysterious runes from head to toe and was enveloped in a layer of brilliant, colorful light. In a single step, he traversed a distance of several meters, and after a few quick steps, he was standing before Merlin, staring at him in a composed manner. A roaming wizard is only a roaming wizard in the end. Merlin shook his head lightly and a mocking smirk appeared on his face. It was true that Wizard Finello now appeared very powerful, having designed such a formidable Midoriya magic circle, but his technique of setting up the runic magic circle was passable at best. The lofty towers in the dark magic region, in truth, represented a spellcaster's deepest understanding of runes. For instance, even though Wizard Leo's tower did not seem to contain any sort of power, Merlin knew very well that it would be impossible for even a 7th-level spellcaster to break in. The towers of the dark magic region were the truly scary parts of the organization. Being the dark magic region that specializes in runology, they had practically channeled the strongest powers of runes into the construction of those towers. Merlin even had the idea that, if the Wilson clan became a spellcaster clan sometime in the future, he could build a runic tower in Wilson Castle using the tower building method of the dark magic region. Nonetheless, it was only a vague plan for now. There were many other factors to consider, and the dark magic region might not necessarily agree to reveal their method of building towers. Therefore, as he looked at Wizard Finello trying to make a big show of his runes, Merlin did not know whether to laugh or cry. A roaming wizard could only know so much. Wizard Finello thought that just because he had spent his life studying runes, he had achieved some amazing accomplishment, but in fact, it had not a single redeeming feature. Merlin, you're so stubborn. I've heard that you've killed Weiss and Bluebird of Osmu and obtained their Pandora demon abilities. Heh. So, now you're under the delusion that you're some bona fide prodigy, that you can look down upon everyone. That's where you're greatly mistaken, for they were no more than third-level spellcasters. I'm a powerful fourth-level wizard, now blessed with the Midoriya magic circle which combines the powers of over 100 spellcasters in Taran City. Now, I'm comparable to a fifth-level spellcaster. Haha, do you know how strong a fifth-level spellcaster truly is? Finello's face was ashen. Merlin's contemptuous look a moment ago had made him feel a flash of humiliation. At this moment, the force surrounding him became even more ferocious. With a simple lift of his hand, violent gusts of wind spun into storm giants that whistled as they thundered toward Merlin. Earth Veil. A dirt yellow light instantly materialized over Merlin, wrapping around him securely. The defensive strength of Earth Veil, after being combined with the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, reached the standard of a fifth-level spell. Thus, Merlin was not fearful at all. Crash! 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 Mysterious runes, which carried the force of a storm within them, crashed into Merlin noisily, but Merlin did not even take a single step back and appeared very calm. Is this all you've got? Merlin shook his head, and then lifted his head abruptly, and extended his hands in a clap. Pandora demon ability, Fiery Collapse. The white flames quickly surged from Merlin and flew toward each of the storm giants. All of the storm giants, upon encountering the white blaze, shattered instantly and were completely scattered in the wind. Weak, far too weak. Merlin's Fiery Collapse destroyed everything in its path. None of the runes were able to hold it back. The flames rapidly gathered and began to speed toward Wizard Finello, who was in mid-air. Wizard Finello's face shifted slightly as he saw the white flames. He drew in a deep breath and runes began to emerge over his body and quickly solidified in mid-air. Spirit of Midoriya, I summon your image. Most of the runes on Finello quickly vanished and the force around his body was greatly diminished, but those runes began to burn and transform into a raging blaze. These flames gradually converged in mid-air and formed a golden flame giant. The golden flame giant was faceless, and its entire body burned with a fiery blaze. As it faced Merlin's Fiery Collapse, the golden flame giant simply reached out a large hand and smacked it down heavily. The surrounding flame element was erased suddenly and a high whistling sound could be heard. Sputter! Sputter! Merlin's white flames, under the furious hit of the golden flame giant, quickly vanished. Fiery Collapse was no longer of any use. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Ever since he had cultivated Fiery Collapse, it had never failed him despite only reaching the first form. In particular, after the Flame Maxim was forcibly combined into the spell, the might of Fiery Collapse became even greater and was even a threat to a fifth-level spell caster. Since Fiery Collapse was no longer effective, Merlin took a step back, and an icy chill appeared in his hand. Pandora demon ability, Glacial Finger. An icy blast of air quickly flew toward the flame giant, but before it could reach the flame giant, it was evaporated due to the high temperature. It was useless as well. Currently, among Merlin's Pandora demon abilities, Glacial Finger was comparatively weaker and could only be used against fourth-level spell casters. Glacial Finger became useless against an opponent stronger than that. After all, it was not combined with any other spells. Haha, Merlin, now that you're trapped in my runic magic circle, there's nothing for you to do but die. Finello saw that the golden flame giant was effective, so he cast more flame giants one after another. His powers seemed to be limitless, and he unleashed 5 golden flame giants in a row. In an instant, the flame giants were everywhere, trapping Merlin in the middle. These flame giants were comparable to a 5th-level spellcaster and possessed terrifying strength, so even though Merlin had the Pandora demon ability, Fuse Earth, he dared not lower his guard. As he looked at the approaching flame giants, Merlin drew in a deep breath, and the black robe he was wearing fluttered lightly. He stared at Wizard Finello and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Enough of playing around. It's time to end this. Even after Merlin spoke, Wizard Finello still wore an unabashed smile on his face. Whoosh! Suddenly, everyone could not help but look toward the sky. Peculiar darkness that looked like a tidal wave was descending. Chapter 316, Vanquishing 4. Chapter 316, Vanquishing 4. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the afternoon, Taran City had been lit up in dazzling sunlight, but now, this sunlight was nowhere to be seen. The light itself seemed to be distorted, and it was so dark that one would not even be able to see their own hand. What intense darkness element! What spell is this? The two ugly wizards were still waiting outside Taran City. A moment ago, they saw firelight soar into the skies of Taran City as a few exceptionally large flame giants attacked wildly and shrilly. Every movement packed an astounding force. However, the flame giants seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, and Taran City had descended into pitch-black darkness. Not even their mind power were able to probe into the situation. As such, the two ugly wizards were apprehensive, and they did not dare to enter Taran City rashly. All they could do was wait outside anxiously, occasionally peering into the distance, hoping to see the figure of Snake Elder. Darkness Tide. Merlin stood in the midst of the darkness. Everyone who was in the area was enveloped by the darkness and was caught in the illusion, except for him and Wizard Bamu. The strengthened version of Darkness Tide in addition to the enhancement of Darkness Heart, was currently Merlin's greatest strength. No matter how many spellcasters he was facing, as long as their mind power was insufficient, they would be trapped in the illusion. Rumble! Rumble! Although Darkness Tide had sunk everyone into an illusion, the 5 golden flame giants were not really affected. They were transformed from the runic magic circle and possessed no consciousness, so as long as the runic magic circle was not broken, they would still have their formidable fighting powers. Merlin furrowed his brows. These flame giants were rather troublesome. It was a good thing that even Wizard Finello was caught in the illusion of Darkness Tide, thus the flame giants were no longer controlled by anyone. Now they were simply making their attacks instinctively due to the runic magic circle and posed a much smaller threat. Fiery Collapse. Merlin aimed at one flame giant and unleashed Fiery Collapse all while he frantically simulated the flame maxim, emitting traces of the maxim's force. Although it was only a trace of the flame maxim's force, the maxim itself was made to suppress all flames, being at the core of all flames. Therefore, this trace of the flame maxim's force was enough to slow down the golden flame giant. Merlin took this opportunity to unleash Fiery Collapse in full. The white flames wrapped around the flame giant and began to burn furiously, constantly consuming the flames on the flame giant's body. After all, the flame giant was like a 5th-level spellcaster. Even though Merlin's Fiery Collapse had been forcefully combined with his spells, its might was barely at the standard of the 5th level. As a result, when it encountered the flame giant, it was at a slight disadvantage and needed a long time of attack to defeat the flame giant. Bang! At last, one of the flame giants exploded with a loud bang and was quickly dispersed into the air. Following that, Merlin took a deep breath. The force of the flame maxim was subtly emanated, and the dispersed flames seemed to have found their target. They frantically burrowed into Merlin's body and was turned into magic power by the flame maxim. It's a shame that the flame maxim couldn't be changed. Otherwise, it could be strengthened further, and my control over fire-type spells would be even greater. Merlin observed the flame maxim in his awareness regretfully. Ever since he obtained the flame maxim on the ship of Nicola, he had been unable to gain full control of this flame maxim. Moreover, when he utilized the flame maxim to move the ship of Nicola, a third of the flame maxim was used up and was not restored in the slightest up until now. Only legendary wizards were able to consolidate a flame maxim. With each use, it was diminished further, and currently, Merlin had no way of replenishing the flame maxim. He could only rely on the flame maxim's force to suppress fire-type spells. Of course, the flame maxim was not all-powerful. Merlin had always been able to sense the flame maxim. In this manner, he could gradually deepen his understanding and perception of the maxim. Who knew, maybe one day, after he had become a 7th level spellcaster, the fire-type spells that he created would have terrifying strength. Nevertheless, for now, Merlin only had limited use of the Flame Maxim's powers. It was able to suppress most fire-type spells, but if it encountered a 7th level fire-type spell, it was likely that a small wisp of force emitted by the Flame Maxim wouldn't have much of a suppressive effect. Even now, as he faced the 5 flame giants, Merlin was cautious and prudent, needing to take them on one by one. After one flame giant had been destroyed, Merlin stuck to the same method and demolished the other 4 flame giants. The dispersed flames were used by Merlin to replenish the spell models in his awareness. Fiery collapse. After he had resolved the matter of the flame giants, Merlin's gaze landed once more on the spellcasters of Taran City. These spellcasters were more or less all acting under Wizard Finello. It was also because of these spellcasters that Wizard Finello, after activating the runic magic circle, was able to turn into a powerful wizard, comparable to a 5th level spellcaster, in one move. Therefore, without the slightest bit of mercy, Merlin waved his hand gently. Flames covered the sky and turned into sparks of firelight as they descended, darting in all directions as they ceaselessly claimed the lives of spellcasters. These spellcasters were all trapped in the illusion of darkness tide and could put up no resistance at all. A small flicker of flame was enough to turn each of them into ashes. There were no pitiful wails, no noisy cries, not even the stench of blood. Everything appeared calm and tranquil, but in the pitch darkness of Taran City, those wisps of white firelight were enough to make anyone shake in terror. Wherever the firelight appeared, it was sure to leave behind the ashes of some spellcaster. In the blink of an eye, over 100 spellcasters were wordlessly burned to ashes by the blaze. Their lives were all harvested by Merlin. As expected, after losing such a great number of spellcaster, the power of the Medoya magic circle is much weaker. Merlin saw that upon Wizard Finello's body, the flickering light of the mysterious runes was no longer as bright, and his force was clearly diminished. Before this, Wizard Finello's force was comparable to a powerful 5th level spellcaster's, but now, even when blessed by the power of the runes, his force was merely at the peak of the 4th level. A 4th level spellcaster was nothing much to Merlin. Wizard Finello was no longer a threat to Merlin. This robe isn't too shabby. Merlin reached out and snatched the robe that Wizard Finello was wearing. This was a robe which was inscribed with many runes and was comparable to the robe that Merlin had exchanged for in the resource tower. Naturally, Merlin would want to keep a robe like this. Now that he wanted to turn the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, he could not do without various spells, casting tools, and the like. Therefore, he had even collected all the rings worn by the spellcasters, more than 100 of them, whose lives he had harvested. The ring too. Wizard Finello was like a completely unresisting lamb. He was stripped of his robe and ring by Merlin. There's more good stuff. After Merlin had taken Wizard Finello's robe, he noticed that at Wizard Finello's chest, there was a sort of disc which was the size of a palm. It was engraved with dense lines of runes and was implanted into the skin. Rip. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Merlin immediately ripped apart the flesh at Wizard Finello's chest. Instantly, blood sprayed out, and the palm-sized disc was in Merlin's hand. At the moment when the disc was ripped out, Merlin clearly sensed that the runic magic circle of Taran City was rocking fiercely as if it would collapse at any moment. Could this be the legendary runic magic disc? Merlin's eyes gleamed. This was a treasure indeed. Only great spellcasters who had mastered runology and alchemy were able to transfigure a runic magic disc. Some powerful spellcasters were able to engrave a runic magic circle into a casting tool, which could be used by any spellcaster who was adept in runology. The powerful magic circle within the runic magic disc could be activated without having to waste effort in setting it up, and it could be carried away at any time, making it convenient to use. This was also the main reason those powerful spellcasters were willing to study runology. With the runic magic disc, one's power could be substantially increased, and it was much better than many casting tools. For instance, Wizard Finello was able to exhibit the strength of a 5th level spellcaster immediately after he activated the runic magic circle. Through this, Merlin could tell how powerful the runic magic circle was when it was engraved into a runic magic disc. After he had harvested all he wanted from Finello, Merlin dispelled the darkness element that filled up the sky with a great wave of his hand. A ray of light gradually began to shine through the sky, which was initially pitch black. The entire Taran city slowly began to come alive once more. The Normies who were caught in the illusion did not even know what had happened. They only felt like they had just experienced a peculiar dream. There was only Wizard Finello left. He was only wearing thin clothes now, and his wizened frame was exposed in front of everyone. His appearance was so pitiful, his face was drained, and he looked just like a normal, derelict old man. My robe, my ring, and my runic magic disc. Wizard Finello fixed his gaze on Merlin. He instantly understood his situation. He did not even have his runic magic disc, so the runic magic circle that he had so painstakingly set up was useless now. The only thing that was waiting for him was a miserable ending. However, Wizard Finello drew in a deep breath, and said meekly, "Wizard Merlin, I'm defeated, but I'm still a 4th-level spellcaster and a master of runology. I'm willing to sign a contract and become Wizard Merlin's most loyal slave." Now that Wizard Finello had fallen to such a stage, he could not be bothered with much else. He was even willing to sign a slave contract with Merlin. Slave? Merlin barked out a cold laugh and was about to say something when suddenly, in the distant sky, a burst of green light appeared rapidly. Within that enormous, horrifying green glow was the faint silhouette of a giant snake. "Finello, if you dare to harm Wizard Merlin, no one would be able to save you." Along with that enraged voice, a giant snake rose up above Taran city in a violent, whistling gale. The snake's tremendous size was unequaled, and it was covered entirely in intricate green scales. Its massive, sinister head poked through the clouds, and its prying eyes fixed onto Taran city down below. Chapter 317, A Demonstration of Power 1. Chapter 317, A Demonstration of Power 1. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The giant python circled above in the clouds, its eyes glittering with a horrifying light of red blood color, making everyone tremble in fear. At the moment, almost everyone in Taran city had looked up toward the sky, their mouths agape, and their faces full of a terror they could not conceal. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures quickly entered Taran city. It was the 2 ugly wizards who had been waiting outside the city-state this entire time. Upon seeing the giant python in the sky, their faces darkened, and they called out softly, "Snake Elder, you're finally here. We're not strong enough to handle this matter, so please punish us." "Humph! For you guys, I'll punish you myself when we get back." The giant python in the air was Snake Elder of Wilson Castle. Merlin knew that Snake Elder came from a tribe of alpine snake people, but he had no understanding of what special powers they possessed. Even the records of the dark magic region only mentioned them in passing. Now it appeared that these alpine snake people were not merely spellcasters. Their way of living, their anatomy, and so on, were different from most people. As soon as Snake Elder spoke, he fixed his huge eyes on the runic magic circle which sprawled across Taran city. Following that, he extended his long body slightly from the clouds. Bang! The snake's body, which was as wide as a bucket, whipped ruthlessly toward the runic magic circle in Taran city down below. The blow that carried inconceivable force landed squarely on the runic magic circle. The runic magic circle, which had just suffered Merlin's attack, was defenseless by now and was smashed to pieces. The light of the runic magic disc that Merlin had obtained seemed to dim as well. With a single attack, Snake Elder had destroyed the runic magic circle that Finello had designed. His powers went far beyond the 4th-level spellcaster persona that he had displayed. Perhaps Snake Elder was really just a 4th-level spellcaster, but once he transformed into his enormous python form, his strength was increased many times over and reached the stage of a 5th-level spellcaster, or even higher. It was not surprising that the Alpine tribe of snake people was so valued by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, for they had such extraordinary capabilities. Merlin was secretly on his guard as well due to this. Following the destruction of the runic magic circle, Snake Elder seemed to notice Merlin and Wizard Finello down below. Thereafter, the gigantic python vanished without a trace, and he transformed once more into an eccentric old man dressed in a black robe. "Wizard Merlin, are you all right?" Snake Elder came down from the clouds and immediately went to Merlin. He swept his mind power hastily over Merlin and saw that he was unharmed. At this, he heaved a small sigh of relief. He had hurried so frantically because he was afraid that he would be too late. Wizard Finello, how kind of you. You know that Wizard Merlin is an honored guest of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, yet you still dared to activate the Medoya magic circle. Did you think that you can run to the other princes and disregard His Royal Highness the 8th Prince just like that? Snake Elder's gaze was incomparably severe as it fixed firmly onto Wizard Finello. The admonishment in his eyes was obvious. However, Wizard Finello only opened his mouth without speaking, his face grey as ash and filled with a powerless expression. By this point, Snake Elder felt that something was wrong. He looked around him and saw that Taran City was reduced to crumbling walls and destroyed buildings. Even the gigantic solid ramparts were collapsed completely. Moreover, there used to be many spellcasters in Taran City, but now, besides Wizard Finello, there were no other spellcasters. Wizard Finello currently was not even wearing his robe, he stood in place like a skinny sack of bones with a forlorn and abject expression. This was a shocking difference from the strong, proud Wizard Finello of the past. Snake Elder. Finally, it was Merlin who spoke. He fixed his calm gaze upon Wizard Finello and said, "Snake Elder, you've come just in time. I'm about to present the 8th Prince with a generous gift." A generous gift? Snake Elder frowned in doubt. The entire Taran City. Merlin pointed toward the massive Taran City, including Count Taran, who was huddled in the corner. When Count Taran witnessed the battle between Merlin and Wizard Finello earlier, he felt an unparalleled burst of regret. With Finello defeated, what hope did he have left? Nonetheless, after the arrival of Snake Elder, Count Taran seemed to have regained some hope, and hastily said to Snake Elder, "Snake Elder, Taran City is willing to pledge allegiance to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince." TSSS. By now, no matter how slow Snake Elder was, he must have finally caught on. As it turned out, he had come too late indeed, except that the ending was not what he had expected but was instead Merlin's easy conquest of Taran City. Based on Wizard Finello's exceptionally pathetic state, he had no will left to fight anymore and had surrendered everything to Merlin. Merlin had relied on his own strength to settle the matter of Taran City. "Snake Elder, I'm also willing to pledge allegiance to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince." Wizard Finello, upon seeing Snake Elder, said this hurriedly as well. He could feel Merlin's intention to kill him, so defecting to the 8th Prince was naturally his best fate. Burn. Before Snake Elder could speak, Merlin pointed at Wizard Finello from a distance. Streams of white flames instantly engulfed Wizard Finello, burning him furiously. At the moment, Wizard Finello did not even have a robe or the runic magic disc. At best, he was at the standard of a 4th-level spellcaster. How would he be able to withstand Merlin's fiery collapse? As such, under the blaze of the white flames, Wizard Finello's body was quickly reduced to ashes at a visible speed. Snake Elder looked toward Merlin with a complicated expression and said nothing. Who knew what he was thinking? After a long moment, Merlin gave a slight smile, and said to Snake Elder, "Snake Elder, Taran City is the first gift that I shall present to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Following this, there'll be more gifts, but I'll need your help to send over someone to receive these gifts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that things will descend into inevitable chaos." After a pause, wisps of wind elemental fluctuations emerged around Merlin. Swish! Merlin immediately flew into the air, his figure twinkling as it disappeared into the distance. All that was left behind was his indifferent voice, saying, "Next, Gnome City." Wizard Bamu followed after Merlin respectfully and was gone from Taran City in the blink of an eye. After waiting for Merlin to leave, the two ugly wizards asked Snake Elder carefully, "Snake Elder, Merlin has gone on to Gnome City. His abilities are far beyond our expectations. Do we follow him?" Snake Elder cast a deep look at Merlin's disappearing figure, and pondered for a moment before he gradually spoke. "It seems like even His Royal Highness the 8th Prince was mistaken. A 6th-elemental spellcaster, whom the dark magic region fostered with special attention, who is known to be even more of a prodigy than Clyde. How could someone like this possibly be that simple? What's more, even a spellcaster like Wizard Leo, who is well regarded by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, has his eye on Merlin." After a pause, Snake Elder seemed to have arrived at a decision. He said in a low voice, "The both of you stay on in Taran City and take over its operations. Don't make any more mistakes. Otherwise, when you return to the clan, you'll never be allowed out again." Heh heh, what an unexpected bonus this is. Perhaps Wizard Merlin himself is worth our efforts of enticement. I want to head there, and see how strong Merlin really is so that I can provide His Royal Highness the 8th Prince with more information to help him make a decision. A strange light twinkled in Snake Elder's eyes, and a strange monstrous force could be felt. Thereafter, he soared into the air and headed toward where Merlin had gone. Master, Snake Elder is following behind us. Beside Merlin, Wizard Bamu spoke softly. They were currently on their way to Gnome City, which could be considered to be relatively far away. Even if they flew, they would need a good period of time. Ignore him. Merlin had already guessed that Snake Elder would follow them closely. His Royal Highness the 8th Prince only wanted to win Wizard Leo over through Merlin, but now that Merlin had displayed his true strength which far surpassed the estimation of His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, Snake Elder would naturally follow behind to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, this was also what Merlin needed. He wanted the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan without a hitch, a clan that had a degree of influence. Other than relying on the advantages of being in the dark magic region, it was more important that his own abilities were recognized by a majority of other spellcasters. When he had killed Weiss and Bluebird, his influence had only grown within a small circle of spellcasters. After all, only those wizards within the spellcasters' organizations who kept tabs on Osmu would know who Bluebird and Weiss were. There were even some spellcasters who gave the credit to the dark magic region. To them, Merlin was merely a lucky one who had benefited from the privileges of being in the dark magic region and under Wizard Leo. This time, Merlin wanted to act as a dominating force, sweeping all obstacles out of the way, in order to establish his reputation and make the name of the Wilson clan one that was well known in the spellcasters' world. How far away are we from Gnome City? After flying for a long moment, Merlin felt that the wind-type magic power was almost about to give out. After all, he was flying thanks to the flying casting tool and was using up a tremendous amount of magic power. His store of magic power as a mere second-level spellcaster, of course, was no match for those spellcasters above the 4th level. Wizard Bamu thought about it for a short moment before he said, "We would still need about 1 or 2 hours before reaching Gnome City." Merlin nodded. With such a long journey ahead, he was no longer in a rush to get there. Instead, he slackened his pace and began to sort out his harvest from Taran City. His biggest harvest was undoubtedly Wizard Finello's runic magic disc. He would just need to be adept in runes to bring out the power of the runic magic disc, and his abilities would be significantly boosted. Of course, this runic magic disc required the assistance of many spellcasters, failing which its powers would be lessened by a great degree. Bamu, how much do you understand about runes? Merlin was not adept in runes, and naturally, he thought of Wizard Bamu. Wizard Bamu shook his head with a dismal expression. Master, the field of runology is deep and extensive. Most spellcasters can become very powerful simply by focusing on one field. I'm no genius, so I don't have much understanding of runology. Merlin felt rather frustrated. He wanted to give the runic magic disc to the Wilson clan as a sort of trump card so that if they encountered a strong enemy, the runic magic disc could be activated to protect the clan. However, not even Wizard Bamu was proficient in runology. Even if Merlin had the runic magic disc, he was not able to unlock its powers. It seems like in the future, when I'm selecting people with spellcaster quality in the clan, I'd have to keep an eye out for any talents in runology or alchemy. Many thoughts flashed across Merlin's mind. In order for a spellcaster clan to enjoy long-term peace and stability as well as prosper constantly, it would need the support of all sorts of talents. Who knew how long it was before Merlin lifted his head to see an immense city that had a distinct design. It looked more like a fortified stronghold. A wide stone pillar slanted into the skies, looking as if it would topple over at any time. It was a strange sight, but this was a landmark of Gnome City, something completely unique and easy to recognize. Master, we've arrived at Gnome City. Wizard Bamu looked at the peculiar city-state before him as he said in a calm tone. Chapter 318, A Demonstration of Power 2. Chapter 318, A Demonstration of Power 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Gnome City. Merlin glanced at the strange ramparts of Gnome City. There was a world of difference between this outlandish design and the other city-states in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Snake Elder had not caught up to them yet, but Merlin knew very well that it was not because Snake Elder could not keep up with their speed. Conversely, he was hanging back on purpose, maintaining a distance far behind. It was clear that he wanted to observe Merlin's capabilities without confronting the people of Gnome City. After all, those spellcasters would recognize Snake Elder. If he recklessly showed himself, it might not bode well for the 8th prince. "We'll go straight in. Anyone who is a spellcaster must die." Merlin's expression was calm, but his voice revealed a cold hard edge that would make anyone tremble in fear. Swish! Swish! With that, Merlin and Bamu quickly flew into Gnome City. In the luxurious house of counts, a banquet was going on, celebrating the 60th birthday of Count Gnome. Guests came from different ranks of the aristocracy, and there were also some spellcasters dressed in their finery. "My honorable lord, Wizard Toblin has arrived," a pretty female guard dressed in silver armor said to Count Gnome. There was not a single male guard in the entire banquet, only young pretty female guards with full figures. This was one of Count Gnome's greatest pleasures. He liked young pretty girls. Besides his guards, even the servants in his home, his carriage driver, and so on, consisted of beautiful maidens. Moreover, once these girls exceeded the age of 25 years, they would be fired by Count Gnome. For Count Gnome, this lewd and depraved life was his daily existence. If a day went by without any woman, he would go mad. It was also due to this that Count Gnome did not, in fact, have the people's support in Gnome City. On the contrary, many Normies despised him to the core. However, no one could do anything as Count Gnome seemed to be well aware of this. He was smart enough to bring along powerful spellcasters who secretly protected him. He was adept at winning over and recruiting roaming wizards with powerful abilities, providing them with all they desired. One of these was Wizard Toblin. This 4th-level spellcaster was cruel and vicious. For the sake of his research in alchemy, he had slaughtered over 100 Normies, using various inhumane methods of experimentation on them. He was even hunted down by some spellcasters, but narrowly escaped to Gnome City and was enlisted under Count Gnome's command. He became Gnome City's strongest spellcaster, and also served as the Count's right-hand man. "Ha ha, quick, invite Wizard Toblin to come in," Count Gnome quickly said to the guard. Following that, Wizard Toblin, who was dressed in a black and grey robe, came into the hall and bowed slightly before Count Gnome. "My honorable lord, I've arrived late today, but it was to prepare some potions. This potion would boost one's physique, and would even work well with Normies." As he spoke, Wizard Toblin brought out a small vial of black potion and handed it to Count Gnome. Count Gnome's eyes brightened. Of course, he understood what Wizard Toblin meant when he said, "boost one's physique." Count Gnome was not a spellcaster. He was only a normal elemental swordsman. His long years of a lewd and depraved existence had weakened his body. A large majority of the powerful spellcasters he recruited were apothecaries who were skilled in brewing potions. It was by relying on the potions frequently made by these spellcasters that he was able to live on healthily until now. "Ha ha, how considerate of you, Wizard Toblin. Please have a seat. I'll show everyone how it's done today at this banquet." Count Gnome appeared to be in good spirits. After he accepted the potion, he consumed it impatiently with the help of a female guard. After he had taken the potion, the eyes of Count Gnome glazed over and he seemed to be completely at ease. Ignoring the presence of others, he pulled a tall and slim female guard who was standing beside him onto his lap. The guard's face did not change as if this was not the first time something like this had happened. Yet, as she stared at Count Gnome and Wizard Toblin, she could not conceal the glint of disgust and loathing in her eyes. "Not bad, not bad. Wizard Toblin, your potions are getting better and better." Soon enough, Count Gnome clapped his hands and stood up once more. His face, which was somewhat pale before, was now rosy-colored, and he was also in vigorous spirits. It was obviously the effects of the potion that he took. Wizard Toblin gave a faint smile and was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to notice something. Wind shackles. Swish! In the split second that Wizard Toblin raised his hand, the female guard, who was initially meek and resigned next to Count Gnome, suddenly drew out a white dagger and thrust it straight toward Count Gnome. Slash! The female guard was quick, and the dagger viciously cut across Count Gnomi's chest. However, it was merely a scratch, for the blade of the dagger only broke the skin of Count Gnomi's chest, after which a strong gust of wind element restricted the movements of the female guard. This was the spell cast by Wizard Toblin, saving Count Gnomi's life once again. The entire banquet became incomparably silent. Everyone stared at the sullen face of Count Gnome in fear and dread. It was not the first time something like this had happened, but every time it did, it meant that some people in Gnome City would be killed off by the heartless Count Gnome. "Damn it, Felinda, why did you try to kill me?" Count Gnome roared at the female guard in rage. The female guard glared at Count Gnome spitefully with a cold smile. "Heh, Count Gnome, I've wanted to kill you long ago. Look at everyone around you. Is there no one who would not want to kill you? Fate is unkind, you're not dead yet. Ha ha, kill me then, at least I'll be free at last." Count Gnome's chest was heaving unsteadily, and he appeared to be furious. He pointed at the female guard, and said darkly, "Heh, it's not that easy to die. However, your clan will suffer along with you for your foolish action. Go, capture everyone in Felinda's clan, and let no one go free." Many guards came in from the outside and ruthlessly dragged the female guard away. "I'm willing to pay any price, and I pray for the devil to appear now and kill the heartless Gnome, saving the entire Gnome City." Her anguished cries echoed in the castle, but there was no devil in this world. Even if there was, no devil would be able to fulfill her wish. "That's enough, carry on with the celebration." The female guard's expulsion from the banquet was only a small snag in the evening. Soon enough, Count Gnome had recovered his good spirits and had summoned another pretty female guard, carrying on with the banquet within the castle. Bang! Just as the banquet had resumed its festivities, it was interrupted abruptly by a loud sound. Furthermore, this time, the large doors of the castle was shattered instantly. Solid rock pieces scattered everywhere and fell to the ground. The aristocrats in the hall were frightened out of their wits and retreated to the back, their eyes fixed upon the doorway. There, two unfamiliar figures appeared, and one of them was holding onto the female guard who had been dragged out. "I'm no devil, but I can fulfill your wish." The young man who held the female guard gave a strange smirk as he said softly to the female guard. "Swoosh!" As soon as the young man spoke, Wizard Toblin immediately stood up and appeared beside Count Gnome in a flash. He said in a low voice, "My lord, these are powerful spellcasters. You should withdraw for now." Wizard Toblin was evidently able to perceive the threat that the two newcomers posed, and his face appeared very solemn. Count Gnome was somewhat distressed, but he remained relatively calm, having faith in Wizard Toblin's capabilities. Therefore, he gave a slight nod. "Wizard Toblin, you should be careful as well. I'll go and summon all the spellcasters within the castle now. Humph, they dare to break into my castle. No matter who they are, they must pay a heavy price." With that, Count Gnome began to evacuate from the castle under the protection of some guards and spellcasters. "Do you think you can leave?" The calm gaze of the young man fixed upon Count Gnome, his face full of mockery. Following that, he began to walk toward Count Gnome step by step, in a leisurely manner. "I don't know which spellcaster you are, but I'm Wizard Toblin. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding between you and Count Gnome. Whatever request you have, my lord will surely fulfill them." Wizard Toblin also walked forward a few steps and stood in front of Count Gnome. His comfortable life in Gnome City was inseparable from Count Gnome's trust in him. Thus, no matter what, he would first need to ensure that Count Gnome would live. "Toblin. That's right, you'll be the first to die. Remember my name, Wilson Merlin." This young man was Merlin, who had hurried from Taran City to Gnome City. Realizing that the spellcaster before him was Toblin, the smile tugging at his lips turned icy. During Merlin's investigation, he discovered that Wizard Toblin of Gnome City was one of those who went to Wilson Castle back then. If Snake Elder and the rest, who were sent by His Royal Highness the 8th Prince, had not made it in time, Wilson Castle might no longer exist. Merlin? Merlin of the Dark Magic region? "So, it's you. So, what if you've come back?" Upon hearing that the young spellcaster before him was Merlin, Wizard Toblin's eyes flashed with a malicious light. He knew that Merlin, having come all the way back, would not just let the matter rest. Perhaps it would be troublesome to kill Merlin, but not killing him would lead to even greater trouble. Therefore, even if Toblin was apprehensive about the dark magic region's retaliation, he would not hesitate now that Merlin had come here. Boom! A violent gale whistled as it swept toward Merlin. This was a 4th level spell which was strong enough to crush any defensive powers into dust. Merlin could not even be bothered to look at the blustering gale. Instead, he extended a hand, pressing forward slightly with his fingers. Fiery collapse. The white flames began burning furiously right away. Any defensive forces in the path of these flames were swept aside. Wizard Toblin did not even have time to cast a spell before his body was engulfed in the white flames. The blaze vanished quickly, but Wizard Toblin's figure had also completely disappeared without a trace. Wizard Toblin, whom Count Gnome had seen as his support, who was a powerful 4th level spell caster, could not even withstand one attack from Merlin. As for all of you, die as well. Merlin looked toward the aristocrats in the hall. Everything these people did filled Merlin with loathing. He was not someone who would kill Normies, but Count Gnome's behavior earlier had disgusted him to the core, and there was a tyrannical mood within him that he needed to unleash. Whiz! 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 Endless flames flew from Merlin and swallowed the entire castle. Regardless of whether they were aristocrats or spellcasters, they were rapidly turned to ashes upon the lightest touch of the white flames. There were no pitiful cries, no stench of blood, and there was not even an atmosphere of chaos and disorder. Yet anyone who witnessed this scene with their own eyes would feel a throbbing in their chest. Even the female guard, who had earlier descended into despair and did not hesitate to pray for the devil, could only stare blankly at the raging flames before her eyes without uttering a word. Wizard Merlin, stop this right now. At this moment, a rather anxious voice rang in Merlin's ear. Chapter 319, Conclusion and a Moment of Peace I. Chapter 319, Conclusion and a Moment of Peace I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At last, Snake Elder had appeared, yet when he saw the empty castle before his eyes, he was slightly bewildered. He wore a complicated expression, and wanted to speak, but hesitated to do so. Wizard Merlin, kill those spellcasters if you like. A spellcaster like Toblin should be killed off anyway, but as for Normies, especially Count Gnome, His Royal Highness the 8th Prince still needs them to oversee the affairs of Gnome City. Now that he's dead, I'm afraid that Gnome City will descend into momentary chaos. Snake Elder did not think that Merlin would act so fast, alongside having such an appetite for murder. He did not even let a normie like Count Gnome get away. Snake Elder, you're too late. As for Gnome City, I believe that you'll take care of it. This is the second gift. Following this, there's still a third gift. With that, Merlin prepared to leave. Just then, the female guard who had been in a daze finally recovered from her shock and quickly stepped forward to kneel before Merlin. Honorable Sir Wizard, please take me on. Take you on? Aren't you from Gnome City? Why not go back to your clan? Merlin stared at the female guard and questioned doubtfully. He had overheard her words earlier and gained a vague understanding of the situation here, which was why he was intent on killing Count Gnome. A dismal look appeared on the female guard's face as she said softly, Honorable Sir Wizard, my name is Felinda. It's true that I'm from Gnome City, but I can't go back to my clan. What's more, I'll never want to come back to Gnome City. Please take me on, sir. I'm even willing to serve as an ordinary servant. Felinda was not reluctant to leave Gnome City at all. The most unfortunate part of her past happened here, and it was her desperation toward her reality that drove her to make an attempt on Count Gnome's life, despite risking everything. Although she had failed, Merlin's appearance had allowed her to live on. It was natural that she did not want to stay in Gnome City. Snake Elder carefully sized up Felinda. After a long moment, he spoke suddenly, Wizard Merlin, you should take her on. Aren't you planning to establish the Wilson clan as a spellcaster clan? She has some spellcaster quality. Although it's nothing to shout about, it shouldn't be a problem for her to become an entrance-level spellcaster if you're willing to nurture her. Moreover, spellcasters who are brought up in this manner would be most loyal to the clan. Merlin felt a slight jolt in his heart. He had not paid close attention before this. Now, after Snake Elder's reminder, he noticed upon a closer observation that Felinda had spellcaster quality. People who had spellcaster quality were far too rare. Even Merlin's children, Celia and Conction, did not have spellcaster quality. Just as Snake Elder had said, now was merely the beginning for the Wilson clan to become a spellcaster clan. It was at this time that they would need a large number of spellcasters. Spellcasters who were slowly cultivated by the clan would be the most loyal ones. In front of him, Felinda, who had no affection left for Gnome City, was a suitable candidate. Perhaps he would need to spend some resources on Felinda to turn her into an entrance-level spellcaster, but Merlin had spent the past few days killing countless spellcasters and had obtained endless resources. Spending a little of that to cultivate Felinda was really nothing much. "Felinda, I agree to take you on, but not as a servant. As for the specific details, I'll find you and let you know after I've returned to Wilson Castle." After a pause, Merlin turned his gaze towards Snake Elder, and said in a low voice, "Snake Elder, if I could trouble you to arrange for someone to send Felinda back to Wilson Castle." "Ha ha, not a problem. I'll do my best to find someone to send her back," Snake Elder promised light-heartedly. Merlin did not say much else and quickly flew away from Gnome City with Wizard Bamu. Besides Taran City and Gnome City, Merlin had a third target, Ifania City, which was also the third gift that Merlin was about to present to His Royal Highness the 8th Prince. Fania City was not far away from Gnome City. Therefore, when Gnome City fell under a single attack by Merlin, Fania City soon received news of the incident. Furthermore, they had heard that even Taran City, which was the strongest of them all, was successfully invaded by Merlin. Thus, the spellcasters of Fania City had no way of remaining calm. Even Count Fania was burning with anxiety as he tried incessantly to formulate a countermeasure. In the end, Fania City decided to put up no resistance and go along with whatever Merlin asked of them. No matter how demanding his requests were, Fania City would be willing to accept them. At this point, Count Fania was full of immeasurable regret. If only he had pledged allegiance to any one of their royal highnesses, the princes in the beginning, he would not end up like this today. One of the consequences of maintaining neutrality was that he would receive no powerful protection. Swish! Swish! Two figures quickly descended from above Fania City. It was Merlin and Wizard Bamu. "Wizard Merlin, I've been waiting here for a long time. These are all the spellcasters of Fania City who attacked Wilson Castle in the past. Other than 4th-level spellcaster Wizard Sternine, who had escaped and vanished without a trace the moment he heard of the rumors, the rest of these spellcasters are under my control and will do whatever you say." Count Fania waved a hand, and 5 of 6 spellcasters were pushed forward. They appeared to be under some sort of control so they could not cast any spells. An expression of dread hung over their faces. Thereafter, Count Fania said nothing else. He felt powerless as well. He had handed over these spellcasters without resistance and lowered his own status only because he was afraid. Merlin's previous action in Gnome City had made Count Fania afraid. Countless spellcasters, even Count Gnome, were burned to ashes. It could be said that Gnome City was completely done for. What would happen next to the city-state had been determined. It would fall under the 8th Prince and be firmly controlled by him. No longer would it be linked to the Gnome clan. Merlin's violent ferocity throughout his journey had induced a chill in Count Fania's heart. He would not dare to resist, and could only lower his own status, allowing Merlin to do as he liked. Perhaps he had a chance of surviving in this manner. Looking at Count Fania standing before him, Merlin's intent to kill diminished substantially. Throughout this whole process, he had slaughtered far too many people. Nonetheless, there was a reason for this, which was to establish the name of the Wilson clan, as well as Merlin's position as a powerful spellcaster, so he was not merely known as a prodigious spellcaster from the dark magic region. Now, Fania City had given up on resisting him even before he had arrived. This meant that Merlin's objective of establishing reputation had been achieved. Merlin's current reputation was terrifying and impressive. After this, anyone who bothered with the Wilson clan would have to carefully consider Merlin's furious retaliation instead of the dark magic region's stance. Hiss! 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 Merlin splayed his fingers, and streams of white flames flew out rapidly, turning the spellcasters under Count Fanya's control into ashes. Merlin would not be merciful in the slightest toward these spellcasters who had attacked Wilson Castle before. Seeing that Merlin had burned these spellcasters just like that, Count Fanya could not help but begin trembling all over. Merlin's decision was still unclear, so he did not know what was in store for him. Swish! Another figure flew in from the distance. It was Snake Elder, who had been following behind Merlin. Upon seeing Count Fanya, Snake Elder nodded approvingly. Nevertheless, he did not say anything. Only Merlin could decide how this would be handled. After a few rounds of close observation, Snake Elder now saw Merlin as a powerful spellcaster who was on the same level as him. Therefore, there was naturally a shift in his attitude. Perhaps Wizard Leo was the main target of the Eighth Prince's enticement, but Merlin's current capabilities meant that he was worthy of enticement as well, instead of merely being a means by which the Eighth Prince could approach Wizard Leo. This was the most direct change in Snake Elder's attitude toward Merlin. After a long moment of consideration, Merlin gradually raised his head and said to Snake Elder, "Snake Elder, Fanya City is the third gift that I present to His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Count Fanya, what do you think?" Seeing that Merlin was looking at him, Count Fanya felt a jolt in his heart and nodded hurriedly. Wizard Merlin is right. From this day onward, the entire Fanya City will accept the orders and assignments of His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. Ha ha, Wizard Merlin, your third gift is not a small one. I shall report this faithfully to His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince. I believe that His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince would be very grateful toward Wizard Merlin. A burst of glee sprang up in Snake Elder's heart. The Eighth Prince's influence in the south was not that strong, but now he had obtained Taran City, Gnome City, in addition to the undamaged Fanya City. These three city-states were closely linked to each other and could be combined into one along with Prakosh City and Libis City. With this, His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince's influence in the south would have swelled many times over in a short period of time. This was indeed a gargantuan gift. Snake Elder, the 3 gifts have been delivered. I'll head back to Wilson Castle first. Merlin's 3 main targets had been achieved, and his objective was accomplished as well. The name of Wilson Merlin would spread rapidly among the roaming wizards, setting up a solid foundation for when he would develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan in the future. Snake Elder nodded. You might not have to wait much longer before news from His Royal Highness the Eighth Prince would arrive. Merlin understood Snake Elder's implicit meaning. This was so that he would not be in a hurry to leave Wilson Castle, for the Eighth Prince still wanted to meet with Merlin regarding important matters. For at least half a year, I'll be in Wilson Castle. After giving it some thought, Merlin replied softly. He needed to develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan. This effort would require a great amount of his time and energy. Even with Wizard Bamu's assistance, Merlin's presence was needed in Wilson Castle. Bamu, let's go back to Wilson Castle. Merlin bid Snake Elder farewell and quickly hurried toward Wilson Castle along with Wizard Bamu. Chapter 320, Conclusion and a Moment of Peace 2. Chapter 320, Conclusion and a Moment of Peace 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Croak. 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 It had just drizzled. A few frogs leaped out from the pond, taking turns to croak, disturbing the tranquility of Wilson Castle. Cherise, dressed in a long, pure white skirt, was playing with Celia in the hall, but her mind seemed to be somewhere else. Occasionally, she would look out from the hall. It's been so many days. Why isn't Merlin back yet? Has something happened to him? Cherise was somewhat concerned. Avril had gone to rest, leaving Cherise alone waiting in the hall. As more time passed, she became more and more anxious. This time, Merlin had left suddenly. Although he explained briefly that it was to resolve some matter of the Wilson clan, he did not specify what the matter was. Not even old Wilson knew what it was. Avril was still her same old innocent and carefree self, not worried about anything. Still, Cherise kept on worrying deep down. She remembered that the last time Wilson Castle was threatened, the attackers were not Normies, but were instead powerful spellcasters. If Snake Elder had not hurried over, Wilson Castle would have been in grave danger. Therefore, Cherise guessed that Merlin's current departure from Wilson Castle had something to do with the spellcasters who had invaded Wilson Castle previously. Cherise's understanding of spellcasters was even better than old Wilson's. After all, she was from the royal family of light, so she knew exactly how terrifying spellcasters could be. Rumble. In the skies outside the castle, a thunderclap crashed fiercely, scaring Celia until she howled in tears. Following the rumbling of the thunder, it began to rain heavily outside. As she saw how dark it was getting, Cherise estimated that it was too late and that Merlin would not be coming back today. Thus, she brought Celia along as she prepared to retire for the night. Creak! The large doors of the castle were slowly pushed open, and a figure rushed in from outside, still dripping with rain and looking rather forlorn. Cherise, you're not yet asleep at this hour? This figure was Merlin, who had rushed back to the castle. Although he and Wizard Bamu were both very quick, they only made it back to the castle by late night. Moreover, they had encountered the rain, and their robes were soaked through. Merlin, are you all right? Upon seeing Merlin drenched in rain, a smile spread across Cherise's face. Thereafter, she hastily called for a servant girl to bring a set of clean, dry clothes for Merlin. Celia, greet your father. When Merlin was not paying attention, Cherise quietly told Celia. Celia blinked her wide eyes lightly and looked at Merlin somewhat shyly. Nonetheless, after Cherise's urging, Celia cried out in a soft voice, "Father, I hear that you're a great spellcaster. Can you also create fireballs like Grandpa Hill?" Merlin was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had heard Celia call him father, and an indescribable warmth spread in his chest. Without realizing it, he had come into this world, with a wife, and a kid. He now belonged completely to this world. The Grandpa Hill that Celia spoke of must be that black-robed old man. During these few years that Merlin was not around, the black-robed old man would come to the castle when he had time and had become familiar with Celia and Conction. It might be that, in Celia's eyes, being able to create fireballs was enough to become a great spellcaster. Of course, I can create not only one, but many fireballs. Merlin knelt down and looked deeply at Celia. Following that, he pointed lightly with one finger, and 5 small fireballs instantly appeared in the surrounding air. The 5 fireballs floated quietly in mid-air, burning with a scorching temperature. However, under Merlin's control, they would not hurt Celia and Cherise in the slightest. It's really fireballs, and these are bigger than the ones Grandpa Hill created, and prettier too. Father, I want to become a great spellcaster too in the future and create these pretty fireballs. Celia longed for the future when she would become a great spellcaster and create these pretty fireballs. Merlin gently pinched Celia's smooth cheeks. At this moment, there was only a warm fuzzy feeling left in his heart. The tyrannical mood, induced in him by the repeated slaughtering of the past few days, vanished without a trace. All right, clever Celia. In the future, you're sure to become a great spellcaster. Merlin gave a rare smile, yet Cherise looked on with a complicated expression. Celia had no spellcaster quality at all, so she was destined to never become a spellcaster. Cherise, has my father gone to rest? Merlin stood up and looked toward the second floor of the castle as he asked softly. Cherise shook her head slightly. Although he doesn't say it, your father is in fact worried about you as well. Every day he would stay up very late. He should still be awake now. Take Celia to bed first. I have something to discuss with father. With that, Merlin headed toward old Wilson's room. Father! Merlin came to old Wilson's room. As expected, he saw that the room was still bright with candlelight. Merlin? Old Wilson opened the door in a hurry. Upon seeing Merlin outside, his face finally relaxed as he sighed in relief. It was just as Cherise said, although old Wilson did not display his anxiety openly, he was in fact worried about Merlin deep down. How was it, those spellcasters? Old Wilson could not wait any longer to inquire about this. Although he did not know exactly why Merlin had left the castle, he could make a rough guess. Merlin laughed. Everything's fine now. From today onward, no one will look down on the Wilson clan. Even though Merlin spoke calmly, his voice revealed his obvious confidence. Old Wilson knew that based on Merlin's expression, he had properly dealt with the matter. The previous crisis faced by Wilson Castle would not happen again. Nonetheless, old Wilson still had some concerns, but he could not bring himself to voice them as he looked at Merlin. Old Wilson was no longer the overbearing person he used to be in Blackwater City. Perhaps it was because old Wilson had seen many spellcasters in the kingdom of Black Moon. Perhaps, after experiencing the crisis faced by Wilson Castle, he learned that despite having cultivated the postures on the mysterious relief sculptures, and becoming a powerful intermediate elemental swordsman, he was still comparatively weak and puny. Merlin, what happened before was too dangerous. There's only you in the Wilson clan who's a spellcaster. Old Wilson was also thinking about the Wilson clan's future. If they were an average clan, the Wilson clan could continue to prosper by relying on old Wilson's formidable strength, in addition to the heavy armored knights he trained by himself. However, Merlin was now a spellcaster, so the Wilson clan was burdened with the label of spellcaster. It was impossible to be an ordinary clan even if that was what they wanted. Merlin gradually turned solemn, and he said seriously, "Father, I've come back to discuss the Wilson clan with you. You might have noticed that the Wilson clan is no longer a common clan. Therefore, I've decided to develop the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan." Spellcaster clan? Old Wilson pondered about this for a moment before he said delightedly, "Merlin, you're the one who holds the highest title in the Wilson clan. You're not just a spellcaster, you're also Viscount Merlin. You have full authority to take charge of the clan. Since you've come up with this plan, I'll support it wholeheartedly. Although I don't have much of an understanding of spellcasters, I know that it's rare to find someone with spellcaster quality. Without spellcaster quality, it's impossible to become a spellcaster. So far, in the Wilson clan, only young Cole has spellcaster quality. How do we develop into a spellcaster clan like this?" Spellcaster quality was a huge problem. The Wilson clan's population was far too small. In particular, there were only 3 direct descendants: Iselia, Conction, and Cole. Still, a spellcaster clan did not need to rely absolutely on blood relations for its members. Many spellcaster clans, in their beginning stages, had to recruit outsiders who had spellcaster quality in order to build up their clan. If they could nurture a few powerful spellcasters, then with the passage of time, a clan would gradually become a spellcaster clan as it slowly stabilized. In the end, it would be passed down to future generations in an unbroken cycle. This was what Merlin had decided to do. He had taken in the female guard for Linda in Gnome City with this plan in mind. However, there was also a hidden risk. Perhaps, after investing a huge amount of resources in them, the spellcasters who were nurtured might decide to leave the clan without any intention of returning. Instances of this could be found anywhere. Therefore, in order to recruit outsiders with spellcaster quality, one must have some sort of binding power. Signing a contract would be the best choice. Contract paper, that's no small amount of expenditure. Merlin was somewhat troubled. Before this, when he was alone, he even thought that elemental crystal stones were not that useful. However, once he planned on developing the Wilson clan into a spellcaster clan, all sort of problems began to crop up. Recruiting outsiders with spellcaster quality was quite a feasible plan, and once they signed a contract, there was no need to fear that they would betray the clan after becoming a spellcaster. Nonetheless, contract paper was extremely expensive. Merlin dimly recalled that in the resource tower, one could exchange for contract paper. It was just that the number of contribution points required was far too many. One sheet cost at least over 100 contribution points. Furthermore, this was merely an average contract paper. If Merlin wanted to sign a contract paper of the highest grade, it would be more expensive. Even if he decided to recruit only 10 people with spellcaster quality, this meant that he would need at least 10 sheets of contract paper if he wanted them to sign one. If he exchanged for it in the resource tower, it would cost him 1,000 contribution points. Not even a 4th-level spellcaster, who could build an individual tower in the dark magic region, might necessarily be able to hand over so many contribution points. Merlin gave the matter some thought. Even though it was expensive, contract paper was something necessary. It seemed like he would need to find some time to return to the dark magic region to exchange for some contract paper. It was already dark outside, for it was midnight. Thus, Merlin did not further discuss the matter with old Wilson but took his leave. At first, Merlin thought about checking in on Felinda. Ever since he requested Snake Elder to send her back here, Merlin had not known if she was doing well in Wilson Castle. She was an important step in Merlin's plans. In the starting phase of the Wilson clan's development into a spellcaster clan, Merlin would need to focus his efforts in nurturing anyone who had spellcaster quality. I'll take a look tomorrow. After he thought about it, Merlin decided to head back to his room.